For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Oh, yeah.
I told our guys it's really no holiday for us. Like, it's a normal week for us. Of course, we'll give them time to eat. Not too much, as Aaron says. But we'll give them that time with their families. But our focus is on the game, right? And that's where it has to be. And that's, you know, if you focus too much on the holiday and Thanksgiving, then that sets you back and you're not prepared and ready to go on Sunday.
Yeah, no holiday week here, man. I mean, we ate yesterday and we took the day off, but so we can't no days off. I mean, we did take
football.
And we watched a ton of football.
Didn't provide anything really of worth to anybody, and yet, we worked.
We worked. Yeah, we're working today.
I had a sponsored tweet at 7 a.m. There you go.
For you.
I worked.
It's you. Technically, yeah.
You know what? People try to claim DeMeco's maybe he's too soft, maybe he's too positive, and when I have to sit here and listen to him say, "We're going to give them time to eat."
Yeah.
I think that's a little. Oh, we're eating now, are we?
Same thing.
Yeah. What happened to the Spartan mindset? Yeah. Starve these guys until they win. Damn it.
We're going to let them use the restroom. They're not going to have to soil themselves. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you beat a bad team for once in your life?
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, that dawned on me. Wait, of the bad teams that they faced as of late, well, they beat the Cowboys, but are they 1-2 against bad teams in their last 3 games? Because the Jets and
the Jets are a bad team.
The Jets and the Titans.
Jets and the Titans.
The last
are bad
3
teams.
Bad teams they played. They've won one of those.
Like 3 wins or less midway through the season. Yeah, they're 1-2. And they cannot go 1-3. They can't. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. It's a football Friday.
I'm thankful this morning because I had a dream that I was just a bastard, excuse my language, kids, to Ben Gary, Byron, Figgy, and I don't think T. Mill was in there.
Okay.
But I was just a real jerk.
All the producers?
To those, yelling at them on air about and everything.
Really?
And I woke up and I was in that, you have that brief moment where you don't realize it was a dream.
Yeah.
And I was scrambling in my head oh my gosh, how do I make up for this? What the hell was going on with me? What a jerk I was.
Wow.
But I realized the root of it was I snapped at Brandy yesterday, which is a rare occurrence.
Who's your producer at home? Yeah.
Yeah, once every 8 years I'll snap at Brandy.
Okay.
Or once every 8 years she'll snap at me.
On
stress of the holidays.
I was going to say on Thanksgiving, huh? Did it have to do with Thanksgiving? Or and I don't want to dig too deep into your business, but you brought it up.
No, it was nothing serious. It was kind of a miscommunication. The problem is that Brandy grew up with an incredibly strict father who for her It's water off a duck's back when anybody ever raises their voice or anything. So she, half the time I have to explain to her that I'm not joking. I'm genuinely angry.
I'm angry with you.
I need to express that I am upset. She's like,
God.
oh, really? Oh, okay. Why don't you throw something?
That's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah. No, it's not. No, because me. But for the most part, radio rants aside, I try to be pretty polite in actual life.
Yes.
I'm very, very polite. And so, when I try to express that I'm upset about something, sometimes it's frustrating, Sean. Just somebody who just seems to not just even register. It doesn't even register.
If I'm Ben or Figgy or any of those guys that you just articulated about in your dream right there, I'm feeling a little concerned that the person they're this amalgam of the person that you sleep with every night. That's all.
You think Ben's worried that I'm going to go in there and try to spoon him or something?
Maybe. I mean,
sorry, baby.
20% chance, maybe. I don't know.
What'd you say, Ben?
Please don't.
Please don't. Yeah.
Don't make me snap at you.
Did you have a nice Thanksgiving though, my
friend?
We did, yeah.
Other
than your spat with your spouse, did you have
the other thing? Oh no, that was short-lived. It was like 17 seconds. Okay. We resolved our differences. We made a pact, and we decided to live in harmony in Massachusetts near Plymouth Rock. So, the worst part about yesterday for me was I've never been so proud and yet felt so degraded at the same time when my 11-year-old nephew Eli was teaching me how to palm a basketball. Adult basketball.
Hold up.
Yeah.
How do you have to be taught how to palm a basketball?
Well, because he doesn't have his hands are a little bit, mind you, a little. He's a giant.
Okay,
that's a little bit smaller than mine as an 11-year-old.
Okay, wow.
My sister's 6 foot. My brother Brian played basketball at Princeton. He's 6'5". He's going to be tall, and Eli's really, really good.
Yeah.
But he's obsessed. He's one of these little obsessed gym rats. You
know,
like he's just always. And he taught himself, he gave himself the grip strength and can spread his hand wide enough to palm an adult basketball at the age of 11.
How tall is he?
He's only like 5'9" right now.
Can he
He's
jump?
11, Sean.
Just
back off.
Yeah,
okay?
no. I'm just curious. Can he like how high? Can he get the net if he jumps up? Can he touch the rim? Can he like?
Brian told me. I can't remember because my niece who's a sophomore in high school, she can touch the rim.
Yeah.
She's a volleyball player, but just messing around, she can jump up and touch the rim.
Yeah, a little factory of that going there in your family.
It's kind of scary. I don't have to be that busy when I'm older. I was kind of hoping they'd all suck at sports so they could just. I go to a recital once a semester.
You're going
Sporting
to
events take a lot more time.
They do. They're time consuming. So how successful was his tutorial to you on palming a basketball? Did you walk away from Thanksgiving Day able to palm
I got the
basketball?
women's ball. I got the women's ball up. We started on the women's ball, and then we moved to the adult ball.
But
the women's ball was kind of a slippery surface. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out how palming a basketball is something you need to be taught to do. I figured your hands are big enough you just palm it.
Well, because you got to stretch. Like he's not like grabbing it and immediately going up for a windmill dunk.
Right.
You got to get your fingers on just in the seams just right.
Okay.
And then he was showing applying equal pressure with all 5 fingers. That just takes a little practice, you know. Because I realized I'm like all pinky and thumb here.
Yeah. I can see that now. I'm literally asking because my hand's not big enough to palm one. So that's
what I thought. Well, when he said that he could palm the ball, I was like, let me see your hands. And his hands are smaller than mine.
Sure enough,
there's hope for me yet.
Yeah. You can still get that NBA career you've been talking about off the air all the time going.
Yeah. Or at least one or something.
right. A little 3-on-3.
Are they still making those? Can I get on the next VHS?
I do. I think they will and one. Oh no, I'm thinking of is and one the 3-on-3 league? Is that
No, and one was the the skip to my Lou. And
the tree ball. Yeah, skip to. Yeah, Ray for Alston. Yeah, former Rocket. He was.
What was the white guy called?
I forget.
Yeah,
Casper, the friendly ghost. Did you watch any of the football?
Lace and honky.
Yeah.
What's that?
Cracker McBuckets. Amidst your palming lessons, did you happen to
colonizer Culligan?
Did you catch Matt Eberflus's act yesterday?
I did, yeah. Matt Eberflus. Okay, so try to explain this to me like I'm an 11-year-old who can palm a basketball.
Okay.
What was his explanation at the end of they didn't use their timeout when they should have. He had an explanation for it?
Caleb Williams I didn't hear the explanation. He did. I didn't understand it either. And
quote, I've got it written.
Okay.
It's that
for people who didn't see it, let's lay it out. So if you missed it yesterday in the Bears-Lions game, here's what it sounded like. It was second down. The Bears were on the fringe of field goal territory with under a minute to go. And Caleb Williams takes a sack on second down. So they're now outside of the Detroit 40. Here's what the final 25 seconds or so sounded like.
They try and run, and he is engulfed again. Sack number 5 for the Lions. Darius Smith back on the field. Time is ticking away, down to 25 seconds. The Bears are out of field goal range. They have one timeout. It's 3rd and forever. Williams at the line, tapping his head. We're down to 15 seconds here. Caleb out of the shotgun, 3rd and long. Time is moving. Gotta go under 10 seconds now. Oh my goodness. Back to Williams. He's ready to throw. He'll throw it down the middle of the field. Incomplete at the horn. The game is over. The Bears won't even get to 4th down. They leave Detroit with a timeout in their pocket. And the Lions, for the first time since 16, have won on Thanksgiving. 23-20 the final score.
This is pretty funny.
How in the world can that happen?
It's the Bears.
That's the explanation. It's the Bears.
That was excruciating.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard to watch.
I'd kind of seen the quick highlights and read I didn't really watch any of it to listen to that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So they finished the game. Right. It was stressful just to listen. So the Bears finished the game without even running a play on 4th down and with a timeout in their pocket. Here was Eberflus's explanation. I've got the quote. Our hope was because it was 3rd down going into 4th down that we would re-rack that play at 18 seconds, the play they were going to run, throw it inbounds, get into field goal range, and call a timeout. That's where it was. That was our decision-making process on that. We were outside of field goal range. We needed to get a few more yards in there, as close as we can get, and then we're going to call timeout. That's why we held that last timeout at the end of the game. Here's the problem, and this is where Eberflus is catching all the heat on this, and he should be, in part because it's been weeks of this now where he's made horrible, horrible decisions at the end of games that have cost them games. This is just the latest. This is on Caleb Williams, too. Caleb's standing there doing the rubbing the head thing, looking around, and there's 15 seconds, and he's running this play. Kind of hurry up, but like there's 7 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Like, this is the last play of the game.
Yeah.
And Caleb Williams is moving pretty slow, too. I actually understand what Eberflus is saying. If you get up to the line and run the play quickly
the theory
enough.
was fine.
Yeah.
Right, because then you don't want to, if you're going to, you don't want to be in a position where you got to throw to the middle of the field or out to the side and have no timeouts and vice versa, whatever. Yeah, like that part of it all made sense, but you got to execute at some point and understand the severity of the situation.
Yeah, you got to
Did he not get the call?
Caleb? Well, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
Some of these quotes that are coming out from some of the players indicate that there was either poor communication or a lack of communication from the sideline.
CJ not getting the call in the Titans game when they decided to punt, but they had to take a penalty to do it because nobody knew what the hell was going on.
These are what these are things bad teams do, man.
Bad teams that don't know what they're doing, that are arguing with each other on the headset, or just way too slow with things.
Yeah, the Bears had one of two choices. They could have done, if they were going to do it successfully, they could have done what Eberflus talked about, what they were hoping to do, which was get up to the line, run a play, get back into field goal range, call timeout. Now, Caleb Williams got sacked with about 30 seconds left. I was thinking call timeout there. It's 3rd and whatever, and at least get organized, run a play, and with 30 seconds, you should have enough time to run a play and run your field goal team out onto the field. You know what I mean? I was thinking call the timeout as a rookie quarterback, get organized.
Yeah.
But either one of those, they didn't either. They
taking the sack and just what a disheveled mess.
It was bad. Like, I was thinking, man, we're going to get some bonus football here, and sure enough, the Bears found a way to bear. That guy at the very end right there explained it perfectly. It's the Bears. All right, so it was a fun day of football yesterday.
How about the Lions? By the way, that's one thing. The Lions they don't look like the unstoppable machine that rolled into Houston. And really, Houston, I mean, they showed obviously Jared Goff 5 interceptions in that game. He had a couple interceptions last week, and they haven't looked like that unstoppable force quite that they have. So at the very least, maybe somehow, some way, the Texans broke the Lions.
Maybe
maybe there's something to that. If there's anything from this potentially lost season, yes.
We'll see. All right, we'll dig into some of the other Thanksgiving Day stuff yesterday. The future opponent got waxed last night on Thanksgiving Day. Let's talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars. Let's dig into this game. It is a Football Friday. We appreciate you getting up with us. It is the six-pack. We will do it next. Keys to the game, storylines for this game, coming up Sunday against Jacksonville. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll do that next. Stay there.
Hey, I don't care how much of a Grinch you are. Once you're past Thanksgiving, it's go time to get ready for Christmas. So go on over to Zad.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
And Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Of course, Josh and Trey do a great job on the edge, and then Devin and 23 do a good job at backer, and that's kind of, the front seven do a really good job, and then Cisco is leading the DBs, and, they got number 3 back, and he's a good player. So I don't think the record speaks to the team they are. It's another great challenge defensively for us. And, they've played against a lot of good teams and held them to a lot of less points. So, they played Minnesota very well, played Philly very well. So, we got to come with our A game, knowing that every game, it takes every single play from the start to the finish to get a W.
I like you respecting your opponent, CJ. The fact of the matter is they're not very good. Their defense is not very good. Statistically good. But I like that you're respecting the opponent. That's what you're supposed to do.
CJ's going from the windows to the walls. CJ's ready to go, Sean.
He's ready to go.
Yeah, I won't complete. The kids are out of school.
Mm-hmm.
Look, this is different than the Titans game. The Titans game was a bad team that it was easy for me to get worked up about because I thought they presented some very specific challenges to the Texans and things they had struggled with. I don't necessarily feel that same way about the Jaguars, except for a healthy, or at least relatively healthy, Trevor Lawrence and Brian Thomas. Yeah. Just because this defense plays really, really, really good 95% of the time. And then once every 20, 30, or 40 plays, they allow a deep
68-yarder
with flubbed safety play or somebody bites on a double move, and they are very capable of doing that. So, yes, that's the part that especially now with Jimmy Ward moving down to Jaylen Pitre's position. We're looking at, they can't even, Kadar Holman's on IR right now.
Right.
Like, they're shuffling people through that defensive backfield pretty much off the streets at times.
Yeah.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge this week.
Kadar Holman was off the streets.
I know. That's why we're exchanging street urchins for street urchins.
It's it, man. This homeless guy for that homeless guy. Yeah. All right,
it's a Thanksgiving miracle. Everybody eats with the Texans.
That's right, man. That's right. All right, let's get into it here. 6-pack. Storylines for the game. I'll give my prediction, as is tradition now on this show. Seth will give his prediction in the 9 o'clock hour, right? You like
hit the under on that Lions game yesterday.
Feeling
saucy. Yeah.
I love that you dabble in the dark arts a little bit now. It's.
I feel like when I bet the overs and the unders, it feels somehow cleaner.
Yeah.
I feel like it's almost like me. That's my light beer.
Are you like me? Like Amy's family is into football. Like they're into it. So we don't eat till like 1 or 1:30, but we always get to their house, Amy's parents' house, at like 11:30. So we're there for kickoff of the first game. And then we go to eat at halftime of the first game. We go in the dining room, like one room over. So we can't see the TV, but we can hear it. And we don't chow down like during halftime and speech, so we're back in the room. We sit there and talk for a while. Game's going on in the background. Are you like me, where you're half listening to the conversation and half listening to the game?
We didn't have the volume on, so I had my sister's the room where my brother-in-law's office is right off there, so I could duck my head in.
Yeah.
In the first one, I had thought, well, Detroit can run the heck out of the ball. Jared Goff is off his historical streak, and the Bears' defense has been pretty respectable, but an atrocious run defense.
Yeah.
So the first half, it was all according to plan.
Yeah.
I was only worried that the Lions had run for 170 yards or something crazy in the first half.
Yeah.
I was worried it was going to be too effective.
Yeah.
But then in the set, it got dicey, man. It got dicey. I was able to. I didn't see the very end. I just saw them eating the turducken.
What was the total on the game? What was the under?
It was 49, I think.
49. Okay, so you got saved there a little bit. If that thing went to overtime, you might have lost your bet.
It was 40. It was either 48.5 or 49. I can't remember what I got it. It started off at 50 or something. Absurd. I should have gotten it, but I was late to the party.
The Bears would, if it was 48.5, the Bears would have tied it at 23, and you'd have been the rare American on Thanksgiving rooting for the game to end in a tie at 46.
Yeah.
That was great. All right, let's get to the six-pack here. 6 storylines for this game. Number 1, Road Sweet Road. 2 remarkable streaks on the line in this game. I don't know that it has any impact on the outcome, but I just find these to be incredible streaks that the Texans have going. They've won 9 straight road games in the AFC South. This spans back to the David Culley year. So this is a streak they've got going in the division on the road where presumably it's harder to win. They've done it 9 straight times, and several of these wins were authored by David Culley and Lovie Smith. Lovie Smith's 3 wins as Texans head coach were 3 wins in the AFC South on the road. That's it.
This is, it's a weirdest,
very
coolest
strange
thing. This year you would have expected, of course you'll continue and extend that streak, but now it's gotten dicier, my friend.
It has gotten a little dicier.
It was 47.5, actually, so it was very dicey.
Very dicey for you. That Lions game. The other streak that's currently going on, the Texans have 6 straight road wins against the Jacksonville Jaguars. One of them was in London in 2019. The other 5 have been at Everbank Stadium. And it spans 5 different head coaches. It's 6 straight road wins with 5 different head coaches if you include Romeo Crennel, interim head coach, back in 2020.
And I forgot that included a London game. It was like we beat them in their home and in their RV. Like we just showed up at some random campsite.
Their home and their beach home, yes.
Yeah. And just beat the snot out of them there, too.
Did kill them there, 23.
Just swipe that hot dog out of your fat, chubby hands, Doug Pederson.
That's right. So those are just 2 crazy streaks on the line that benefit the Texans. Hopefully it's not one of these things where they're due for a loss, but 2 streaks on the line. Number 2.
Also, okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Seth. What were you
Well,
gonna
we
say?
crunched the math during the break. Texans right now are 6-2 versus bad teams, 1-3 versus good teams.
6-2.
It's not a streak, but it is okay. You've got a track record of being 6-2 versus bad teams this year.
Yeah.
Let's fall on that upper 75%.
Let's get back to that. Number 2 is, and this is a theme I think every week, but particularly against, and it looks like it's going to be Trevor Lawrence. He's been getting the reps with the ones and practicing, but whoever the QB is for Jacksonville, get some heat on these guys. Whoever it's going to be is prone to turnover. This is DeMeco Ryans talking about Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
Our rushing duo is really, they raise havoc. So I think it is really hard on opposing quarterbacks, and we see that in how teams try to protect versus us with the chips and trying to slow our guys down. So that just shows how much respect that they have when the coordinators are preparing. They have to make sure they block the edges and keep the edges blocked, and our guys are still doing a great job of finding a way to get pressure on the quarterback and get him down.
This is far and away the best thing the Texans have going for them right now.
Oh, yeah.
Far
100%.
and away.
And even, so many of the big plays are errors in zone coverage, which has got to drive DeMeco absolutely insane, because everything he wants is, hey, let's be able to rush with 4 when we need and play zone. You can come up and out of zone and make big hits and plays on the ball, and that has worked for the most part 95% of the time.
95%.
It's that 5%, man. It's just, the 5% of the time you don't use birth control. it can have drastic and dire consequences.
Texans have procreated quite a bit at the worst possible times this year.
They got a bunch of unwanted children laying around on the win-loss column. Okay?
They have a lot of orphans out there. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So heat up whoever this quarterback is. Will Anderson Jr., it's your turn to get to double-digit sacks this week. You got 9.5. Join Daniil Hunter in the double-digit sack club. Number 3, replacing Jaylen Pitre. Here was DeMeco Ryans.
They bench him?
No, Henry To'oTo'o benched him by hitting him in the back and tearing a pectoral muscle of his. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the impact Jaylen Petre's absence is going to have.
Jaylen is a very unique player. Jaylen did a lot for us defensively, and again, we'll deploy our guys however we need to put them out there, so it doesn't change everything that we'll do. But you miss the dynamic playmaking ability that Jaylen had because he was just such an impactful player.
I think that's a big thing. DeMeco nailed it at the end there. Like, Jaylen Pitre has shown up once or twice in huge spots in seemingly every game over the last month.
Now, he's another guy that, now the thing with Pitre was that sometimes the coverage gaffes were just physical errors by him or just him getting beat because they were asking him to do some things that he's really not built to do. You know, he's more of a hybrid linebacker / safety, but at times when he was in man coverage, it was tough. And I think with Jimmy Ward, you're going to get a very similar player. And that, you also don't want him one-on-one with Devontae Adams with no safety help over the top. Yeah. But he can do a lot of those other same things that Jaylen Pitre can do. I guess what I would hope is that Jimmy Ward's veteran savvy is he's not the athlete that Pitre is at his age and everything, but his veteran savvy, like when he chipped that receiver that ended up getting Elshire the interception a couple weeks ago, that kind of stuff. Yeah, hopefully in that role where they're using him now, he can have a bigger impact on the game.
He did get the pick 6 after Pitre went out. Jimmy Ward did.
Yeah, that's right.
In the game, yeah.
And he did a great job. We should play that later just to give people a good dose of veteran savvy, Jimmy Ward, because Jimmy also had the bad play where he gave up the post for a touchdown in that game. But he talked about – he brought that up unprompted when he was talking to you guys, which I expected. I was driving with Brandy. We were listening, and I told Brandy, listen, because she asked why you guys hadn't asked him about that yet. And I was like, just wait a minute, because I'm pretty sure. And Clint asked a question that kind of opened the door for him to answer it. Yeah. And Jimmy brought it up without you guys having to ask about it.
Yep.
Jaylen Pitre getting that. Sean, I used to have chronically dislocating shoulders. Yeah. Well, one shoulder in particular. That I tried to play through one season. I dislocated it like 4 times. Ugh. When I watch anybody hurt their shoulder or tear a pec, like anything where your arm's out extended like that. And you know who I blame?
Who?
Riggs. From 48 hours.
Oh, no. Lethal Weapon 2.
Lethal Weapon.
Lethal Weapon.
Was Lethal Weapon 2 when he all of a sudden had the dislocated shoulder?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so, that was the one with all the South Africans in it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 48 Hours was Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
I blame him for other things.
And Nick Nolte.
That's my, I tried to play through it, and I swear, there was a part of me in my brain that was like, well, yeah, Riggs makes it look like it's no big deal.
Just slam it into a wall.
Whack it into. Yeah. That's what I asked the doc the first time it dislocated. It was like, where's the wall I'm going to slam this thing back into?
Where's the straitjacket you're going to put me in to test out my ability to pop the shoulder in and out?
I honestly thought that I was soft if I didn't play through a shoulder that was dislocating once every 2 games.
Yeah, because of Riggs.
Because of Riggs. Yeah.
Kids, if you haven't seen Lethal Weapon 2, it's the rare movie franchise where the sequel, in my opinion, is better than the original. I think Lethal Weapon 2 is better than the original Lethal Weapon. Hot take. All right, let's keep it moving. Number 4, protect CJ. This is always going to be. I was going to take this. I said, you know what? When you guys can protect CJ Stroud at a rate of a pressure rate below 40%, I'll take this out as a key to the game. They didn't do that against the Tennessee Titans. CJ was running around for his life again because guys can't protect. And I would say this, not to the degree it's a strength for the Texans, but the edge rushers are good on this team. The 2 defensive ends are good. Josh Hines-Allen he's only got 5 sacks this year, but a very disruptive player. And Trayvon Walker, former number 1 overall pick, has come into his own a little bit, 7.5 sacks.
And then when Caserio, when he was talking about the Jaguars, it said that up front, the defensive line, it all starts with Devon Hamilton, the defensive tackle. I'm curious. I got to go back and watch more because I watched him versus the Lions, and I was not impressed. But apparently he's come along as the season's come along, and he's had more good games than others. So I was thinking, hey, this team, at least they don't have strong interior defensive linemen like the Titans did. Now, I doubt Devon Hamilton is no Jeffrey Simmons, but they don't have schlubs out there.
And the Texans are no Detroit Lions, right? You watched film of him going against the best offensive line.
Right, yeah.
He's going against Juice Scruggs and Jared Patterson and Shaq Mason.
I just watched a planet-sized human being swat Shaq Mason,
like a
bug. Similarly planet-sized human being, away like he was a dead gnat.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
So they got to protect CJ Stroud. I would say number 5, just to add on to this, CJ Stroud in turn. This needs to be a get-well game for CJ. Just protect him, offensive line. Just protect him decent, because here are the numbers on the Jags defense, Seth. 28th in points allowed per game, nearly 29 points. 29th in third down conversion rate allowed. 32nd in passer rating allowed. 111.5. This Jaguar defense scratches the Texans right where they itch. CJ has had passer ratings of below 80 the last 4 games. They've been horrible on third down. They can't score in the second half. You're not walking into Green Bay or some other road venue where the noise going. Jacksonville to play a 2-9 Jags. Seth, you've played in Jacksonville. I got to imagine, not to throw any shade at the Jags fans, but I'm guessing this is not an unconditional love that they have with the team when it comes to attendance and noise in Jacksonville.
Well, they're right. It's a smaller city, so when people are emotionally detached, it's just even fewer people that are going to bother to show up.
Stuff to do. It's warm weather.
It's an old stadium, so it's like all wide. It's not. You're not stacking people right on top of the field, so it doesn't get as loud. For what it's worth, CJ Stroud, just randomly picking whichever quarterback grade you want to use. CJ is the 20th graded quarterback on the PFF score. Trevor Lawrence, 14th.
Trevor Lawrence is 14th, eh?
Yeah. Okay. And Trevor Lawrence is still, we know, he's capable of making some really impressive throws. So I'm not stepping in here taking Trevor Lawrence lightly.
No, I'm not taking him lightly. I think Texans have the quarterback I'd rather have in this game. PFF.
Yeah. Long term, 100%.
Yeah.
I just don't know which offensive coordinator I want him paired up with.
Fair enough, and we're going to get to that.
Doug Pederson.
Or Press Taylor.
Or, who's the most recently fired head coach that showed that he wasn't really probably an actual head coach? Well, actually, Stefanski might be if Stefanski gets fired. If Stefanski gets fired and they don't try to money whip him into buying a house in Sugar Land, I'm going to flip out.
It sounds like, it's funny you say that. I tweeted that this past week. Somebody had a tweet where they listed a few guys they hope would get, what if Brian Daboll gets fired? And what if this or that guy? And they didn't list Stefanski, so I retweeted. I said, put Stefanski's name in there. I'm with you on that. I believe that the Haslams gave Stefanski and Andrew Berry a vote of confidence this week, that they're bringing them back. I think
a genuine one?
They're never genuine.
He's our coach forever for now.
I think it was. I think they're coming. I'll look it up during the break. I'm with you.
Tell me it's not real until D. Haslam says it.
and discusses.
to get up there and tell me, lay it out for how it is. Yeah.
Right, that and counseling, yes. My prediction, by the way, on this game, thank you, Ben, 23-20 Texans. They're 5-point favorites. I cannot in good conscience take them to cover in this game. I think they're going to win, but I don't have them covering. Seth will give his prediction, which if you want to take a bet on the total in this game, Seth is on fire with totals right now. On fire, en fuego. So he'll give his prediction.
I attribute none of it to chance or luck.
No, it's knowledge. It's knowledge, know-how, and moxie is what that is.
Sure, yes.
So Seth will give his prediction in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll do headlines up next. News with the Texans on the injury front. Thanksgiving football that we'll get to as well. Rockets, good week for the Rockets, too. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next.
Hey, not trying to do any post hoc reasoning.
Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Texans, and good news on the injury front. Will Anderson Jr. and DeMeco Ryans, both of whom had not practiced as of Thanksgiving morning, It was a Thanksgiving miracle. They both practiced yesterday in a limited fashion, yet both practiced yesterday. Very good news for the depth at what has been the Texans' best position group so far this year, edge rusher.
There didn't seem to be a lot of angst or hand-wringing over Will Anderson being out on Wednesday. That was just, he's still working his way back from ankle injury, excuse me. Fake news inadvertently by me, unless I'm right, and then I'll claim credit for it.
ML football, Seth, yes.
He had an ankle surgery and recovered in 10 days.
Seth Kleiman, yes.
Yeah, so apologies. Caserio talked about it on the GM show this week. It was interesting talking about just how much they lean on the GPS data and everything else like that, and when to load, like how to structure practice, which guys should practice and which aren't. I get a little grumpy old man about this.
You got very grumpy old man last week about it. Earlier this week. Yeah, you said that.
It invites softness.
It invites softness. Thank you.
The way that was one of those ones. It was tough because the clip that they put out on social media, I felt held the whole story, and the quote is, it made it look like I was anti-analytics. I think you just got to be careful about it. You got to be cognizant that, all right, the players still need to understand that, there's going to be times when your recovery score isn't ideal. It's not an excuse for poor play. It's not an excuse to not practice your butt off. And I do worry about the cumulative effect of, you're individually resting guys, but it's the ultimate team sport, and not having guys all out there together for practice. It's just there's probably it's a lot harder to measure and quantify the effect of that on a team.
Yeah.
It's a classic. It happens in business all the time. You're like, oh, well, we do this. We now tell the customers that if they don't donate $1, that they're greedy SOBs. And look, our donations went up.
Yeah.
But it's harder to count the people who never come back. So likewise, it's easy to measure individually the guys that are, they're staying healthier, they're only practicing here and there, but it's harder to measure the overall effect on the whole team.
Wednesday. Shaq Mason, not injury related. Rest. Laramie Tunsil, not injury related.
Boy, if there's a guy that needs rest and not practice, it's the guy that looked like he had no clue in the world what he was supposed to do as he was pulling. It was almost like he was pulling in pass protection on this. It was weird. It was like this weird turn protection. I sent it out to O-line cabal, and they're like, I guess I know what he was doing. But Mason looked like he pulled and saw Ali Gay rocketing off the edge, and there was a moment where he said, hey, he used to play here. and he was almost kind of like he did a double take. Yeah. Hey, I know him.
Yeah.
Hey, good job, Ali. Good for you.
That's funny.
Yeah, so I'm glad he got some rest.
Yeah.
The timing, coordination, cohesiveness on the O-line, screw all that. The Texans don't care.
No.
They just don't care. They're like, good offensive line play, why bother? Yeah. That's old stuff.
They're well rested.
We got the GPS data now that tell us that Shaq Mason needs rest.
He's well rested.
My God. Oh, now I'm disgusted.
Okay, well, I'm
thankful for nothing.
Let's get on to Thanksgiving football. Yesterday, 3 games yesterday. The best of the 3, the most dramatic of the 3 was the first one, Detroit and Chicago. Detroit built up a 16-0 lead, and that didn't even begin to tell the story of how much they dominated the first half of this game. The Bears had 53 yards of offense in the first half of this football game, and then they mounted a comeback. And in the end, it was 23-20. Bears are driving for what could have been a game-tying field goal.
Yeah.
Right? They had the ball on the fringe of field goal range on second down, like right around the 30 or 35 of Detroit. Caleb Williams takes a sack to make it 3rd and long at about the Bears' 40-ish yard line, not in field goal range. 3rd down. It's about 30 seconds ago. Clock is running. Bears have a timeout here. Here's what it sounded like.
They try and run, and he is engulfed again. Sack number 5 for the Lions. Cedarius Smith back on the field. Time is ticking away, down to 25 seconds. The Bears are out of field goal range. They have one timeout. It's forever. Williams at the line, tapping his head. We're down to 15 seconds here. Caleb Williams out of the shotgun, 3rd and long. Time is moving. Gotta go under 10 seconds now. Oh my goodness. Back to Williams. He's ready to throw. He'll throw it down the middle of the field. Incomplete at the horn. The game is over. The Bears won't even get to fourth down. They leave Detroit with a timeout in their pocket, and the Lions, for the first time since 16, have won on Thanksgiving. 23-20 the final score. How in the world can that happen?
It's the Bears.
Who is that? Who's the color commentator?
I don't know. It's Tom Thayer is the former offensive lineman, I believe, is their color commentator, if I'm not mistaken.
He's probably a huge proponent of GPS tracking.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Notre Dame guy, Tom Thayer, by the way. So that's how it ended. Matt Eberflus. I immediately checked Twitter and every tweet. It doesn't matter. Bears fan, non-Bears fan, like everybody's tweeting about this.
I feel bad for Matt Eberflus's parents. You're trying to enjoy Thanksgiving. Maybe they're at the game. Maybe they're watching their son.
His son's the coach of the Bears.
It's like finding out that, and he definitely got fired. Like he sealed his fate yesterday.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like you found out your son died in a parachuting accident, and it was because he didn't pull his reserve chute.
Right.
It's like what happened? Did he pass out? Did he hit a wing? No, he had a reserve chute, and he just said. He said bonsai and hit the turf. Yeah, I know, it was weird. It was weird.
His last words were, "I thought it was a good plan."
I still believe in the first shoot.
I was confident.
Shoots us above him. It's like, just give it time. It just needs more.
It was third down going into fourth down.
Poor dead two-dimensional Matt Eberflus.
Two-dimensional. Oh,
just a bag of
yeah.
soup and shattered bones.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Dallas beats the Giants 27-20 in their game, and the Green Bay Packers beat soon-to-be Texans opponent Miami 30-17 in Green Bay. Man, the biggest layup ever. Tua and the Dolphins in cold weather. Bet against
Which player
it every
was
time.
Yeah.
Every time.
How cold was it?
It was in the mid-20s. It was like 26 degrees.
One of the Miami players apparently just said that they weren't ready for the cold.
Really?
Which I got it. That never plays well. I'll pull it up next.
Okay, yeah, find that.
Find that.
By the way, the Rockets two-game road trip back-to-back in Minnesota, in Philly before the holiday. Won them both.
Bam.
Won them both. Nick Nurse, the head coach of the Sixers, said that this is, quote, the best team that we've played against this season.
Yeah. So that was fun yesterday. Talking to my brother-in-law and his father. His father was a longtime coach in Maryland in that Catholic school league down there.
Oh, yeah, with DeMeco and all them?
Yeah, with Georgetown Prep and all that. Yeah. So it's fun listening to them talk about basketball. Like his dad coached a lot of guys that are in the NBA.
That's
cool. Still guys that went to he was the athletic, and Brian played in college. Yeah. So anyway, both those guys very impressed with the Rockets and Udoka.
That was
and
my
everybody
question.
Else,
yeah, good. They like
and Jaylen. Brian and I had a discussion about Jaylen Green. Brian, my brother-in-law, is just he was talking. He was giving me all the reasons not to be as skeptical of Jaylen Green.
Oh, okay. We may have to repurpose this.
And he's one that's actually he's Mr. Fundamentals, my brother-in-law.
Yeah, it's a little surprising to me. Okay.
We might have to have him on. He'll give us a Jaylen Green.
That'd be awesome. Talk. Yes. Any relative of Seth on the show?
Brian, no, it's scary talking. Between my brother-in-law, he's very, very smart.
Yeah.
Very successful without having to rely on his athleticism to do it. But also, I think, because he's a basketball player and not a defensive lineman, much better athlete than me. And now that my nephew is a much better athlete than me too, my niece, I might not be going back.
Okay.
I told my sister as I left, you guys have just done too well.
I blame your sister. Your sister could have chosen somebody else.
My sister's funnier than me.
Yeah. Wow. So you come away from Thanksgiving feeling pretty small, huh?
No,
this whole
it's pretty small. No. I'm very proud of all of them. It's awesome because they did it I've been able to watch them kind of grow. My brother-in-law's done very well. Went out on his own, started his own business, and they've done very, very well. Kind of starting just from square one, and But they live in this house that's it looks. It's like Molly's son, John Hughes movie from the 80s.
Yeah, man.
It's one of these names. It's this big old brick Victorian
that's cool,
house.
Man. That's cool. You got to be proud. That's great, man. That's great. DeMeco Ryans, I think he's proud of his football team because he's positive about them all the time. Is this something a wartime consigliere would say about his team, and Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick contends something about this offense that I don't think many Houstonians agree with. We will get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. That is coming up next.
In the Loop.
I want this to sting all week for our guys.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
and Slay here on Odyssey Sports Station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, before we get into some of this audio, Seth, that we're about to play, are you ready to do the Circle of Swarm at 7:20 today for this weekend?
This segment?
It's later this segment. Yeah, it's in about
like 18 minutes from now.
18-ish minutes from now. Yes, yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, you know what, though? Actually, I'm not. It's not going to be as hard as I was dreading just because there were some very Swarm-like performances last week.
There were.
I'm going to tell you another one. Nico Collins is a big one that, we're looking at 2 straight weeks he should have had well over 100 receiving yards and yet didn't.
Yep.
Because they're called back by idiotic penalties.
Stupid
both
penalties,
times.
yes.
Stupid, avoidable penalties.
Yep.
One of those many just little things that's holding them back. Hey, guys, everything's awesome. Just a few little things. Okay. Consistently, over and over and over
good
and over again.
Good lead in. We'll get to Bobby Slowick in a second, some of the things he had to say on Wednesday. Here was DeMeco Ryans. He's a beacon of positivity. He is a positive. That's his style. I don't have a problem with it. Is it concerning, though? Like, this is DeMeco's overall outlook on the recent stretch of futility that the team has had.
A lot of times when you lose a game or something doesn't go your way, you would think that the sky is falling, and everything is just doom and because you lost the game, and everybody has the answers on what you should be doing or what changes you need to make, and that's what we do. I mean, in the NFL, you're going to lose some games. Of course, you don't want to lose; it happens, but that doesn't just zap all of our energy and zap what we're truly made of and who we are as men, as people. We bounce back. It's another day, and it's a blessing to see another day. It's a blessing to get to do what we do for a living, right? And we have a positive outlook on everything. Every single week we have a positive outlook on that. And whatever we need to do, we got to be the best team on Sunday, and that's about executing on Sunday.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that outlook. Honestly, when you're going through this, it probably, you know better than I do, Seth. You're a former player. Having a coach that kind of keeps things, keeps the positive outlook is maybe a good thing. The one thing I do know, DeMeco Ryans cannot change now. You can't all of a sudden, he can't turn into Tom Coughlin all of a sudden. That's
he's
phony.
not going to be like Joe Tough Guy.
Yeah,
right? That's the old saying, when you come in hard, if you come in like a hard ass and then lighten up, people will love you for it. If you come in as a kinder, softer human being and then try to turn into a dictator, they'll think you're insane.
Yep.
So, it's just, DeMeco is who he is. I mean, none of it's an act or anything or a charade.
That's right.
Sometimes guys will try to force their way into being a super positive dude, and it's just I've got zero issue with the way DeMeco operates in terms of his personality or his coaching style, because that at least on the defensive side of things, those guys are getting coached and they're getting taught. I think on the offensive side, I think they're getting coached and they're getting taught, but I don't know how effectively, because it's a hodgepodge of issues across the board from different position groups, different categories of mistakes, whether they be physical or penalties or mental errors. They don't look like they're being coached effectively. So, and as DeMeco said, there's all kinds of people with opinions for what you should do. I'll tell you what, I'm not that demanding. I just want all that crap fixed.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Bobby Slowick knows way more about offensive football than I do. Mm-hmm. But I also can tell when the results aren't there, and when I can tell when an offense is frankly poorly coached.
Yeah.
It's when guys aren't operating. You know how sickening it was watching that Detroit Lions offensive line yesterday?
Yeah, it was hard
and
to watch.
And watching them move as a unified front.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
As a Texans fan, hard to watch.
You could plop them down on a medieval battlefield.
Yep.
And they could be your heavy horses.
They could.
Nobody's getting through that wall.
Nope.
Then you watch the Texans offensive line try to run the same plays.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It looked like a bunch of Army deserters out there.
Yeah.
Trying to look in which way I just got to get out of here any way possible.
It's interesting because, this is going to be DeMeco's style. And, look, we're not at practice every day. We're not in the building every day. So we don't know what all that style entails outside of game day, press conferences, what we see at practice, training camp, all those things. So DeMeco maybe, and I would imagine, is much harder behind the scenes this, in practice, or like the stuff that we see. They said that about Kubiak all the time, right? Like there was a side to Gary Kubiak.
Kubiak was tough in a lot of ways for the offensive guys. I mean, he was hard to play for in a good way. Like he was demanding and just he was on top of it all the time. He put the screws on those guys.
And I think, and if you talk to some of those guys that used to play for him, they will echo what you just said. The offensive guys, I'm saying. I think it's interesting that you put it as the offensive guys, because I would imagine for defensive guys, there's probably some of that with DeMeco, right? And you see that in their play. Like they're on the details, as DeMeco likes to say. This offense is not on the details at all. No. And I do wonder, like maybe if it's something where, okay, as you're evaluating players, man, I think they've done a really good job, Nick and DeMeco, of by and large evaluating guys that love football, that embrace the mentality that DeMeco brings, the whole swarm thing, all that stuff, except for certain aspects of the offense. And you may just, it may very well be where they've got guys on that offensive side of the ball that the positivity with DeMeco in maybe engenders a lack of accountability with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
especially if DeMeco's sights are trained more on the defensive side of things.
Correct, yeah.
Like the attention, I'm glad you used the attention to detail phrase, because that's really what it is. That's what it boils down to. Yeah. And for me, different schemes, different intelligence levels, different varieties of creativity versus just running traditional offense. None of that matters to me as much with an NFL coach as much as attention to detail. Mm-hmm. And this is what you see sometimes with guys like Urban Meyer when they come to the NFL. Like Urban Meyer, a recruiter and a motivator on the college side of things. When you get to the NFL, you have to be so precise with the attention to detail. And on the offensive side of the ball, what I worry about is that Bobby Slowick looks like the classic whiteboard warrior. Where not white lord warrior, whiteboard warrior.
Whiteboard.
So whiteboard warrior that can scheme things up really well. But man, you have to go out and you got to coach up the details.
Teach it.
You got to get guys and guys have to be held accountable. And nothing out there looks like that right now. You have gotten CJ has regressed in so many ways when it comes to being on the same page as receivers and whatnot. They've regressed in that regard. The offensive line is a disheveled mess. Yeah.
Are you ready to hear from Bobby Slowick on this whole thing?
Again?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Here's Bobby Slowick talking about this year's offense versus last year's offense.
Everyone talks about all the bad. Like, we do some incredibly special things for really half to 3/4 of the game. We're like fourth in points in the first half, and I don't even think we're good in the red zone in the first half. So there's a whole lot out there still. We do some really good stuff. And we have an immense amount of penalties that last year we weren't, I would say, as undisciplined in that regard, like just being willing at times to understand when I have to let up. And we've had a whole lot of errors that we've continued to try to clean up and has led to a lot of inconsistency. And last year we had some of that, but not as much, I would say, would be the one difference. But beyond that, I think all of us in the room, when we together in our offensive room, there's a lot of belief that what we're doing right now and where we're going, we'll be fine.
Yeah, the foreplay was really good, wasn't it, honey?
First half.
That's I
thought the same thing.
How's that foreplay, huh? As I'm smoking a cigarette and
How was the first?
Disgusted and disappointed and unsatisfied Brandy lays next to me. How about that foreplay? That was pretty special, wasn't it? It's pretty incredible, the stuff I was pulling off.
That was the first 2.5 quarters of that, huh? Yeah.
Sometimes they just want you to drop the hammer, Bobby. Okay?
Yep,
all right? Sometimes they just want you to drop that hammer and
all
go.
4 quarters, man.
I mean, you guys have not shown any ability to do that.
Yeah.
We've done some special things in the first half.
I don't know what he was driving at there.
Sean, I stopped listening. I didn't listen after that.
Okay.
That was the I couldn't. What?
Warning, I've got one more cut coming here, just so you know.
We've done some really special things. If only the football. He might as well have said, if only football games were only 30 minutes long. We'd be so good, yeah.
I'm listening to him say that. I'm like, don't do this. Don't do this. And then we've had more penalties this year. As if penalties are like weather. You know what I mean? Like, you can't control the weather. You know what I mean? Like, it's
like a good farmer who just got hit with a drought or something.
Man,
he's at the bank. The bank will listen to you if they're like, it was a drought. Like, we've been out to your farm. We know that things are run well. But what are you going to do? It was a drought. The bank's going to be understanding.
Yeah.
If you walk into the bank office and you're drunk off your ass and you're driving like a farmer with a brand new Ferrari walks into the office like, listen, I've had some unfortunate circumstances. Turns out I'm gambling a lot, and that equity loan you guys gave me last year. Yeah, I gambled all of it away. So we've had some bad luck. But could you give me another loan?
Yeah, dude, he makes it sound like penalties are something they don't control. No, you committed the penalties. What am I listening to?
I don't know, man.
All right, well, there's more. Here is Bobby Slowick. He's got the second. We know the second half of games have been. Kids are out of school. Piss poor for the Texans. They've been bad in the second half of game, really all season, other than 2 games. The Colts game, they had a couple of touchdowns in the second half. The Patriots game, they had a bunch of touchdowns in the second half, I think 2 or 3. And other than that, it's been, by and large, nothing. And in the last, 6 weeks, they've scored 1 touchdown in the second half. On a 35-yard drive at the end of the Cowboy game when the Cowboys all wanted to get to the club.
And I know. It was like the worst. It was almost unsportsmanlike.
Go for the touchdown there, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then the one thing, just to add more context to this as you listen to Bobby Slowick, let's remember that Caleb Williams had 3 second-half touchdowns yesterday.
Yeah. That team scored touchdowns.
Caleb Williams
against the Lions.
The Detroit Lions, they had 3 touchdowns. Caleb Williams had 3 touchdowns in the second half. In one game. That's one half of football in the second half where Caleb Williams had 3 touchdowns.
How many points the Texans have in the second half of that Lions game? At home, by the way. At home. The Bears were on the road in Detroit.
Yeah.
The number is 0. They were 23-7 at the half. They lost 26-23. That is fantastic context as we hear Bobby talk about the belief that the second half of games will be better over the course of the rest of the season.
When you watch the film, you could see how close. Just like the first half when we make plays, the second half we haven't been making plays. I know our quarterback's history is that he's an extremely, extremely efficient and good 2-minute quarterback, and that's not going to go anywhere. And I mean, how close we are really, really throughout the season on a lot of these plays in the second half is we're right there. And, you don't just change because all of a sudden he blows a whistle at halftime and we go in the locker room for 2 minutes and come out, and now we're completely different people. We believe in the process, and the process here is very sound, and our players believe in the process. And like I said, we can see it. It's been different the last 3-4 weeks, and eventually it's just the nature of sports that's going to manifest itself on the field.
It's first of all, attention to detail. It's 12 minutes at halftime. I appreciate exaggeration for the sake of driving home a point, but for whatever it's worth, let's just be really precise, okay? Let's not mess around with exaggerating things to make a point. Okay, this is the thing about being very close. It's the NFL. Who's really, really close, but for a few key areas every
Crappy
single
teams,
week.
Yeah.
Every team in the league.
That's right.
Every single team in the league is really close, but for the details, but for those little things that add up over time. And I'm just not, because this is the problem. They're not, you can say all you want about the positives. They're getting physically beat all over the place, particularly on the offensive line. I mean, man, Sean, that safety, yes. CJ's got it, that's on CJ. He stepped out of bounds. But part of it is that, okay, Titus Howard was getting destroyed.
Yes, yeah.
Destroyed on that play.
Yeah.
So should CJ have stepped up? I went back and watched it 10 times. The defensive end was destroying Titus so thoroughly and completely that, honestly, at one point it looked like he was going to win to the inside. But he could do whatever he wanted with Titus at that point. So for one brief moment, it looked like the D end was going to win to the inside, and that's when CJ made the decision to try to bolt, and he gets kind of pushed out just by a few millimeters. So it's still on CJ ultimately, but Titus Howard then Sean, I don't know if you noticed this on the TV copy, he turns around, he sees CJ on the ground, and Titus raises his hands in frustration in a manner in which I would interpret as, what are you doing?
Walking out of the end zone. Why are you doing
like
this?
Like blaming it on CJ. Why didn't you step up? Because you were getting your ass destroyed.
Yeah. I saw it.
You might as well have been in an adult film. It was just, you were getting freaking destroyed. Does he not understand he was getting destroyed on that play? Is he like, honestly, is he raising his hands in frustration? I don't know. That CJ didn't step up when you were getting tossed around like a dish rag? What the hell is that?
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
It was bad. It was, and as far as what, I saw the same thing you did, Seth, 100% on that play. As far as what Bobby had to say about we're close, we're so close, man, it's week 13. This has been a problem all year. Like this whole second half thing, last 6 games, 1 touchdown. They weren't good. They have not been good in the second half all season long. They've not been good over the course of 4 quarters, really like good all season long. They've been better in the first half. They're actually a good team. I think they've scored the 4th most first half points in the league. Yeah. Yay. It's a 4-quarter game. If you're not close in week 13, if you're saying we're so close, man, it's a block here, a block there. In week 13, you're not close. If it's happened over the course of 3 months, that's a 1 or 2 week thing. It's not a 12-week thing.
They are, on the season, they are 6-2 versus bad teams, losing teams. They're 1-3 versus winning teams.
Yeah, man.
Specifically, the NFC North. I guess
that's the good news.
Are the NFC North.
The next time you see the NFC North, theoretically, would be in the Super Bowl if you played them this year. Yeah.
Well, that rematch is going to be a beaut. It's going to be a beaut. Yeah. The other thing, too, again, because people love the O-line propaganda machine fires up, and people love putting out these, hey, Laramie Tunsil's the highest-rated PFF pass protector here or whatever. Just for the PFF scores, right now, Laramie Tunsil is the 20th best offensive tackle in the league, and Titus Howard is the 28th best offensive tackle.
Out of how many? 2 per team, I guess.
75.
75, okay.
But on any given Sunday, those guys are basically average offensive tackles.
Right.
On any given Sunday, there's 64. If all teams were playing, there's 64 offensive tackles.
Upper third.
And you've got guys that are just above the median there.
Yeah.
Laramie Tunsil just above the median at 28th.
Yeah.
So spare me your little isolated pass protection stats.
Yeah.
They're not playing up to their contracts. The interior offensive line is trash. Bobby, they are not even close. Don't feed me candy and tell me lies. Don't freaking tell me I'm going to the park when you damn well know I'm going to get euthanized at the vet, all right?
Poor Seth is looking out the window, getting all...
I've been through this, man. In 2005, I remember sitting in the meeting with Vic Fangio. God bless him. He was trying to salvage something, but he was giving us the presentation about, hey, you guys are actually doing some really good things. Like, look at this, look at this, look at this. We were trash. What was
the tone after I would imagine as soon as you walk out of that meeting, guys are talking to each other or whatever. Do you remember?
No, I mean when somebody's sitting there trying to tell you nice things about yourself, you want to accept it. And you're like, yeah, all right, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
But that's what this is right now, man. Like it's bad on the offensive side of the football. I mean, they're not close.
They're not close.
Yeah.
They're getting worse. I don't understand where he comes off saying that. Was he saying they've gotten better over the last few weeks?
No, man.
Or does he just mean there's been some bad luck the last few weeks or something?
I don't know what the overall point. I think the overall point that he's trying to make is a corollary to what DeMeco was saying, that the sky isn't falling right now. Like, I think, hey, all is well. Like Kevin Bacon standing there in the middle of the street in Animal House with the entire city in chaos going, all is well.
I hate to pick on Shaq Mason here, but I will. Just because I think Shaq Mason is the one guy who potentially is Swarm-like. He just might be too old.
Yeah.
You're looking at, 2 of the sacks in that game. One, Shaq Mason pulls on a very sketchy pass protection design that was either poorly executed, and that's why it looks so. But part of why it was so poorly executed was Shaq Mason looks like he doesn't know what he's supposed to be doing as he watches Ali Gay get a sack. The other one, Shaq Mason, it's one of the manliest things I've ever seen a defensive tackle do to an offensive lineman. T'Vondre Sweat swatted Shaq Mason aside like he was nothing.
Yep.
Like, are you honestly sitting here and telling me? Are you telling me that it's just bad luck and little turns of fate that got them beat? And let me tell you another thing about that T'Vondre Sweat. Because first, when I went back to watch it, I watched the sack individually. The T'Vondre Sweat, 400-pound man getting a sack. First sack he's had in the NFL. And I'm like, okay, well, boy, those are some late developing routes. And, it was a coverage sack as much as anything. And then I remembered, it was 3rd and more than 15. It was 3rd and 16 or 3rd and 7. Why was it 3rd and so long because you had consecutive false starts by the
Correct.
stupid left side of your offensive line.
That's right.
And Bobby Slowick's going to get up there and tell me that they're really, really close. Like, there's just yet another series that your offensive line completely and totally squandered.
Yeah.
By ineptitude, by just gross negligence and incompetence.
Laziness.
Like, no, you guys are not that close, Bobby.
No.
It's not close. Your team is, yesterday on Thanksgiving, we had long drives both to and from my sister's house.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, like, okay, I got to reverse this a little bit and try to maybe look at some of the positive sides of things and but offensively, I can't. It's a poorly coached offense.
Yeah.
If they don't do something, I don't expect them to do anything. I don't expect them to do a single damn thing in terms of changing play calling or anything.
Yeah, that's
and it's just so obvious. If they would step the hell back and look at what their offense is doing, that is not a well-coached unit.
Well, and I guess the fear would be, for the big picture, not fear. I mean, look, if they win the game Sunday, that's great. This is not a great defense they're going against. Like we laid out some of the this is the worst defense against the pass, according to passer rating, in all of football. This is the 29th best defense in terms of scoring. They allow third down conversions at the fourth highest rate in the NFL. Like, this is not a defense, Jacksonville, where you go into this game, and if the Texans go in and put up 28 points, they actually score in the second half, you go, all is well. It's all cured, Because now you're going into a stretch of schedule coming out of the bye week where it's Miami and it's Kansas City and it's Baltimore, it's Tennessee again. Those are games coming out of the bye. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. One more bit of audio, then we'll get to the circle of swarm. Does J.J. Watt make you feel any better about where the Texans are at?
I believe in him. I believe in DeMeco and what he's doing and that entire staff and all the players down there. There's no question it's a rough patch at the moment. Just little things. It's this game, it's a tough one. You get 8 sacks, 7 of them in the first half. You get a pick 6, a couple fumble recoveries, and you still don't close out a division opponent at home. That's not the type of stuff that before the season any of us thought was going to happen, obviously. We have all these high expectations, these high hopes, and these are the type of games you expect them to close out no problem. I would much rather it happen now than later. I'm hoping that it's a learning experience. There's no question that, there's some issues with penalties for sure, some offensive line things, but middle of the season is when you get all that stuff cleaned up and get it corrected, and I believe DeMeco's the right guy to do that and carry them into the playoffs stronger than they are right now.
It's not the middle of the season. That's the problem. It feels like the middle of the season because they haven't had a bye week yet, but it's it's Thanksgiving. Like it's not the middle of the season anymore. It's like you're getting down. This is the home stretch they're coming into here.
The rough thing too about the penalties are tricky because usually in any given year there's usually a couple of really good teams that have a good boatload of penalties. I mean, right now I'm looking at the Texans are 5th in penalties. There's still time. They could claim 5th worst.
5th worst.
You look through that. Green Bay's 3rd worst. So
Baltimore is the worst, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And I think a lot of it runs down to the nature of the penalties and just 100%. How damaging they've been. And the Texans have just, whether it's feel or in actuality, a lot of boneheaded penalties, specifically by the offensive line, that are so preventable.
Yep.
That's the frustrating thing.
No doubt. All right,
by the way, that was pre-snap penalties. That's where those
pre-snap.
Because I always look at pre-snap penalties as like those are the boneheaded dumb penalties.
Yep.
And the Texans are 5th worst in pre-snap penalties.
Okay,
right
that surprises me. There's 4 worse teams than them.
The luminaries of that group, the top 5 in terms of worst: Cleveland, Chicago, Green Bay, Tennessee, Houston. Yeah. So one of those teams is a good team. The other 4. Decrepit mess.
Yeah, Baltimore leads the league in overall penalties, which I think kind of makes your point. Baltimore, with their style, probably a lot of those are, due to over-aggressive play.
Yeah.
Which plays into a team actually being good. Let's do the circle of swarm for Week 13.
DeMeco always says swarm.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
We want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
Okay, Circle of Swarm for Week 13. It is based largely on past performance, especially recent performance, with a sliver of a look ahead to the opponent. It's subjective. Seth and I do it every week. There can only be 6. 3 selected by Seth Payne, 3 selected by me. Sir, we talked about last week me going first so that we couldn't have a happened, like me forgetting to put Derek Barnett in
the guy who had the most swarm-worthy performance ever. Where he basically had 3 positive plays on one play.
He did.
So I'll go with Danielle Hunter to start things.
So you're going to start things. Okay, I was going to say, do you want me to start so that I'm not the one sitting there at the end?
No. Because I should have put Derek Barnett in before I did anyway. So yeah, that wasn't. That's. I got lucky. Gotcha. I was overlooking Derek Barnett last week, too.
So you put in Danielle Hunter, who the numbers, here it is. I've got the box score up. Danielle Hunter, this is like a J.J. Watt box score from back in the day, man. 7 tackles, 6 solos, 3 sacks, 5 TFLs, and 3 QB hits for Danielle Hunter. And, man, it felt like it feels like his big plays come at big times, man. Like, he's that last drive where Kaimi misses the field goal. Yeah. And the Titans have the ball, and the only way you're going to win this game is if you get the ball back. And the Titans bust a nice run on first down. So now it's 2nd and 3. And if the Titans gain 3 yards, the game's over. What happens on 2nd down? Danielle Hunter gets a TFL, and now it's 3rd and 6. And Will Levis has to throw the ball on 3rd down. Just little things like that. Hunter, he, by the way, has been put into the circle of swarm the most times of any Texan this season. 7 going into this one, and now, thanks to Seth, it is 8. Yeah. 8 for Danielle. I'll do the other obvious one, Will Anderson Jr., in this game. He didn't get a ton of snaps in this game, but, man, when he was in, he was effective. 2 QB hits, 2 TFLs, 2 sacks. So both his tackles in this game were sacks. And they also came at big times. One of his sacks came after the first CJ interception right before the end of the half, where the CJ handed the Titans the ball at, like, the Texans' 20 or 25-yard line. And, man, that defense did everything it could do to either force them out of field goal range, the Titans, or force a long field goal, and that's what they did. They forced a 56-yard field goal attempt, due in part to a huge sack from Will Anderson Jr. Will embodies swarm.
By the way, just as a quick checking in on Jonathan Grenard. Jonathan Grenard, 9 sacks on the year.
Yeah. He had 3 against the Texans.
What's that?
He had 3 against the Texans.
Yeah. No, he looked right. He showed up early and often in that game.
Yeah.
So I will go with my third one. We were talking about penalties that you can kind of live with and be okay with.
Yeah.
As long as they're not happening too often. Yeah. Aziz Al-Shire, who did have a penalty for an egregiously late hit out of bounds last week.
Yeah.
But there's a part of me like, at least he's doing something.
Yeah.
Offense.
Okay.
Like, at least he's actively he's trying to hurt people any which way he can. Like an old he's any which way but loose. That's right. He was Clint Eastwood and his orangutan. Just all rolled up into one, just destroying people out on the field.
He had a sack, he had a TFL, he had a QB hit in the game. He led the team in tackles. It's weird. Does a 15-yard in this particular exercise? Does a 15-yard hitting a guy out of bounds penalty actually help you get into the circle of swarm?
Kinda.
I think it's the message we're sending right now.
I don't think that's why they lost the game. Yeah, I'll go ahead and I got to look at that series in particular and see what happened at the end of that series.
Okay.
But Aziz Al-Shire, just partly just for I guess the core of who he is as a human and as a football player. You need more of that on the offensive side of the ball.
That's fair.
You need dudes that you're kind of scared of.
Yes.
And you're kind of scared of Aziz Al-Shire.
All right, so Aziz keeping pace with Danielle Hunter. This is Aziz's 7th circle of swarm, trailing only Danielle Hunter, who's been in there 8 times. All right, just to make sure we get this one in, Nico Collins.
Oh, gosh.
6 catches. Okay, we got it. 6 catches, 93 yards, a touchdown. Another would-have-been touchdown had we not had a double shift going on at the line of scrimmage at that play. It would have been potentially a game-winning touchdown. So 2 weeks in a row now, Nico Collins has had 2 weeks in a row. Nico Collins has had touchdowns called back that have been positively Nico Collins type touchdowns. What would have been a 77-yard missile screen on the first play, catch and run, outruns the whole defense against the Dallas Cowboys. Nope, sorry, Laramie Tunsil is hanging out 2 yards too far downfield. And then what would have been the game-winning touchdown on a crosser where, man, just Nico's speed, man. That speed to the edge on that crosser, really, really good. So Nico Collins, 6 catches, 93 yards. He is in the circle of swarm again this week. All right, your last one, Seth.
Oh, boy. This is it's tougher. I might have to pull up the box score to see this one.
Okay.
Who am I missing right now? Why am I so bereft?
I've got three names.
Who are your three candidates?
Okay. Got Jimmy Ward. I know he gave up that big long play.
Yeah.
He had some good plays too.
Yeah.
I have Derek Barnett, who actually he did some things, and if spoiler alert, if you don't put him in, I will, just to make up for last week. But he had a sack and a TFL and a couple QB hits in that game.
Yeah.
The other name I had, Chris Boyd. He recovered that fumble on the muffed punt.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do?
What are you going to do?
A guy that could have had the game-winning play basically on the first play of the game, and he's not going in as a running back, but as a special teamer, Dameon Pierce.
The kick return. Okay.
Dameon Pierce.
I thought you meant the first play from scrimmage. I actually wrote Cade Stover's name down just to have it on here. Like, okay, do I need to hash out Cade Stover for catching a touchdown?
We can't give it for something that Bobby Slowick actually did well in the game, scheming him up being wide open on that play. I can't give Cade Stover credit for that.
The tight ends are also, I believe, the Payne and Pendergast rule right now is they're an adjunct to the offensive line in the circle of swarm right now.
Offensive line and tight ends. It's offensive line first and foremost. Man, you better go out there and like actually.
They're banned.
Like literally destroy, like injure, put on IR at least 3 defensive players before you're going to make the circle of swarm.
Okay, so you're thinking of DP putting no, and Dameon would have had another long return that got called back because of a penalty on the next.
Yeah, that first one.
It was big.
Sean, I was so proud of myself. Deep historical pull, that kickoff return, the Battle of Agincourt, where the English baited the French into overcommitting to the center.
Okay.
The English were there in a muddy field, and the French came in and they got suckered into it. Like, oh, we're going to destroy these stupid, stinky English clowns. They all stunk back then.
Yeah.
Hygiene very poor.
Very poor.
But then the English were like, ha, we got you, and they came in from the flanks.
Yeah.
That's what Dameon did on there.
Okay.
He cited it afterwards.
You've put me
in Battle of Agincourt.
You put me in a terrible spot here. Because there are people weighing in. 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. There are people weighing in like Jimmy Ward. Don't forget Jimmy Ward. Pick 6 has to get in. Pick 6
has to get in, but he also let up it was almost a wash on points allowed versus points scored there.
He had 3 TFLs in the game.
He did, boy. He looked good when he moved into the star position there.
Yeah.
So I don't think – and you know what? He was incredibly just accountable and broke down his breakdown on that play very, very well.
Yeah.
Because part of it was the rush not getting there.
Yeah.
Sometimes it wasn't like he was manned up in that situation
right.
on Calvin Ridley. So, I give you my full blessing if you want to go with Jimmy Ward.
Okay, well, this means Derek Barnett.
Especially for swarm-like play.
Yeah, this means Derek Barnett is getting screwed again. But it is what it is. You want Dameon Pearson, that's your choice, and I don't choice at all.
Yeah.
That return should have been one of the biggest plays of the game. If the Texans had any killer instinct at all as a team, and you know my feeling on this, they have no killer instinct. I think they've got a moderate to good survival instinct in close games. Not lately, but overall. That would have been one of the biggest plays of the game had they held on to win. They were trailing. They were trailing 17-7 by early in the second quarter of this game, where they got spoon-fed a touchdown by the Titans special teams early on. So I'm going to go with Jimmy Ward on this last one. Sorry, Derek Barnett. Another week of Sean screwing you out of the circle of swarm. But Jimmy Ward, you're right. I think the accountability that Jimmy Ward showed in the postgame, to me, almost makes up for giving up a 63-yard catch to Calvin Ridley.
I'll say Derek Barnett, too. He had 3 total pressures in the game. One of them was a sack. But don't worry about it, Sean.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
It's going to bother me this weekend. Hey, Derek, just go out and have another great game this weekend, and I promise you that I will think about putting you in the circle of swarm.
When Derek Barnett gets into the circle of swarm, we might have to actually send him some kind of physical award.
Yes.
He deserves it. It's long awaited. It's late. This is overdue.
Yeah.
You understand, Derek. There's only 6 allowed in.
Yes. Yeah.
Not to mention, last year we didn't have the circle of swarm, where I feel like he would have been in the circle of swarm from the time he got signed, maybe half of his games.
Yeah, he was really good.
Yeah.
Really good. All right, Payne and Pendergast. There you go. So the circle of Swarm for Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr., Azeez Al-Shire, Nico Collins, Dameon Pierce making his second appearance in the Circle of Swarm, and Jimmy Ward in the Circle of Swarm for the week, thanks to his pick 6 and 3 TFLs. Of all those guys, man, Jimmy Ward might be the one that's under the most pressure to replicate the Circle of Swarm, given no Jaylen Pitre this week. You know,
did we put Bobby Slowick in the Circle of Swarm?
We
yet?
did not.
I can't remember
no,
if we did
not
that
unless you've got another way to acronym SWARM. No,
it's already DeMeco already took a lot of artistic license with that acronym.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can't make it meander any more than it already does.
The most genius bit of analysis on the Texans' performance against the Titans, and I know Seth Payne loves this because that's how I saw this video on my Twitter timeline. We will let you hear it coming up next.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Hear this. If you are, this time of
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
I'm still looking for at least one more reason to hate the Jags. I mean, we've got several we've used. They're a twice-a-year opponent, so I try to mix it up a little bit. But if anybody's out there listening this morning, if you're driving around or you're listening to the show on the Odyssey app and you want to contribute to the show, I've got 4. I'm leaving one open. I'm sure we can, Seth and I can workshop some stuff during the breaks and find something. But I'd love to have you participate on the 5 Hour Energy fan line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Give us a reason. And Jags Lady can't be one of them. We don't hate Jags Lady. We love Jags Lady. We don't hate her, right?
Certainly not.
Certainly not. Yeah, right. I mean,
no, we love her. Yeah, we kind of wish she was. I kind of wish she was ours. Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
With all of her delusional takes and optimism and everything else like that. It's basically like she kind of pulled a Bobby Slowick. She blamed. She blames the league for holding them back, whereas Bobby Slowick seems to blame all the bad things that the Texans offense has done as like random acts of nature.
Yes.
You know, like somehow penalties are just like something that happens that you have no control over.
Yep.
By the way, speaking of that, the penalties, if all they did was swap out Trent Williams for Laramie Tunsil.
Okay.
Just that simple thing.
Yeah.
People have tried to act like, oh, well, Laramie just tries to get a jump on the snap count. That's what good offense. No. Penei Sewell has 2 false starts this year. Trent Williams has 1.
Okay.
Let's say Penei Sewell with his 2 false starts.
2, yeah.
If you swapped him out, you would have right now the Texans would actually be would have the 23rd most false starts in the league instead of being tied for second right now.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Jeez, oh Pete, my God.
Yeah.
Did you see that play they ran yesterday where Penei Sewell almost threw the ball? Like the Lions ran a play where Penei Sewell
I didn't
comes.
See it, no.
He was obviously not. They had him lined up in a position where he was eligible. You know,
he was back behind. It could have been a lateral.
Yeah. He came in as an eligible receiver, and he lined up on the other side. I didn't see.
Did he back up at the snap?
I didn't see I didn't see the genesis of the play. I just saw this gigantic human being catching a ball on an end around and starting to act like he was going to throw it, and then he just tucked it away and took the tackle. I'm like, okay, which offensive lineman were they going to let throw the ball? And it was Penei Sewell. They were going to let him throw the football on a play.
Maybe that's what they need to do to get Laramie Tunsil involved.
Let
in
him throw.
Effort. It says, let him throw. Let him. You're holding him back. That's why he looks disengaged at times.
There was a play.
He's like a big man in basketball. You got to get him some touches early on.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It's like Dwight Howard.
That's why Titus was so. Titus was so hungry to get to touch the ball at the end of the game, where supposedly he didn't strip the ball shot.
I haven't gotten my touches.
That's the other part of the O-line propaganda machine. This O-line propaganda machine fires up so much selective PFF stats, and that Titus Howard wasn't actively stripping the ball from CJ Stroud.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Someone said I can tell you which Texan I hate, Laramie Tunsil. Okay, well it's not 5 Texans to hate for the Jacksonville.
He's the one you should love Laramie Tunsil because he's the one guy that you can't just easily blame Bobby Slowick for all of everything because Tunsil's always been a league leader in penalties.
Yes.
You know, he has very little – he obviously cares very little about hurting the team in that regard because he's consistently in the top 3 in the league for penalties in any given year.
Yep.
So, yeah.
This was a great bit of analysis that I know you loved. Chris Long, the Greenlight podcast, former defensive lineman.
I was so jealous that I didn't come up with this myself.
This is great. So we know that in the Texans-Titans game that at halftime, Will Levis was 11 for 12. Ungodly completion percentage, and a lot of them were big chunk play. Like it was 11 for 12 for like 180 yards. He had a really good first half. He also got sacked. Chris Long will say 8 times in the first half. It's 8 times total, but 7 times in the first half of the football game. So here was Chris Long's theory on why sacking Will Levis.
Yeah, and real quick, I just want to be sure because I can't remember if I sent this to Ben or not. Ben, did you beep this?
I told him to bleep it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We're good. So here is Chris Long on the theory on why maybe sacking Will Levis wasn't the best strategy.
10 of 10 or 11 of 11 through a first half that he got sacked 8 times. It had me thinking, maybe if you're Will Levis, playing a team like Houston who will sack the out of you before you can make a big mistake is like actually a good thing.
That's genius.
I think there's honestly something to it. If you're not a great golfer, they found that playing speed golf actually improves a lot of people's games. Because, listen, if you're not genuinely good at reading the greens and everything, you're probably hurting yourself more than you're helping by overthinking it. So just go out and play. Go play speed golf. Line up, hit the ball, and you're right. And I feel like that's where Will Levis might be, is like, okay, yeah, as long as he felt like I just got to get rid of the football. And it worked for the most part, except on that double slant that Jimmy Ward got the interception.
Right. So in theory then, instead of Will Anderson Jr. or Daniil Hunter sacking, like jumping on top of and sacking Will Levis, the better strategy would be to beat the offensive tackle, get into the backfield, stop short and go,
or just wrap him up a little bit, enough that he's still got attack his non-throwing arm.
Okay.
You know, as much as you can, attack his non-throwing arm, wrap him up a little bit, and then let him make the decision after that.
I think it would be more entertaining if they just stopped short, stuck their thumbs in their ear holes, went
turn into like a game of tag, like they're just like standing around him in a corral.
Like just and he starts thinking about things, and he's like, and he just gets rid of the ball, and next thing you know, they'd had 7 picks instead of 7 sacks in that first half if they did that.
The biggest mistake they made was allowing Will Levis to take his brain out of the game.
Chris Long's really good. He's excellent. I love his stuff.
He's really. You know what I didn't realize is I do a pretty good job of basically detaching anybody's political takes from how they So I didn't realize this when I praised Chris Long for how smart he is as a football commentator.
Oh no!
I got hit with all the and I still don't know. I honestly I don't know if he's on a Bosa side, like a Nick Bosa side of things, or on the other side of things. I genuinely have no clue. But apparently. But that's why I don't want to know anybody's political opinion.
Right.
He might have the dumbest political opinions in the world. I have zero clue. But there were people that wanted to say he was a bad football commentator because of that. But I disagree on the football side of things. He's very, very good. For a guy that covers the entire league, he points out some things about the Texans at times where I'm like, oh, geez, yeah, that's a good point, Chris. That's that. I really wish I had thought of that.
He's one of those guys you can tell watches everything, man. He's really, really good.
He's not a big fan of Bobby Slowick. He said that they have to lock the doors. He said during the bye week, they need to lock the doors, pour up multiple cups of coffee, and figure something out, and that some guys might leave the building and never come back because they were doing a disservice to CJ Stroud.
Okay.
And he was none too pleased with that Shaq Mason pulling to not block Ali Gay pass protection scheme either.
And
that's a pass protection that works if you've established the run game and if teams actually respect you in the run. Not even establish it, even if they respect you in the run. But then it can work. But 2 things have to work. First, make them respect you in the run game. And second, have the guy who's pulling actually know what the hell he's doing and know who he's supposed to be blocking.
That helps. That it was Ali Gay that got that sack, too, was just like the football gods rubbing our nose in it. Like, oh, yeah, here's the guy that the Texans actually seemed to make sort of a special project in the preseason, right? Remember, he was the one guy that was playing snaps.
I was excited about Ali Gay. I saw the upside there, man.
Yeah, he, out of LSU, a lot of physical upside, long limbs, like he had the whole thing, like, man, he's like 15 pounds away from being a total beast. And you could tell they were looking at him in the preseason that way. He was playing snaps with the first team. He's playing snaps in the fourth quarter. They gave him a good long, hard look, and he winds up on the Titans making a crucial sack against your overpaid offensive line.
We have no complaints about the defensive ends, but the numbers game was, man, they got a lot of veteran dudes that are making a lot of money, and they would have loved to hide Ali Gay on the practice squad, I'm sure, but there was too much film on him.
Yeah.
He's a guy, because he's not an extremely great athlete, so he's a guy that really needs to work the technique. He's got long arms, he's got natural strength, and he just needs polish. So that's why I was intrigued by him. But yeah, so good job, Ali Gay.
Good job, Ali Gay. Nice sack of CJ Stroud.
Nice sack, bro.
Yep. Cool sack. Do you even sack, bro? Yes. Ali Gay's like, yes, I sack. I just sacked your quarterback. 8 o'clock coming up. All right. Nick Caserio, we asked him about Bobby Slowick back during our conversation with him a couple weeks ago. And gone back and listened a few times. Seth has some theories. Remember, the answer was about how hard Bobby Slowick works. Nobody works harder than Bobby Slowick.
I asked, where's the offense made improvement?
Yeah.
And Nick gave us a 3-minute answer about how Bobby Slowick cares a lot and works real hard.
Came to defense of his guy, yeah.
And I was kind of like, right, well, I was actually trying to set up a nice, positive answer. And then we could have a conversation about it. But oh, good, he cares. Yeah, that's, if I thought he didn't care, we'll talk about it.
But within, right, that's what the next segment's for, So Seth has theories on why that may be. We'll let you hear from Bobby Slowick as well. Where is this offense right now? Where is it going? We'll do all of that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
ILTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, last call to the 5 Hour Energy fan line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Last call for a fifth reason to hate the Jacksonville Jaguars. I've got 4. I'm leaving one open for you guys. Got a couple good ones, but I'm open to more reasons. So go ahead and send them in. The one I won't use because we've used it several times, they were the ones that hired Urban Meyer. That's a fun one to bring up because I don't think there's many people out there that like Urban Meyer. But the fact of the matter is hiring Urban Meyer actually is probably a good thing for the Houston Texans. Like it set Trevor Lawrence's development back a year if there ever is going to be development with Trevor Lawrence. The Texans beat them a couple times that season. That wound up being a good thing for the Texans.
Maybe there's some Ohio State or Florida fans that feel like they besmirched Urban Meyer's record by allowing him to coach in the NFL, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe so. Here's Bobby Slowick as we welcome you back in. 8 o'clock hour here, Payne and Pendergast. We are with you today on Black Friday. If you're driving around getting ready to shop, good luck out there. Hey, quick mention for people listening. If you're out and about shopping today, and you're looking to stop in at Specs downtown on Smith Street there to buy some presents for the holiday or some supplies for a big weekend of college football watching, I will be out there today from 11 to 1 with my Zamora folks. Big Liqueur 43 tastings going on with many flavored Caseриos out at Specs today from 11 to 1.
Nice. If you're off work, just go out and just tell, hey, honey, I'm going to do some shopping, and then just go gab with Sean for a while.
That's it, man. Over some Caseриos. We'll chat some football. Yeah, so I'll be.
And then be sure you mention to some of the Zamora's people what a stand-up dude Sean is.
Yes, tell them, please.
Which he really is. Sean, I will say this to the listeners. None of you guys would care about this, but in terms of the business side of things, dealing with clients and everything, Nobody does it better than you, Sean.
You're the man. Thank you, man.
You are the adult in the room. You're like the
that.
actual adult in the room at this station, and I just want you to know I appreciate it. I stand in admiration at times at how professional you are.
You're the man.
Regard.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. It means a lot.
I'm thankful for it. It's a good example for me to strive for.
I appreciate that. And I hope all you clients appreciate it too, all right?
Yeah. You should hear what this stuff Sean says about you off air.
That's right. Not true. Not true at all.
Calls you the suits. Yeah, the damn suits.
Weird thing, none of them wear suits anymore. It's crazy.
That's part of the problem. That's why their businesses are going under.
That's right. And one of my sponsors, Suit Mart, is down there going, yes, that's exactly right. They need to wear more suits. Ironically. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that, Seth. I'll be out there 11 to 1. Specs downtown today. Come by, man. Sip some Carajillos, a little liqueur 43 and coffee. Let's do it. Here was Bobby Slowick. Earlier this week on Wednesday, talking about. I can't believe we're playing this again. Why am I playing this again within an hour? This is just going to make me all triggered again hearing this. But it's setting up what we're going to dig into some theories on what Nick Caserio had to say about Bobby Slowick last week when he was on with us. Here's Bobby Slowick's belief in the offense getting better in the second half of games.
When you watch the film, you could see how close, just like the first half when we make plays, the second half we haven't been making plays. I know our quarterback's history is that he's an extremely, extremely efficient and good 2-minute quarterback, and that's not going to go anywhere. And I mean, how close we are really throughout the season on a lot of these plays in the second half is we're right there. And you know, you don't just change because all of a sudden he blows a whistle at halftime and we go into the locker room for 2 minutes and come out and now we're completely different people. You know, like we believe in the process. And the process here is very sound, and our players believe in the process. And like I said, like we can see it. It's been different the last 3-4 weeks, and eventually it's just the nature of sports that's going to manifest itself on the field.
Man, he is very lucky, Bobby Slowick, that he has a quarterback that is kind of at least speaking in lockstep with him about trusting like for a struggling offensive coordinator, CJ Stroud, at least attitudinally, is a dream. You know?
You know what? CJ has, I think, said all the right things in terms of saying, hey, we just got to get buy-in from the players, guys got to execute all that. And I do believe, and I don't think I'm being naive in this, I think that CJ understands that, hey, you know, you can't tiptoe around this. You got to be all in. And it's up to management and anybody else to make decisions about who the coaches are. That's up to DeMeco. He's not going to be one of these guys. I would be very, very surprised if CJ ever becomes the kind of guy who's agitating behind the scenes for a change, at least in season.
Yeah.
I think he's like, yep, we got to take the message and we got to go out there and deliver. So that part of it, yeah, I feel good about that. The part about being kind of close or so close, the problem with that is that every bad team in the league can say that. It's the NFL. It's just, the difference in talent level between the best NFL teams and the worst NFL teams is not nearly as great as it is in college. Mm-hmm. And no, it's not random circumstance. It's not luck. It's nothing like that. And let's remember, when Slowick is saying, hey, we're close, we're talking, like, what bar are we talking about? Scoring a touchdown?
Right.
Consistent? Because Caleb Williams scored 3 touchdowns in the second half last week.
Against a good team.
So we're not even close to Caleb Williams.
Right.
You know? Like,
right.
Yeah. And he did that versus a team in the Lions that you guys couldn't pee a drop versus.
In the second half, yeah. Yeah.
So, like, saying you're close to, like, scoring a touchdown here and there, it's been really, really bad. And I understand, like, you're at that point in the year where you got to try to, like, okay, build on the positives and everything. But I don't want to hear that they're really, really close when it's across the board.
Yeah.
Miscommunications with the wide receivers, poor offensive line play, both mentally and physically, tight ends who looked disengaged and checked out or just completely and totally unaware. All of that, CJ making decisions that he didn't used to make. And like, yes, he still does some really cool things, but even those cool things, I mean, look, they set up that great shot to Tank Dell. That was beautiful. That was the way you want to see it, you know? Throw across the field, bite on play action, all that. But it's just too few and far between, and it's not happening in the second half. Teams don't respect your play action one iota.
Yeah.
Not a single iota. It's really bad. They've been one of the worst offenses in the league over the last 6 weeks.
Just to set up this cut from Nick when he was on with us, with Nick Caserio, when Nick was on with us a couple of weeks ago, when you asked him about Bobby Slowick, and you asked him, you know, you didn't ask him for an evaluation. You were asking him, like, what improved.
I asked, like, where are the areas that the offense has improved, you know, as the season has gone on?
Yes.
Because in my mind, I had a couple things that I'm like, okay, he might go with some of the mental errors and blitz pickup have improved, and like I thought he would go somewhere. But instead, he gave me this answer.
Look, any coach, the give a crap factor is always very high. I'd say Bobby cares a lot. He cares a lot about the offense. He cares a lot about play. And honestly, sometimes Bobby's a little bit too hard on themselves. I mean, Bobby's office is right across the hall from me. Like, nobody works hard than Bobby Slowick. So has a good understanding of what we're trying to do offensively, what the other team is trying to do on the defensive side of the ball. So all of us can look at ourselves individually, look at ourselves in the mirror, and there's always things that we can do better. Look, there's 1,000 things that I can do better. I'm sure if you ask my wife, she'll come up with a 2,000 page list, whatever it is. So I think all of us are accountable. We're going to take ownership, and when things aren't going maybe as well as you would have hoped, that's all you can do is put your head down and work, try to make some improvements, try to make some adjustments, modifications, and just put the team in the best position for success. So nobody cares more about what we're doing with this football team, especially offensively, and Bobby, and you see that on a day-to-day basis, and he's a great coach, and we're lucky to have him. So
you were looking for, like, legitimately looking for 2 or 3 things that they might be doing better.
Yeah,
And what we got was a vociferous defense of Bobby Slowick, like Nick taking up for his guy.
Right.
Yeah.
And at the time I thought, well, it struck me as weird, and I didn't want to follow up on it because it could be another 3-minute answer but then I ended up, and I didn't think much about it at the time, except that I thought afterwards, like, man, even in defense of Bobby Slowick, that was a strange defense. Mm-hmm. That's the bare minimum. I don't think there's anybody out. It's exceedingly rare that anybody questions whether a coordinator really cares or takes pride in his work.
Yeah.
It's a matter of, can they actually perform their job? And at first I thought, okay, well, he's just sticking up for his guy, doing the right thing and everything. But that was still a weird to it. And I wondered if maybe Caserio really didn't have a good answer. Maybe it was as simple as that. Maybe he didn't have a good answer for where he's been impressed with the way Bobby Slowick has managed the team.
That's an interesting theory. I mean, that would be. I mean, what are the possibilities in here? Like, so the possibilities would be that maybe
he doesn't think the offense has improved in any aspect, which in a lot of ways they haven't.
So,
they've regressed. The sum total of things is that they've regressed.
So if you don't have an answer to that, that would be a logical way to not throw your coordinator completely under the bus.
Yeah. And I see as I listed my reasons out to you. This is the first time I'm reading this thing that I wrote. I realized that the first bullet point kind of actually just leads into the second bullet point, because my first bullet point was he doesn't think the offense has improved in any aspect.
Yep.
The second bullet point is that Nick doubts Bobby Slowick himself, so he went to the easiest compliment that wasn't a lie.
The second one cuts your second theory cuts a little deeper. The first one could be, I think Bobby Slowick's a good coach that I believe in, whose offense just hasn't improved for some reason.
Right.
The second one is that maybe Bobby Slowick. Your second theory is maybe Bobby Slowick's the problem.
And then the third one maybe was that I remember I led into that question by saying, hey, Bobby's the first guy to point the finger at himself. Yeah. I think he does. He'll admit when he should have made a different call, shouldn't have passed, should have run, whatever like that.
Yeah, for
sure. So maybe he thought that maybe because I primed the question that way that he just thought it was an adversarial question when I was trying to do it. But again, I think that speaks to kind of like the raw nerve side of where the organization is right now. For Caserio, and look, we're pretty damn nice and civil with Nick. I get into it with Nick some, and Nick's cool with it. I tend to kind of disagree with him, and we're cool with it. So for him to take that adversarially, I wonder how many. I think Nick might have some. There's a good chance that Nick recognizes and understands that the situation is as dire as it is.
That's an interesting theory. Yeah. That's an interesting, because my theory had been that maybe Nick was, look, I think over in the building over there, not just Nick, I mean, I think they all kind of know what the power rankings are of people within the organization that fans and media have issues with right now. Not issues personal, but because of their performance or the performance of their position groups. And I think Bobby Slowick is at the top of that list right now. If all these people in the building over there were a stock at the beginning of the season, all with a price, not the same price, a price based on how they were viewed by people around the league, Bobby Slowick's stock price has dropped the biggest percentage of anybody in that building. Player, coach, front office, owner, anybody. Like his stock has dropped the most this season. So my thought was that Nick probably knew a Bobby Slowick question was coming. Maybe your phrasing at the beginning of it maybe primed it to, like you said. But I almost felt like when he gave that answer, like at the point Bobby Slowick's name came up, he didn't even hear the rest of the question. He thought it was going to be. He thought it was going to be a negative Bobby Slowick question.
But again, if he had a Bobby Slowick answer prepared, if he had kind of thought about that's almost worse. That's the best he could come up with, that he cares.
Yeah.
That's the rock bottom minimum.
Yeah.
And so I do wonder, maybe there is hope because you know what I think of with Bobby Slowick that might relate to Nick Caserio's, I've always wondered what Nick Caserio thinks of Mike Lombardi. Because Mike Lombardi is a guy, he's in the media a lot now, but he's a guy that always had this reputation as a guy that he's GM of the Browns for a while, but he was in the Patriots organization on and off for decades.
Yes.
Belichick would just kind of bring him back around every now and then when he was out of work. But he's a guy that's got an encyclopedic knowledge, like a photographic memory of all these things from the past in the NFL. He's very, very smart. But there's a difference between being that guy and then actually executing it. And with Bobby, I wonder if, Bobby's a guy that I think he's got I usually like Bobby Slowick's press conferences because I think he gives you a really nuanced view of the world. I see what he's trying with some of the things he's scheming up, but some of the things that he's scheming up, you better execute it right. And if you don't, it's going to look really, really ugly.
Yeah.
It's the whole whiteboard genius dynamic of, there's a difference. It's the reason why the smartest engineer in your company isn't usually also the CEO.
Yep.
And I feel like, he might be miscast as a guy that's an awesome resource, but in terms of getting the guy to execute, to get others to execute, I've seen no evidence of it this year.
Would there have been a good answer to your question about improvements to the offense? Now, keep in mind, we had Nick on the Thursday after his game. It was before the Tennessee game.
At that point, they'd shown improvement on the penalty side of things.
Yep.
The penalties have just come back and reared their ugly head in a bad way. I think some of the blitz pickup has improved. I think some of that's partly because I think they're just putting more on. Even though they still don't trust Juice Scruggs, there's more times where they're just saying, all right, we just got to block these guys up. We can only scheme so much because teams are baiting us now with that. At that point, he could have pointed to the run blocking where I think they've made some progress, but it usually only shows up versus bad run defenses.
Correct, yeah.
So, there were answers there. There were things where I think you could point to some improvement, especially maybe on the mental side of things. I did not expect him to go to Bobby cares. Because if I thought Bobby Slowick didn't care about his job, I don't know if I would be alive right now. I would have had a stroke at some point. I would have been flipping out all the time. Listeners would have hated listening to the show because it would have been 4 hours of me ranting about that.
Your question would have been specifically about, does Bobby care?
Yeah, how do we have it? Yeah, exactly, right, yeah. Like if there were reports that he was showing up at 10 a.m. or something,
Yeah. Text page, 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Hey, guys, I keep buying the Powerball lotto tickets. I got 2 numbers last week. I feel like I'm really close to winning it all.
That's
extreme analogy, thinking. But yeah.
You know what? That was Bill O'Brien as a GM.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's the old, hey, all that needs to happen is for these 5 wildly weird trades to work out, and we're sitting pretty.
Yep.
Yeah, I think when Bobby did, it felt like, don't worry, honey. We've got money for the mortgage this month.
Right.
All I have to do is hit this 5-player parlay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not the way the NFL works, or life,
That's right. Downtown specs or midtown specs, Sean? I guess midtown is what we call the one on Smith Street, the big one. The big one where they've got the bakery and they've got all the food and they've got everything. Yeah, the one on Smith Street. That's where I'll be from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. today. Stop by and say hi.
I'll tell you what, Midtown is the area where it couldn't be more theoretically simple to figure out where you are because there's a grid system there.
There's a grid, yeah.
It's not like it's some old city where things are all like Pittsburgh or something. And yet I am just perpetually lost. I never have any idea where I am in relation to anything in Midtown unless I'm sitting right next to the Spur. Like, if I'm right next to the Spur, I kind of like, okay, I think I know where I am.
Everything's
but I'm not even sure I'm in Midtown.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah. But I'll be at the one in Midtown, and Seth will be wandering around aimlessly trying to find, something.
Looking for an offensive coordinator who cares.
There you go. All right.
Hey, do you care, fella?
Yeah. I need someone who cares.
For him to even bring it up, it made me kind of wonder, like, wait, does he not actually care? Like, wait a second, is this a talking point?
That's funny.
What? Wait, where are we? It's like I asked, how do you know the earth is round? And somebody goes off into some long explanation about why the sky is blue instead.
Right.
And I'd be like, wait a minute.
Hold on a second.
I thought for sure he was going to give me the slam dunk. Like,
Maybe
this is an easy question.
Maybe it
You're
is
going to explain to me why you know the earth is round.
Yeah.
But now you sidestepped the question?
Right.
Oh, crap. I think I might be a flat earther.
5 Reasons I Hate You, Jaguars edition, coming up next. But first, Seth has an injury report for you.
The injury report brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Foley Fatakasi and Jaylen Pitre did not participate. Pitre obviously going to be out for at least a couple weeks. Will Anderson did return to practice, not to a lot of surprise, but it checks off that box. DeMeco Autry back out of practice. Both those guys with limited participation. Aziz Alshire and Xavier Hutchinson also were limited participants. Full participation, Jimmy Ward, good to see, given that he is now the replacement for Jaylen Pitre. And Blake Fisher, no concussion protocol, full participation. That is your injury report brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers, who are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
The first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast here for you on a Black Friday edition of the program. Good to be with you. Appreciate you. Some of you finally rolling out of bed, maybe. If you've been up listening to us since the get-go, we appreciate that. We appreciate all of you. Thanks for listening. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. And we're on the cusp of a pretty fun weekend of football. We'll get into that in the next segment. College and pro. It's going to be a fun weekend this weekend.
Ooh.
Good couch weekend, man. Good couch weekend, I would say. It's been one so far. Yesterday was pretty good too, man. Thanksgiving.
I was not able to really watch much of any of those games other than fits and starts, but I was okay with it.
Definite storylines, man. We'll get into those at the top of the hour. But every Friday on the show, it still feels weird being off yesterday. It doesn't feel like a Friday to me, but it is. Texans are going to play the Jags 2 days from now. In about 48 hours, Seth and I will be putting the final touches on our prep for Texans Countdown. 9 a.m. Sunday. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Every Friday at this time, we do a little segment called 5 Reasons I Hate You. We take a look at our opponent, the city, the region they live in sometimes, and we come up with reasons. And we encourage you to weigh in on the 5 Hour Energy fan line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. We call it 5 Reasons I Hate You, Jaguars edition. Now, keep in mind, the Jags, like the Colts and the Titans, this is a team we've got to come up with 5 reasons twice a year. We try to be, we try to diversify a little bit. There may be a few repeats. One in particular I wanted to repeat just because it's so absurd. But let's start with reason number 5. And that is they've got 2 quarterbacks, the Jaguars. One starts. We can say this about whichever quarterback starts, Trevor Lawrence or Mac Jones. He has a punchable face.
Oh, yeah.
Big-time punchable face factor with the quarterbacks of the Jags, right?
Yeah.
I'm not being mean.
That's a very good point.
Just a fact.
Except that with Trevor Lawrence, it kind of feels a little bit like, oh, I'm punching a lady or I'm punching an adolescent boy.
Yeah.
Neither of which are typically wise ideas.
Not approved
unless they have an actual weapon. And
right.
Trevor Lawrence, with all his injuries, doesn't have the same weapon he used to.
He does not.
So it feels a little almost uncomfortable wishing violence upon him.
At the very
I'll
least,
find a way.
At the very least, can we say that Trevor Lawrence has a face that infuriates you, that he makes $275 million with that face?
Yeah.
And that haircut?
It just, the Chloe Savini factor is it's way too large. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's reason number 5. 2 very punchable quarterback faces. Reasons coming in on the text page. We'll get to those. Reason number 4, Tony Khan, the son of Shad Khan. I think we hit on this in week 4 too, but it's worth hitting on again. They did a little mini documentary on Tony Khan. I don't know who authored this thing. I don't know if it was a Jags production or an NFL production.
I'm sure it was Duval LLC production.
Duval approved for sure. Yeah. And for those who don't know, Tony Khan is he's the owner of AEW, which is a a large wrestling organization, All Elite Wrestling. It's on TNT and other stations throughout the week. It fancies itself as to WWE. It's well behind it, but it's a wrestling company. So he's a big wrestling guy, Tony Khan. And in this documentary, it was following him around during draft weekend. And during draft weekend, he was wearing a neck brace because in Storyline on AEW TV, the owner of the company, Tony Khan, withstood a pile driver or some move that hurt his neck. So he was selling this storyline even in the draft room on draft weekend during this documentary. And part of this documentary, I mean, you look at Tony Khan and you wonder, okay, this is definitely an owner's son who is working for an NFL team because his dad's the owner, clearly. He owns a wrestling company because his dad's a billionaire. That's very clear. But in this particular documentary, they took it a step further and said that, oh, no, there's a reason Tony Khan is in the draft room in the war room on draft weekend. He is a supreme expert in the field of finding undrafted free agent gems.
One of the places where I contribute was undrafted free agency. So Saturday, I really need to be in the draft room. The hardest part is you don't know until the end of the 7th round the player you want to sign is going to be there.
Tony loves the draft, but what he actually really truly loves is undrafted free agents. He is like Mr. Undrafted Free Agent. That is his moment.
It's that time of the day. And if you haven't committed anywhere, I wanted to talk to you about it because calling players who didn't get drafted and finding some hidden gems, that is a huge passion of mine.
Okay, so the voice,
it's an incredible.
The voice you heard in the middle of that was Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network, and plunking him down in there made it feel like a Saturday Night Live skit. Didn't it? Didn't it?
The guy that, he's a nugget hussy, he's not a opinion giver or something. Those guys like Schefter, Rappaport, they don't give out hot takes or anything, so they kind of, they're constantly greasing wheels with various people. You're hard pressed to find them say something negative about somebody unless it's just hardcore. These are the stats or whatever. But
it's just like it was one of those Saturday Night Live skits that, the thing about so-and-so is he's really cordial around the office, and then the guy's just, yelling at people and stuff like that, It's like when you give, and it's the boss's son, when you've got to find a role for him and make him feel really good and important about it, but man, so what do we do? Let's put him in charge of undrafted right.
rookies.
Yeah, it's basically.
And not even in charge, but the guy that's got all the research and the answers.
Right. Well, and we make him feel like we'll make him feel like he's doing stuff where his acumen is the reason we're succeeding here.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, the reason we have one or two undrafted guys make the team every year, that was a stat they cited in that documentary. We've had at least one make the team the last several years. Your team has been bad the last several years.
Right.
The undrafted guys making the team is not the craziest thing in the world. You're a bad team.
It's when it used to be, Rick Smith used to kind of drop little brags about how many of the guys they've drafted are on the team.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, yeah, but you have control.
Right.
That's like saying the last 10 women I've dated were all 10s. Based on my scale.
Based on my ratings. Yes. All right, reason number 3. And I'm only doing this one. This is a repeat, but I'm only doing this because it might be the last time I get to do it. Because Doug Pederson might not be long for this job. He parts his hair in the middle. If any of you are parting your hair in the middle right now, man, just take a look in the mirror and just ask yourself, how's it look? And if you think it looks good, keep doing it. I'm just telling you.
Maybe it's coming back into style, though, too.
Doug
but
Pederson
that's not why he's doing
ain't going to be the guy who's the trendsetter. He's a bad coach.
Every time I look at him, it reminds me of a 12-year-old me sitting in a chair at Command Performance, getting my hair all moosed up and parted in the middle.
Yep. A big foamy
hoping
gel.
that the stylist rubs up against me a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, hairstylist. That's what 13-year-old boys do. Okay? I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
That's it, man. That's it.
That's our version of a lap
Pederson,
dance.
don't you do that. All right, so Doug Pederson.
God, no.
No.
Yeah.
Parts his hair in the middle. That's number 3. Number 2, I don't think we've used this one yet. One of the most soul-crushing losses in the history of the Houston Texans happened at the hands of the Jacksonville Jaguars back in 2010. And the reason it makes me hate the Jags is because the guy on the wrong end of this play is one of the nicest people that we've ever had on this show or that I've met as far as NFL players go. Glover Quinn Glover Quinn, and we love Glover Quinn. This is in 2010. Texans season kind of going sideways a little bit. They're 4-4, playing a David Garrard-led Jacksonville. And all they do is knock down a Hail Mary. Game over.
One wide out right. Garrard in the gun. Gets the snap, steps up. Garrard's going to have time to launch it deep. Sims Walker down there and knocked into the hands of the receiver. Touchdown. Jacksonville wins. Oh, my goodness. Thomas with the catch in the end zone. Knocked down into the hands of Thomas. And the Jaguars win on the final play of the game. Unbelievable. Quinn batted it down into the hands of Thomas. The ball never touched the ground, and he got the touchdown. And you will not see that again in 30 years.
Okay, and we haven't. Vandy, to your credit, in 14 years. I take it back. Game would have gone to overtime. It was 24-24. But I hate that for Glover Quinn. And I hate that David Garrard, too, was on the other end. Like, David Garrard got a big contract from the Jags, made a Pro Bowl. You could just see.
It is good teach tape for defensive backs because Glover was trying to do the right thing.
He was.
You know, usually you try to go for the interception there. It's a little bit selfish, you know. So he's trying to do the right thing, but he batted it out instead of down. And lo and behold.
Right into the belly of Mike Thomas. And so I hate that. I hate that Glover Quinn was on the wrong end of that. Reason number one, this is the send-in reason to the 5-Hour Energy fan line. They haven't put Seth in their Ring of Honor yet in Jacksonville.
I was, you know, when people from Jacksonville ask me why I chose Texans, because I played 5 years for the Jaguars, 5 years for the Texans.
Yeah.
You know, there's all kinds of reasons that I wouldn't say to them to their face. But as far as just on a personal side, I was a better football player in Dom Capers' scheme in Houston than I was in Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. And Jacksonville was chock full of like stud players.
Yeah.
I didn't really come into my own as a player until I got to Houston. So, but I mean that was part of it, and then the whole being here for the expansion and feeling kind of like ownership in the organization and team and everything. I just felt differently about the Texans than I did the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Even though we had a lot of success in my early years with the Jaguars, I felt more at home in Houston.
You were still pretty damn good with the Jags. I mean, you got a second contract with them, right? Like they.
Yeah.
I mean, you were still a good player.
But that team was loaded.
Oh, yeah.
It was especially, I mean, on both sides of the ball.
That had to be kind of cool. I mean, like, you knew it was going to be a struggle out of the chute. You know,
with the Texans?
Yeah.
Well, there was kind of like just the feeling I got walking around town that entire first year was so cool. Mm-hmm. Just people were so grateful to have football back.
Yeah.
That it was a different feeling. I'd never been on a team that people were grateful to have. Just specifically because of like my group coming in
your
and
existence.
Yeah. When I was in high school, we were like we were a really good team like all the way up through my sophomore year in high school, and then we got a bad coach, so like we were bad.
Yeah.
And then I left, and they were really good again. And then college, we were just always mediocre. So and then I got to the Jaguars, they were already good.
Yeah.
So with the Texans, like hey, I showed up, and I told everybody, listen, everybody, you just wait. Might be 10 years or so,
right,
but you just wait. We're bringing football back
That's
to Houston.
Good. I like you.
Lo and behold, 2011. I'd been gone for 5 years, but I still, I showed up demanding receipts.
Seth's out there writing checks with his mouth that the 2011 team had to go cash. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, at least you didn't have people.
I took full credit for everything that happened in 2011.
There you go. At least you didn't have people like walking up to you going, "When are you going to score a touchdown in the second half, man?"
Yeah,
they're getting out. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a football Friday. We love football. Hey, if you're looking for upset chaos this weekend in college football, man, have a seat on your couch this weekend. There's some fun ones that could throw a wrench into the college football playoff. We'll get into all that. We'll hit the Thanksgiving games at the top of the hour. We'll certainly circle back to the Texans and the Jags as we roll on here on a Football Friday edition of the show. Stay there. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Oh, yeah, it's Friday. It's my Men's Tea Clinic day. Now, Men's Tea Clinic, if you're
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Is that a poster of Trevor Lawrence?
It's a printout of a Trevor Lawrence headshot. It's just my camera's not zooming in on it.
On the wall behind Seth.
But I put it into Adobe, and the AI caption that was spit out says, "The pride of the NFL."
No, okay.
So I used that caption.
Okay.
I'm going to print out, and you can see that I ran out of color ink, too. Maybe you can't because it's out of focus.
No, it looks good from here.
I ran out of color ink, so I think it's appropriately. It started to get kind of
janky,
barcode looking. Okay, the pride of the NFL.
From a distance, it looks fine. I can tell who it is. I can tell it's just the teal that he's got on there. I can see that there's words at the bottom.
I've got this big, wide open white space that I decided I'm going to start just putting up various pictures during the week.
Okay, so this is the beginning.
And now I'm going to be like when I stare at myself, which I tend to do on the video call instead of you. I'm staring at Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not disturbing
actually,
at
you know
all.
what I usually do is I block out my own image.
Yeah.
A little tip for anybody at home if you find yourself on Zoom calls a lot or anything. Block out your image because there's a tendency to look at your own face and then you're doing the exact opposite of what you should be doing in conversation, which is focusing intently on the guest.
Yeah. So now so you won't see your face or Trevor Lawrence's face.
At the very least, or I'm going to have it so if my face is in focus.
Yeah.
I've got Trevor Lawrence looming over my shoulder.
No, that's not disturbing for me at all, having Trevor Lawrence over your shoulder.
His golden flowing locks don't bother you one bit?
No, I don't buy it. Yeah, I think they're amazing. I think every quarterback should have hair like that, for sure. So you threw that into AI, huh? So you can throw that into AI and it'll spit out a picture of CJ with a caption at the bottom of it?
Yeah. And apparently it's frozen on the YouTube right now, so I apologize.
Oh, okay.
We're having some issues here.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Oh, I could do it with CJ.
You could do it with CJ. I'm curious what the caption would be for CJ. Yeah.
Good call. Okay, I'll do that during the next break.
During the break.
I'm going to have to restart my computer.
Yeah.
I just Adobe up to their Adobe. I'm telling you. Hey, everybody, text in what I should be using instead of Adobe that's free.
Yes.
That's crowdsourced. Because I am not nearly enough of a business person to be paying $90 a month for Adobe, okay?
No.
All right, tell me what I can do that's just free, okay?
I'm very excited to get home this afternoon at some point, and then over the course of the rest of today and all day tomorrow, maybe watch the college football playoff bracket get lit up in fire and get put into shambles by some upsets here.
This Texas versus Texas A&M game, man, you couldn't have asked. I mean, you could ask, if it were number 1 versus number 2, sure. But, 12-game playoffs, both teams very, very much in contention. Texas not having played all that impressive a schedule.
Yeah.
Aggies desperately need this win. Oh, this is good.
It's going to be
good.
This
is good stuff, man.
It's going to be good. So that's 6:30 Saturday night. I can't wait to see what the ratings are on that. I think Ohio State-Michigan is typically the game that rates the highest on this weekend.
Yeah.
Even when it's at noon, or noon Eastern, even when it's an 11 a.m. start, it kills in the ratings. I don't know that that's going to be the case this year. I mean, there's playoff ramifications, but it's all on Ohio State's side. Michigan just got bowl eligible last week. It's been a big fall off since they let Harbaugh go. So I think that Texas A&M game is going to pop the biggest number of the weekend.
What time does it start?
6:30 Central Time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good. High ticket prices. A&M needs to win. There is thought that if A&M wins this game and they win somewhat convincingly, that could really screw the Longhorns when it comes time to figure out which of the non-conference champions get in. Even though they'd only have 2 losses, they've not played a good schedule this year, the Longhorns.
Is there a geographic divide in terms of, more UT fans here versus more A&M fans there or whatever in Texas? Is it more heavily A&M in Houston and more heavily UT in Dallas?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question.
Is it pretty evenly skewed?
That's a good. That's a good. Yeah, I don't know.
It's you know what? It's intermingled enough that everybody's got somebody in their life that's on the opposite side.
My friend John's an Aggie. He's in studio over here, so I know
he
that
looks like an Aggie.
At least in studio, there's more Aggies here than there are Longhorns right now.
He looks like. I mean, that is a compliment.
Son Bonham
That's not
is
like
here
throwing shade or anything like that.
Wearing an A&M sweatshirt. So some of the potential upsets: Washington at Oregon. I don't know about that, but Washington's beaten them the last couple times. Vanderbilt and Tennessee, these are all like rivalries.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous about USC, I'll admit it. Notre Dame, even though they've won by like an average of 40 points over the last 2 months since losing to Northern Illinois.
You guys are fine in the regular season.
Yeah.
You'll be good. Yeah, you'll clean up, Sean. It's the actual games that matter at the very end that they tend to.
Are you digging the 12-team playoff and kind of like what it's done to the importance of the games here late in the season?
I am. It's interesting. I was talking to my brother-in-law and his father. Both very, very smart, very astute sports fans and everything. But Brian's father was a high school basketball coach and everything. So he would be at one end of the spectrum, you would think, as far as like old school and everything. And I was surprised he was kind of into it. He was into it more than I thought. And I think it is just that I don't think anybody anticipated when we were talking about it 5 years ago that there would be a 12-game playoffs. Almost unanimously, we all figured, but like really what are the chances of any of the lower seeded teams of pulling it off? And things because of NIL and the transfer portal, it's way more wide open right now than I ever would have thought it would be.
It's crazy wide open. And it's, where it is? Like, it's not only are the really good teams just not as good as the really good teams in previous years. I saw some prognosticator. I forget which handicapper it was. And it doesn't really matter. Whoever it is, most of our audience won't know. The prominent handicapper said that in the power rankings, like he would have Ohio State at the top of his power rankings for gambling purposes. Like on a neutral field, he would put Ohio State as the favorite against any other team. They'd be even though they lost to Oregon earlier this year, they'd be a 1-point favorite over Oregon. They'd be a 3-point favorite over this team or that team. But he said if you took all of the teams from like the playoff era going back to 2014, that this year's Ohio State team barely cracks the top 40 teams. Like there's 40 teams that were better than this Ohio State team over the course of the last 10 years. You know what I mean? Like the elite just aren't nearly as elite as they used to be because guys who aren't playing leave. They just leave and go somewhere else.
And again, it's weird because you got to hold two opinions in each hand. One is the opinion of like, man, I just like being able to watch a guy for 3 or 4 years, learn to love him. He's going to be a Buckeye forever. He's going to be a Longhorn forever. But on the other hand, you have I want my team to have a fighting chance, So unless you're Alabama or Ohio State or any of the teams that just basically seemed untouchable, I'm embracing everything that comes with the NIL and with the transfer portal in that more teams actually have a fighting chance.
Yeah.
Like that it's just, it's diluted and the greats. Can you imagine, Sean? Can you imagine if we were going strictly by polling with this current group of... Oh, my
God, yeah.
I mean, if they hadn't gone to a 12-game playoffs, and if they were back to just only ranking the top 2 teams and putting them in, or just going by polls completely, I think we'd be really, really unhappy with, even more unhappy than we were with it at the time.
Or even 4. Because 4, there was no...
4 is the big one,
4, and the 4, there was no... Like this, the one thing this 12-team playoff has is that the conference champions get in, the top 5 conference champions get in automatically. So I think that adds a lot of juice to next weekend when all the conference championship games are. That's going to be really cool. But in the 14 playoff, the conference championship games were just another data point. They weren't any sort of automatic entry. They were just one more thing for the committee to look at. You could theoretically have, honestly, right now, 3 of the top 4 teams are in the Big Ten. That's crazy, and one of them would lose in a Big Ten championship game, but would they get penalized for it? Do you imagine having a 4-team playoff that involves Oregon, Ohio State, and Penn State all in the same conference?
Right.
That's what's wild. I like that this is more, it's wild, and there's a lot of parity, but it's more conventional in that, okay, the conference championship games actually mean something. They're actually the people are vying for automatic bids by winning those conference championships. And I like the bracket format of it, too. I like that there's going to be some on-campus playoff games in the first round, and it feeds into that quarterfinal. The biggest thing I'll be watching this weekend will be to see if a scenario unfolds where 2 group of 5 champions actually get in as automatic qualifier. Because it's 5 conference champions get in, and I think so. Well, the ACC, SEC, Big 12, and Big 10 will get theirs, and then it'll be one other Cinderella like Boise State. Tulane's one spot behind the best Big 12 team right now in the polls, Arizona State. And Boise State's above all of them. I mean, like, it could unfold in a way. I don't think the committee would let that happen.
Who's your dark horse favorite, like the team you're pulling for emotionally amongst the fringe teams or smaller teams or what have you?
Fringe teams, provided they don't come up against my school along the way, because I'm pulling for Notre Dame, is Indiana. I think Indiana.
That's a people's choice, right?
I think it is. I'm kind of nervous if Notre Dame were to play Indiana in a first-round game. Like how many Indiana fans would be in the stadium there? You know, it's
yeah, because it's right there.
It's right there. Yeah. There's a lot of Indiana grads that live in South Bend, you know, and so
Tell you what, the big thing I grudgingly had to accept about Indiana was its RV game. I never realized that Indiana was like the epicenter of RV manufacturing. As much as I despise the entire state of Indiana, man, they for a guy that's always dreamed of but never pulled the trigger on buying an RV because I know I wouldn't maintain it well. I get jealous driving through that godforsaken state, looking at all those RVs.
My roommate in college, I lived with him all 4 years. He was one of my best friends. He was at my wedding. You probably met him. His family. RV interior business.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's their cottage little niche, right?
Yeah.
Like, do they do like luxury interiors?
They do everything.
Yeah, they're doing custom everything.
They bank. Yes. RV interiors in Indiana. They will.
I thought about when I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with my life. I actually thought about becoming like a custom RV manufacturer.
Yeah.
There's you watch enough YouTube videos of people putting everything. Well, you remember I had my van for a while that I was going to do myself.
I know.
And this is how I know. I bought an old passenger van, a Sprinter.
Yep.
And I stripped it all out and there it stayed. I drove it around, but it was stripped to the hell out. It was bare bones. I had a cot in the back, and that was as far as I ever got on it.
Get in that thing. I'd be like,
I had a cot and a pee jug.
Yeah.
That was my RV.
That's it, man. No bodies in the back of that thing. No way.
I know. There's no place to hide
this
it.
Doesn't look suspicious at all.
I couldn't even be a mule.
That's right. Sir, can you at least try?
If Border Patrol had ever asked me to open the vehicle, I'd be like, look, guys, I did all the work for you. Check out the wheel wells. They're right there.
Right? Yeah. Do I get 10 years knocked off my sentence for being a bad mule? All right. Thanksgiving Day football yesterday had some amazing storylines, including an ending. How has this guy not been fired yet? And a future Texans opponent, a game that actually made me feel good about an upcoming Texans game. We will get that and a whole lot more coming up next. But first, Legacy Cigars and Lounge.
For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Good to be with you. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Hope you're ready to watch a lot of football over the next few days. You can hear the Texans and the Jags coming up on Sunday. Noon kick, Week 13. Big game. We'll dig into that game here plenty in the 9 o'clock hour. You probably, if you were listening to the station yesterday, you probably got to hear a few football games on our air yesterday, 3 to be exact.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yesterday I told you early in the show that I had a dream last night that I was like verbally berated, basically abused a bunch of our producers at the station.
Yeah.
And I woke up.
Dream.
Yeah, and for like 10 seconds, dream. For 10 seconds, I thought it was real. I was like scrambling, like, oh my God, why was I acting like that? Oh my gosh. Because our producers, like from Ben to Figgy to any of them, Byron was one of the guys I tore into.
Yeah.
Like, they couldn't be nicer individuals.
Yes.
And I was just a complete SOB to them, and I felt so bad. So, Ben, know that I'm especially thankful for you being the person you are this morning.
That's good. Look at that.
I'm thankful for you being thankful.
That's nice. That was
what
nice.
about for the person I am? What about that part of it?
That too.
Sure,
you're great.
Yeah.
yeah,
okay.
You're great. Yeah,
okay, now do Sean. Why you and Ben clams up over there? Now do Sean. He doesn't say anything. Nothing.
Get out.
Awful feeling.
He uses Vandy. Get out.
I was the movie version of a horrible. A horrible person.
Do you know? You don't know what triggered you to act that way in your dream?
Yeah, it was a little disagreement I had with my wife before we went to bed, I think.
But I thought
it was like spoil over.
I meant like within the story of the dream. Like did they do something? Did the producers do something to you that set you off in that dream?
No, it was one of those things that it was like the kind of thing where I had made a huge mistake and I was lashing out and blaming everybody else, which I think is directly tied to exactly that I had a little bit of a temper tantrum, which actually people would be surprised. It very, very rarely happens with Brandy and I. But it was all, I realized, as we were driving and I had I'd gotten angry about something. I was like, oh boy, this was all just me lashing out at myself. I was angry at something I had done. So like I was I was PO'd and I realized it, luckily, before we went to bed, and not because Brandy convinced me of it.
Right,
she didn't, she didn't gaslight me.
No,
the way she does so many other times.
Right.
So I think in my dream, it was kind of one of those things where I was screwing up, but I was lashing out at otherwise, like at people who were awesome, like Brandy or Ben or anybody else. And so I was the bad guy.
Yeah.
So I had deep guilt over it when I realized that.
It's interesting how all the producers are one big amalgam representing your wife. I just find that very... Find that there's a lot of psychiatrists.
Let's not dig too deep into that.
Yeah, no, not now.
Let's not go further. Let's not go Freudian on that.
Let's talk about Thanksgiving football. How about that? The closest game and the game that generated the most conversation yesterday was the game between the Bears and the Lions. And these two teams. I mean, the Lions play every year on Thanksgiving. They play the Bears a lot on Thanksgiving, more than any other team. It feels like. And the story of this game was Lions looked unstoppable in the first half, except in the red zone where they kicked 3 field goals. But they were up 16-0 at the half. They could not have been more dominant defensively. 53 yards they gave up. The Bears, I don't think, had a first down until like late in the second quarter. It was crazy dominant. And then the Bears got some things going in the second half. Caleb Williams threw 3 touchdown passes in the second half of this game.
Wait, in the second half?
Yeah, I don't know if you knew this. I know you're
3 touchdowns in the second half.
I forgot, and I probably confused our audience. And yeah, for those who don't know, you're allowed to score touchdowns in the second half of football games.
Even Caleb Williams?
Caleb Williams is allowed. He's allowed to score 3.
That's interesting. So CJ Stroud's pep talk seems to have worked on Caleb in the second half.
It's created a Frankenstein, CJ Stroud has, yeah.
Okay, we know how long their drought of second half touchdowns has been as of late.
Yeah.
Has CJ had 3 touchdowns in the second half of any game this year?
No. Nope.
Okay.
The most they've had is 2 against the Patriots and against the Colts in week 1.
That was a hell of a big brother advice giving session then
Worked.
after that Bears game.
Yeah, unfortunately, he can't give Caleb any advice to get his coach fired. Or he could, I suppose. Because yesterday, Caleb might have done a pretty good job of that towards the end of the game. 23-20, the Lions are leading. You're down to you're inside the final minute of the game. The Bears are in field goal range. They're at around the 30 or 35-yard line. So they're on the fringe of field goal range on second down. Caleb takes a sack on second down to knock them out of field goal range. So now it's 3rd and long, about 30 seconds left. Clock is running. Bears have a timeout. Here's what it sounded like.
They try and run, and he is engulfed again. Sack number 5 for the Lions. Caserio Smith back on the field. Time is ticking away, down to 25 seconds. The Bears are out of field goal range. They have 1 timeout. It's 3rd and forever. Williams at the line, tapping his head. We're down to 15 seconds here. Caleb Williams out of the shotgun, 3rd and long. Time is moving. Gotta go under 10 seconds now. Oh my goodness. Back to Williams. He'll throw it down the middle of the field. Incomplete at the horn. The game is over. The Bears won't even get to 4th down. They leave Detroit with a timeout in their pocket. And the Lions, for the first time since 16, have won on Thanksgiving. 23-20 the final score. How in the world can that happen? It's the Bears.
Okay, so that's the best. That's the best.
I had taken the under on this game, and I had kind of checked in. I was just ducking in, and I honestly, when I looked at it, I missed. I should have stayed in my brother-in-law's office. I just poked my head in to check, and I saw that the Bears had the ball, but there was a minute left, and and I didn't even check to see where they were on the field. But I had taken the under, which was at 47.5. At the time, the score was 23-20.
Yeah.
And I kind of I did one of those things whatever. I haven't watched much of this game. I'm sure this is just late. The Bears just got lucky or something. I didn't realize how dicey things were there at the end. Wow.
The strategy.
Eberflus, defensive-minded head coach, ending the game with a timeout in your pocket when you easily could have had another shot at it. That's about as bad as it gets, game management stuff.
Defensive-minded head coach who fired his OC a couple of weeks ago. So now you got Thomas Brown calling the plays, he's not been an OC before.
They've shown signs of life,
They have.
With him.
You're right, they have. Situationally, though, okay, this is a situation he hasn't been in. Eberflus messed this up. rookie quarterback. I think some of this, if their strategy is what Eberflus said it was after the game, here's what Eberflus said after the game. Our hope was because it was third going into fourth down that we would re-rack that play at 18 seconds, throw it inbounds. So when he says re-rack, I'm assuming run the play that got stymied the previous down, throw it inbounds, get into field goal range, and call a timeout. That's where it was. That was our decision-making process. We were outside of field goal range. We needed to get a few more yards, as close as we can get, and then we're going to call timeout. That's why we held that last timeout at the end of the game. That's fine. Someone needed to tell Caleb Williams that.
Yeah.
Because he was moving awfully slow. And Caleb Williams pointed out in his post-game commentary how, they reached a point where he didn't have any coaches in his ears because they turned that transmitter off.
Right.
And,
right.
The green dot, that transmitter into his headset, into his helmet, goes off at a certain point, and now he's out on his own, and he's moving around, moving guys around, doing the rubbing his helmet signals and whatnot. And this thing, and you can hear it in the announcer's voice, that thing gets down to about 10 or 12 seconds, and you're starting to realize unless they hit on a deep bomb here on this play, they're going to lose this game. They have no time to get to run a play and call timeout. And once you get down to 10 seconds, you're kind of out over your skis, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and even if it's complete, well, you have the timeout.
You had the timeout, but
it just reminded me of last week when CJ Stroud is out there. They're wondering whether they're going to go for it or not. He's pointing at his helmet, taking a penalty without taking a timeout. That was the part where, because at that point in the Titans game, they could have taken a timeout, right? They didn't. I
think so. Yeah.
Yeah. There's something's gummed up in the process.
Yeah.
Just something's not operating properly.
Is that a function of having a defensive head coach, do you think?
That's hard because Andy Reid was one of the all-time worst at game management and such for a long time. So I think that it's the overall process.
Yeah.
Because it's the decision-making. I don't think it's – I think I said defensive-minded coach with Eberflus because I think that's the immediate go-to is here you go. It shouldn't matter.
Right.
That's just game time. That's administration and everything else. And I think maybe the communication between Bobby and DeMeco as to whether to go for it or not, but it was bad.
Yeah.
It was just bad.
It was bad. That was the first. I'm looking at the play-by-play, Seth, for the Texans game. That was the first drive of the second half for the Texans. Titans came out of the locker room, kicked a field goal to make it 23-17. Texans throw a pass to Mixon on first down. They run Mixon up the middle on second down to get to 3rd and 1, and that's when they ran up quick to the line on 3rd and 1.
Yeah.
And got stuffed at the line on 3rd and 1. Mixon, no gain. Yeah, and then it's just a circus out there, and they end up taking a delay of game penalty. Ugh.
How much time was left?
Oh, they were 8 minutes left in the third quarter.
Yeah, I was trying to think. I understand not burning a timeout for the sake of a delay of game.
Yeah, the delay of game wasn't the problem. It was the indecision that led to the delay of game.
It was everything that,
Yeah. But I mean, Tommy Townsend still pinned them down on their 16-yard line. It wasn't catastrophic because of the penalty.
This was not severe. This was not nearly the severity of what happened in the Bears game, but it didn't feel good.
No, but the visual of CJ looking over at the sidelines with his shoulders shrugged, like, "Okay, what do you want me to do?" is a bad look for the Texans. That's a bad look for Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans and everybody else. It's part of the operation there. Cowboys and Giants. 27-20, the Cowboys win this game. My favorite part of this game was Tom Brady saying something that I was saying when Daniel Jones decided to quit on his team and say, "Can you give me my release, please?" I thought it was lame. Yeah. So does Tom Brady.
Yeah, I don't know how that whole situation went down, but to think that you would ask for a release from a team that committed a lot to you is maybe different than I would have handled that. I always felt I wanted to get the trust and respect of my teammates regardless situation, knowing that I was trying to do the best I could for the team because that was the most important thing.
Block almost gets crushed that time by Parsons, and he got away from it. It's incomplete.
There's just some different things that happen in the NFL, and everyone makes individual choices, and I think we're all at points in our career face different challenges. I faced them in college, and some things didn't go the way I wanted, but the people that mattered most to me were the guys in the locker room. I showed up every day. I don't care if they asked me to be scout team safety, be scout team quarterback. I was going to do whatever I could to help the team win.
Okay. Now, a lot of the reply I got from some people was, how does Brady know how Daniel Jones feels? He's Tom Brady. Well, he mentioned in college he did get benched for Drew Henson.
In Minnesota, he had to bide his time and all of that. So, I mean, this is definitely straddling old school versus new school. Because, look, Eli Manning, similar age as Tom Brady, he got cut, and, man, he was the ultimate teammate and handled it the right way.
Got benched. He got benched.
Got benched. And, voiced his support for the team and his replacement and everything else like that. This kind of I think an offshoot of the transfer portal in college and the way that mentality has changed.
Good way to put it, yeah.
Because you're looking at, Marcus Mariota has done this. Derek Carr has done this now.
It's lame.
I mean, these are not Hall of Famers, These are not guys but they're just flat out saying, I want to go home.
Well,
I don't like this. It's not nice here. I used to be the man.
And some of the
Kenny freaking Pickett.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, Kenny Pickett, yeah.
Yeah, like maybe the very fact that you guys are asking for your release, maybe do some introspection and think about how, maybe this is actually part of why I've never delivered on my physical promise as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the one Daniel Jones opinion that I saw, I think it was the guy who runs Spot Rack, said that how classy it was that the Giants gave him his release and didn't have to put him through the humiliation week to week.
As they saved a bunch of money by cutting him.
Well, even independent of that, like he's getting paid $40. You know what I would do for $40 million in terms of humiliation? You don't want to know.
You've told me.
How humiliate? Right. The audience.
You've shown me the latex that you've got just in case.
That's right. $40
Your
million.
Gimp suit.
$40 million.
Your $40 million gimp.
Old manager, if you bump me up to $40 million in my next contract, out comes the gimp suit. I promise. You guys can get all kinds of content out of this. Hey, there's a texter. There's a texter saying that the creepy picture of hair dude over Seth's shoulder makes his psychotic stories almost evil. Must be talking about your dream story there.
Oh, my dream stories. Yeah. That's that hairy dude is Trevor Lawrence.
It's Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. I've got Shad Khan printed out. I just don't have any tape to put him up with. So.
Okay.
I'll put Shad Khan up there later. So let's do this for the rest of the year. I'll put the upcoming opponent over my shoulder.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. All right, Payne and Pendergast. I want to circle back to the third Thanksgiving Day game yesterday because there is a tie to the Houston Texans that we can get to. And CJ Stroud, he's making similar promises about the offense, not to the degree of others, but he's got confidence in this offense that they can get turned around. What's the biggest thing they need to do to stop the futility on offense in the second half of games? We'll hear from CJ Stroud as well coming up next. But first, Texas Star Grill Shop.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're going to dig into the Jags in the final segment of the show. Texans-Jags on Sunday. There was one game last night that involved a future Texans opponent. It's weird. Thanksgiving's weird because Detroit and Dallas are always on Thanksgiving. It tends to skew very heavy NFC. But that last game, you know, and they play some AFC teams sometimes, but only one AFC team yesterday, and it's Miami, who the Texans actually, that's their next opponent after the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, the one you can count on with the Dolphins is if it's cold, they play poorly. Don't tell Terry Bradshaw that. Did you? I don't know if you saw this, Seth, before the game. Proof that once you get to a certain age, you can just say whatever you want and they'll keep you on a studio show, like whatever. Here was Terry Bradshaw's bit of analysis about the Dolphins heading into Green Bay, specifically Tua Tagovailoa and how he does in cold weather. Now, what I want you to envision, because it hits home a little more visually, as you're hearing Bradshaw's analysis about how Tua's not really scared of the cold, imagine a graphic being thrown up on the screen showing that Tua is awful in cold weather.
5 of those games, they have their quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa. Now, 11 touchdown passes, 1 interception in the last 5 games. Mike McDaniels has got his quarterback back. And, folks, you're in for a treat tonight because the weather doesn't bother Tua. This is going to be a fun game to watch.
If the weather doesn't bother him, the weather is bothering him. He's one and... The weather obviously bothers the man.
Wait. Think positive, Mike.
Okay.
Positive.
So, like, as that whole kerfuffle was going on, they were firing up the stat. As Terry Bradshaw just says, the cold weather doesn't bother Tua. They throw up a graphic showing Tua, probably with some icicles next to him or something, showing that he has a 1-7 record when the weather is below 50 degrees, 0-4 when the weather is below 40 degrees, and 0-2 when the weather's below 30 degrees. It was below 30 degrees last night. It was 26 degrees last night.
A man who grew up in Hawaii and played in Alabama, like all kinds of reasons for him not to be good in the cold, and yet somehow, look, I screw stuff up all the time, especially if I misread my own bullet points sometimes and get things screwed up.
Yeah.
But this is one of those ones where you gotta, like, okay, maybe you could blame it on, like, some kid handed him a card or a note that was written poorly. Oh. You got to check yourself on this one, Terry. Yeah. You got to remember, like, wait a second. It would be a huge story if Tua was actually lights out in the cold.
Right.
There's every reason in the world for him not to be good at playing in the cold. If somehow you were actually good at it, you would have known about it before you got handed that note card.
Yes. I mean, like, think about what you're saying and ask yourself, okay, is this really outlandish what I'm saying right now? That is outlandish what you're saying there, Terry Bradshaw.
I'm feeling a little bit more generous with him or forgiving because I just watched, what was the name of the movie? It's with Ed Helms and Owen Wilson, where they play like brothers who are going to find their father. And
I know the movie you're talking about.
Father Figures. It's called Father Figures.
Okay.
And Terry Bradshaw plays one of the candidates. And he was really good playing Terry Bradshaw, like a fictionalized version of Terry Bradshaw. I thought he was pretty damn good.
He was in Smokey. Wasn't he in Smokey and the Bandit, Terry Bradshaw? I thought he was. I think he was.
Back in the day?
I thought he was. I thought he was in Smokey and the Bandit. I may be thinking of a different movie. I don't know.
I think everything I've ever seen him in, he's playing himself.
Yeah.
But I think he's actually gotten better at playing himself over the years as an actor.
Played himself well on the studio show yesterday, I would say, in that bit of analysis. I actually glad the Packers won. Like, my big hope for that Dolphins game in Week 15, Seth, with the Texans, is that the Dolphins season is kind of like they kind of have their dreams crushed by the time that game rolls around. Because that game, they had won 3 in a row. They'd started to feel like they were getting back into this thing a little bit.
But it's going to have to be an historical stretch for them to really claw their way back into it.
Yeah, and Green Bay took care of some of that business yesterday.
The moral victory for them, I think, is that, okay, you still realize, Tua's, if he can stay healthy, Tua's the guy you're going to roll with, and you should feel it. As long as you're going to only play warm weather games.
Warm weather games only. Yeah. And so this is our request to the Texans. This is the solution. You can thank me later for this. Just turn the air conditioner down to 33 degrees on game day in Week 15 when the Dolphins come to town.
Pull the opposite of what the Spurs did to LeBron.
That's right. Make it super-duper cold inside NRG Stadium.
Go talk to the folks over there that are sponsoring the baseball park. Daikin.
Let's turn this into
Daikin folks in there.
One day, let's turn this into Daikin Stadium football style. Yes.
Well, there's nothing that would be more universally well-received than NRG pouring like a boatload of energy into bringing.
Yes.
Nobody across the board would be upset about basically committing an entire natural gas plant to fueling the freezing of NRG Park for one day. Daikin and NRG could work hand in hand.
Okay, if you are by the way, it was Cannonball Run that Terry Bradshaw was in. Thank you, Texter, to the 5 Hour Energy fan line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy show out of Sports
I thought he did the orangutan in Every Which Way But Loose
and
4.
football super fans. Yeah. Okay, Seth is putting more and more pictures.
Putting a college picture of CJ Stroud up.
Oh, okay. Did you do a caption on it through AI or no?
No, AI did the same caption for him, Pride of the NFL, just with a different font.
Oh, that's an insult to CJ Stroud.
You know what? It's pretty cool. I didn't put the font on there, but it was, I think it was Ohio State's font, one of their fonts.
Yeah.
It was pretty, AI kind of knows something.
They know some things. Okay, so Seth has a picture of Trevor Lawrence, kind of creepy. Shad Khan, kind of creepy. CJ Stroud looks very handsome. A young CJ Stroud.
It's a rebirth this week is what I'm hoping
Very
for.
handsome. You can tell AI for me would put future savior of a franchise on there. That's what it would put. So Seth is covering his wall in pictures.
You guys have no idea how much money I'm sacrificing to the Ink Syndicate.
Yeah.
I'm putting this montage up behind me.
If you're an HVAC technician, what's the coldest that we could make it in NRG Stadium for Week 15?
Yeah. Realistically, I mean, you'd have to bring in extra equipment.
Yeah.
You'd have to have standalone AC units.
But this is the tip. If we want to avoid an upset of the I know we got to eat what's on our plate, and they play the Jags on Sunday. I get that, but this is sort of Seth and I going into advanced scout mode. They have somebody scouting the Dolphins over there right now, right?
Yeah.
And so this is Seth and I advanced scouting the Dolphins. This is what I've learned. They suck in the cold weather, i.e., let's just make it cold at NRG
You know what they
Stadium.
need to do? DeMeco and I would both be fans of this because DeMeco and I both left connective tissue on the old palate system. DeMeco tore his Achilles tendon. I tore my hamstring off my pelvis. 2 of the 3 hamstring tendons off my pelvis because of that pallet system.
Yeah.
I bet that pallet system is laying in some field next to a junkyard down in Rocheron or something.
Okay, Seth's talking
bring
about
the pallet system out. Maybe you can't make it cold, but you can bring the pallet system back and wet it down, make it all muddy and mucky and everything. Yeah,
something. That'll slow down Tyreek Hill a little bit. That would be good. Yeah.
Maybe it'll keep the offensive line from false starting. As effectively because they'll be scared to move their feet,
or their cleats will be stuck in the crevices.
Yeah.
they can't move.
The thing that drove me crazy about that sequence where the Texans had 2 false starts in a row, so it was 3rd and forever, and then CJ had to sit back in the pocket and wait for Tavondre Sweat to sack him. That whole sequence, it was the fact that it happened at home.
Yeah.
It was okay.
Inexcusable.
I understand you guys have issues on the road. I'm not happy about it, but I get it. But that was at home, man. 2 false starts in a row.
Yep. Terry Bradshaw wasn't Hooper also with Burt Reynolds. That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of Hooper. Here's CJ Stroud. When will what does this offense need to stop doing in order to get better?
Continue just focus. I think that's the main thing. Just focus every play in and out, and just not hang your head down after one bad play. Learning to just move on from it and continue to just, trusting yourself, trusting everybody around you. I think that's what we can do to, have 4 quarters of a good offense.
There's a lot, man. The solution for a lot, and I know it's CJ at a press conference. I'm not expecting him to pull out a whiteboard and say, well, here's the things we need to do, right? Expect that. But, man, I'm hearing a lot of people hoping they just snap out of it at some point here.
Yeah, this is the thing that showed up versus the Titans. Now, the Titans are a very good run defense. That's one of the things that was worried me about this matchup. There were things specifically about that matchup that made me nervous, and one was that they're such a good run defense that they don't really feel like they have to load up the box against you or anything. But it's you can run play action without quote unquote establishing the run as long as linebackers and safeties are biting on the play action. The Titans had 0 respect for the run game.
None.
And it made it so easy. And just even in stuffing the run game itself, the linebackers knew that the Texans offense was going to get destroyed on the perimeter. So the linebackers just kind of waited for it to cut back, and there was nowhere to go. But then some of the pass protections the Texans call, they're trying to help out the offensive line. So you're doing some run action type stuff. But there's 0 respect for it.
Yep.
So none of it works. And I know you love to think, hey, it's 2024. It's all about the pass game. You got to be at least competent in the run game. And
Amen.
they're not genuinely competent in the run game versus – and I don't even need them to be good, just competent.
Yep.
And they're not versus good run defenses.
All right, and people weighing in on the temperature of NRG Stadium. The coldest you could get the ambient temperature in the stadium is 55 degrees. All HVAC equipment can only cool to 55 degrees.
So we need refrigerate. We need the HVAC-R folks to come in.
Yes, yeah.
We needed to turn that thing into a damn meat locker.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
That's where the real money is. Sean, remember when I was training myself to be an HVAC tech during
YouTube.
COVID?
Yes.
And that's when I realized the real money was like, ooh, get into the HVACR.
Yeah, refrigeration. The magic
Only
word.
problem with that is that you get a lot of 2 a.m. calls from grocery stores that are like, hey, we're about to lose $10,000 worth of veal cutlets if you don't get out here.
Yeah, but you've got them over a barrel. You're like, I'm awfully sleepy right now. You know, what's it going to take to get me out of bed?
Those 2 a.m. calls, you get a nice rate.
Hell yeah. Someone's suggesting open the roof and pray for cold weather, like weather in the 30s. It'll be December 15th.
Well, Bobby Slowick does seem to think that penalties are an act of God.
Right.
So I'm open to anything at this point. Bobby Slowick talked about penalties like they're just something that every now and then God randomly throws at you. Maybe might as well. Praying for penalties to stop is about probably the same success rate for the Texans as praying for a snowstorm to roll in.
Freezing weather during football season.
In late November.
Yep.
Miami would be December.
Yeah.
I was. Hey, Sean. I've been witness to Houston snowfall before.
Yes.
I believe it was Christmas Eve in 2004.
Okay.
The snow fell. My wife and I were at Star Pizza, and and then 5 months later we had a child. So I think divine. That was an exception, my opinion.
5 months later, yes.
I don't know how everything works, but all I know is it snowed, and then 5 months later we
That was
had
a curveball I didn't expect. Most of those things are like, and then 9 months later,
I went from worrying that my wife was eating too much pizza because she was getting kind of fat to 5 months later we had a child.
Okay. Now I get it. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's funny.
A nice Latino baby that...
Football Friday, Payne and Pendergast.
It was a miracle.
Sports Radio 610. All right. Final segment coming up. You can weigh in, 5-Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610. We're going to get you ready for this Jacksonville game. The long-awaited 3 hours and 38 minutes Seth Payne official prediction for this game. Seth has been nails on the over-under for Texan games since he started giving out predictions in the 9 o'clock hour. We got the Seth Payne prediction, keys to the game, all of that coming up next. Stay there.
Daisy, French onion dip, and Daisy ranch dip. Look, this is...
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're going to get you ready for this game. CJ Stroud, we heard Bobby Slowick say they're so close earlier in the show. We heard J.J. Watt say he's got confidence they're going to get this thing turned around. CJ Stroud, here's what CJ Stroud had to say about the Texans hitting their stride.
We got some of the best teams in the league, hanging on to the second half, and then we just have, like Bobby's saying, a play there, or a drive here, or a turnover there, or whatever the case may be. Clean those things up, we can really win more games. And I think our record honestly doesn't – it's not a bad record, but it's not a good record either, in my opinion, for the type of team we have. but we're at, and the rest of our future is ahead of us. So it's a lot of things to look forward to. But I think what our record says is the team we are. I think a lot of teams around the league know that too. But we know that ultimately inside that our team can be a lot better, and we can play with anybody, and we got to just learn to not play down our competition and play to win and dominate every single play. And I think the more we can do that, the better we'll be.
Yeah, it's got to be. I would imagine, and look, CJ's part of it. He's one of the players, but it's got to be frustrating. Really, going back to last year, they played in a lot of close games last year that shouldn't have been close. They played in a lot of close games that they should have put away. They played in some games this year, like that, honestly, like that Buffalo game. They beat Buffalo in that game 23-20, and that was the ultimate game, Seth, where afterwards, if they're 4-1, they just beat Buffalo on a 59-yard field goal at the end of the game. So if you're, that's where after that game is where I felt like nitpicking the fact that it never should have been that close.
Yeah.
May have felt like nitpicking, but I think now that you look at the season in totality, if you're pointing that out then what you were doing is pointing out the possibility of the treachery that they're going through right now. You just let good in, you do too many things that allow teams to hang around in games.
Right, and like we pointed out, so on the season, the Texans are 6-2 versus bad teams.
Okay.
They're 1-3 versus good teams. So the teams that have a winning record right now.
Okay, so the 4 good teams are the 3 NFC North teams that they've played and lost. They beat the Bears, but the 3 they've lost to, they got blown out by the Vikings. They got beat on a last-second field goal by the Lions. They got beat on a last-second field goal by the Packers.
Yeah, they're 1-3 versus the good teams.
1-3, right. And the one they beat was the Buffalo Bills.
The Bills, right?
Yeah.
1-3, they're 6-2 versus bad teams, but in the last 3 losing teams they faced, they're 1-2, and that probably meets how everything feels. They started off playing down to their competition, where now, to disagree with CJ, I don't think it's a matter of playing down to the competition. I think you're playing right where you are.
You are the competition.
The Titans did not win that game flukishly.
Nope.
The Titans did that. You could blame the penalties, except the Texans have a track record this season of inopportune penalties.
Yeah.
So I think they are right now, they're an average team at best, and they need to prove that they're better than an average team. And the Jaguars are a bad team. Jaguars defense is atrocious. They're okay. They're not as atrocious against the run as they are against the pass. They're just abysmally bad versus the pass.
Bad.
So I think that my biggest thing in kind of figuring out how this game's going to go is, all right, as much as the penalties are a real issue and not flukes or acts of nature or something, to Nico, like half of Nico Collins' best performances in the last 2 weeks. Should have had over 100 yards receiving in both those weeks since he's been back. So just by sheer probability, I think this is the week. Hey, this is the week that Nico Collins scores a touchdown that doesn't get called back.
Right.
Okay? Call me crazy, but I feel like that's going to happen. They're going to be able to do that on the road. They're still going to have success in the passing game. Just don't shoot yourself in the foot that much. The thing that I'm concerned about is that the Texans' defense, as well as they've played, they still let up big plays, especially to good receivers. And now you're even more depleted at the safety position because Jimmy Ward moves down to the star position.
Mm-hmm.
I'm nervous about Trevor Lawrence getting the ball to Brian Thomas. So I'm gonna take the over in this game. It's 43.5.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take a pretty healthy over on this. I'm predicting Texans 30-27.
30-27. Okay, so I have it as a field goal game also.
Yeah.
But I have it as a lower scoring game. I have it 23-20. You've got 30-27 Texans. That's a lot of stress, man.
I know. Hope I'm wrong. But I just feel I can't trust the secondary right now.
Right.
I trust the pass rush to get there, but I don't trust that it's always going to hold up on the back end.
Yeah. Man. 30-27 is Seth's prediction.
27's a lot of points for Trevor Lawrence and Evan Ingram.
Yeah, but if they hit some big plays, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, like Brian.
Well, and an interception or two in there too.
Well, an interception
by CJ.
Which
I've come to I got to start expecting CJ at least.
Well, and last week when he had 2 interceptions, what did it allow for the Titans? Short fields.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Those turnovers, they turn into oftentimes they turn into short fields.
Sean, he's thrown 5 interceptions in the last 3 games. He's
Yeah.
had at least 1 interception in each of the last 3 games.
Yep. It's not been good. So I've got 23-20 Texans set. That's 30-27 Texans. A few big streaks on the line here, man. Few of the stranger streaks that I can remember experiencing with a team that I've rooted for. The Texans have won 9 straight road games in the AFC South. They're a 5-point favorite in this game on Sunday. They have not lost a road game in the division since week 6 of the David Culley season. How crazy is that? When you think about how long ago David Culley coaching the Texans feels,
Yeah.
they haven't lost a road game in the division. Last I checked, it's supposed to be harder to win on the road, right, than at home. They've not lost a road game in the division since week 6 when they lost to Indianapolis with David Culley as the head coach.
The Dallas Cowboys, basically.
Yeah.
They're hell on wheels on the road.
Yep.
The Jaguars are, where was the stat? 1-6 in one-score games this year.
Okay.
Which some of that could be randomness, but when it's a bad team, I tend to think like, okay, it's there's substance to that. So the Texans previously had a pretty good knack for winning one-score games. That's fallen by the wayside.
It's gotten worse, yeah.
But I don't worry about it as much versus the Jaguars as I do versus some of the other teams.
6 straight win versus the Jags the Texans have. This goes back to 2017. The last time the Texans lost to the Jags, they got blown out late in the season in 2017, which happened to be the one season that Jacksonville has made a deep playoff run in the last decade or so. In 2017, when they signed all those free agents, Blake Bortles was the quarterback. They destroyed the Texans, who probably had Tom Savage starting at quarterback. That was late in the Deshaun Watson ACL season. Since then, they've won all 6 times in Jacksonville. Crazy thing about that, 5 different head coaches in those games. Bill O'Brien for the first 2, one of which was a London game. Romeo Crennel in an interim status in 2020. And then David Culley, 2021. Lovie Smith, 2022. And then DeMeco Ryans' first win as Houston Texans head coach. Remember that last year, Seth? They're 0-2. Honeymoon was over after getting blown out by the Colts at home. 7-point dog to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they go on the road. That was the game where Tank had that big, long catch and run. Oh, that would be fun if they reprise that. Remember Tank had that long bomb for a dagger touchdown at the end of that game?
Oh, yeah.
That'd be really cool if Tank Dell got that open in a game.
They've shown. Look, Tank Dell. Last week he had the one deep shot. He had the other opportunity over the middle of the field where he bobbled it. It wasn't. I don't know what the catch probability was on that, but last year I think Tank would have reeled that in.
Yes,
no problem.
The 2023 catch probability on that was 98%. Last year he would have caught it. Yeah.
And honestly, if you're talking about quarterback versus quarterback in this game, CJ hasn't had a passer rating over 100 in the last 6 games.
Right.
Whereas Trevor Lawrence in his last 3 games, he's been over 100 twice in the last 3 games. He's been over 100 3 times in the last 5 games. So it's as much as Trevor Lawrence might not be worth the contract they gave him, CJ has not been playing his performance on the field. All circumstances there's extenuating circumstances to be sure, but the product hasn't been awesome quarterback play.
No.
And you got to go into this with your eyes wide open, man. Nothing about this offense is as it should look based on what it looks like on paper. They haven't translated any of the paper success to the actual stuff over the last 6 weeks.
Colts are at New England. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. Colts are a 2.5-point favorite in New England. Now, the Colts have the dreaded spot of playing their game after they just played the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions have turned into what the Niners were with DeMeco Ryans when DeMeco Ryans was there, where the team that plays the Lions the next week, they tend to lose. I think the Texans might be the only team that the Lions have played that won the following week.
They haven't succumbed to the bully ball trauma.
No. Well, they needed an extra day's rest, too.
Jared Goff's come back down to earth too. Yeah, they couldn't score in the red zone in the second half yesterday. He threw 2 picks last week. He threw 5 the week before. Now they're still a very good and complete football team.
Yeah.
But watching them on that 6-game stretch heading into the Texans game where it's unstoppable,
crazy.
I think the pendulum has swung back a little towards okay, they're gonna have to slug it out down the stretch.
Yeah. I hope we get to see them again this year, the Lions. That would mean we're partying in New Orleans. That would
Let's
be
get
great.
past Jacksonville first.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Let's eat what's on our plate. Yeah, coming up next.
Hey, how do you think the Texans will fare in the Super Bowl?
Coming
I don't
up
know.
next.
Let's see if they can beat the Jaguars on the road.
Previewing the 4 teams the Texans are most likely to play in the Super Bowl. Coming up next.
So the Colts at the Patriots. Jonathan Taylor's kind of fallen off in the last few weeks, too.
Okay.
So the Colts 5-7. By the end of the season, they might be in that. You know, if they end up a winning team, then I'd be able to look at it and say, oh wow, they've actually been 3-3 versus the good teams.
Yeah.
By the end of the year.
That would be
Yay!
nice. That would be nice. Let's go out to Katie. I believe Home Run Dugout is where the fellas are today. Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. What's up, boys? How we doing?
Well, it's John Lopez and Figgy Fig.
Oh, what? Oh,
John
that's right.
Lopez
Reggie.
and Figgy Fig.
That's right. I forgot. Okay, that explains.
I know we all look alike. But
Okay, now, Figgy, I didn't say that. I didn't.
No,
what are
he
you
knows
talking
about your
I can't
segregated
even
Thanksgiving.
can't even see you right now. What are you talking about?
I'm just messing.
Figgy, I don't know if you're listening at all this morning, but I apologize to Ben earlier because I had a dream last night where I was just a complete and total D-bag to you, Byron, and Ben for no reason whatsoever. I had this dream that I was just being the biggest jerk on earth, and I woke up and I felt so bad about it that I felt the need to apologize to Ben. So, Figgy, I apologize for talking in my dream last night.
What you got against us producers?
That was why I felt so bad, because you guys that's exactly it. You guys are all awesome. You're just like the nicest guys on earth, and I was just being a bully. So I apologize.
Yeah.
Dang.
I mean, he did wait till 9:57 to apologize. Like he could have texted you, I think.
Well, I blocked him on my text line. I don't.
Figgy.
I only
the nicest person, literally the nicest person in the world.
Yeah. No.
So, did you guys have a nice Thanksgiving? It was good.
Terrific Thanksgiving.
Did the big crawfish boiling pot that I know didn't have crawfish in it? I saw your picture, John, on Facebook. Did it get the job done? Did you fry some turkeys? Is that what that was for?
It got the job. I fried one turkey and I smoked one turkey.
Okay.
That pot has probably, we were trying to, I was putting it up, and I do crawfish in there. I do the turkeys in there. I do shrimp in there. So it's probably, and I've had it for the better part of 30 years.
Yeah, that old gal has seen some things, huh?
That old girl, if that old girl could talk, I'm telling you. How about just the conversations around that
That's
pot?
what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, it was great. Figgy Fig came over for
That's what I saw. I saw Figgy. So give us the power rating on a Lopez provided thanks. Be honest, Figgy. He's sitting right there. I don't
Be
care.
honest.
Yeah, be honest.
I'm gonna be 100% honest. I think all of his food was good, man.
Okay.
Now I know he ain't make every single thing, but it was a really good Thanksgiving. I went back for seconds. It was pretty good.
He took 3 Tupperwares home.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this.
I had some last night, too.
Did you feed the Tupperware with you, expecting to bring some home, or did John give you Tupperware to bring stuff home?
No, he gave me some Tupperware to bring home.
We always buy big vats of that plastic from Costco, the plastic Tupperware.
Yeah.
I like that. I like thinking about Lopez being in some 1970s film talking about how he just smoked that turkey, saying it to Pam Grier. You know, like it's just some kind of. I smoked that turkey.
It's code. It's code. Did you smoke the turkey? Yeah, but that feeds into. I know we're kind of up against it here. To my age-old thought that I think is 100% correct. You can disagree if you want. If you put "ol" in front of anything, any phrase at all, like OL apostrophe, it becomes sexual innuendo. Like, did you give her the old high back chair? Anything. I'm just looking at a high back chair right now. Did you give her the old home run dugout?
Okay.
If you put OL apostrophe in front of any phrase at all, I want you guys, when you're driving home, or if you're listening right now, put OL in front of anything.
Okay.
Did you give her the, I'm looking at Osita right now here. Did you give her the old ball cap?
Did you give her? Okay.
It was a good Thanksgiving. I gave her the old mac and cheese.
Yeah. That becomes sexual innuendo.
Just looking at stuff I'm holding in my hand, I gave her the old power adapter. That works. Yeah. That definitely works.
Yeah.
The old power charger. Yeah.
Give her the old ring light.
Yeah. Did you give her the old ring light? Especially if you say it like that,
I'm going to try this out later on today.
Did you give her the old, what is this thing called? Stanley Cup?
There you go. There you go. All right, boys. Well, have a good show out there. That's a great spot, Home Run Dugout out in Katy. That's a real good spot. Go see those guys out there. If you're out there driving around and go tell the significant other you're going shopping, and then head over and see Figgy and John Lopez.
The old lady.
The old, there you go. The old OL apostrophe lady. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, have a good show. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. We are out of time. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you Sunday morning, 9 a.m., Texans Countdown.
All right.
Antibodies and the old desk bell to you.
All right.
The old desk bell.
There we go.
The old desk bell? Yeah, you did.
Figgy Fig, John Lopez, Byron Matthews back here in studio. Today they are in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, and what he said, right? Come on through. This is nice.
Is this your first time here?
Yes, because I've tried, it's Katy, so it's a little bit further down from where I stay down there near downtown, and I've never come out to see the boys here.
Yeah, it's really nice out here.
I'm sure we're going to be able to take some hacks right there, maybe outside. It's huge. It's enormous. So come on through to Home Run Dugout. Like I said, Figgy Fig is here. Matt is here, got us on the air. Of course, Byron Matthews holding down the fort. Back at the studio, Osita's here, as I mentioned, and Mickey from the Home Run Dugout, and they'll be swinging those doors open here pretty soon. So Black Friday, man. First of all, I'm going to ask you, but you were at my house. But the general, how was your Thanksgiving? You can hit us up at 713-572-4610 on the text board. You can hit us up on YouTube, Twitch as well. And but how was your Thanksgiving? We had a really good time having you over,
fun, man. It was good. It wasn't too much going on because a lot of times Thanksgiving could be a little too much going on with all type of people, and I felt like I was family.
You are.
I went there. I'm like, I know everybody here.
Yeah, exactly.
So it was cool, man. The food was good. I appreciate the invite, man.
Yeah, it was good because your better half is out of town, so you were
my old lady.
Your old lady,
she out of town.
Was out of town, so you were flying solo. I said, come on, man, and you got to meet the grand girls and all that. Of course, had you met them?
No, I never met them.
Yeah, you hadn't met them. So this is not the question of the day. We're going to get into something that really is bothersome here in just a second regarding the Texans offensive coordinator. You know his name, Bobby Slowick. But I'm curious, just on the text board, as I mentioned, 713-572-4610. This had to be a really hard Thanksgiving for a lot of people. At our house, we were all like-minded, and we were all very, very close. So nothing really, came through. But did you avoid family politics? Did you avoid politics this Thanksgiving? We're going to get to the question of the day in the next segment, but I'm just curious because you had to, this was one of those years where you just had to, or really any sensitive topic, you just had to avoid it, nothing. Some people, though, can't help themselves.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in because, you always got some type of family have an opinion.
Every family.
Everybody. No matter what it is. And I felt like, and I'll probably get to this probably Monday, but I felt like the popular thing to talk about during Thanksgiving was the Houston Texans and the O-line.
Yeah.
The O-line, it seemed like everybody got something to say about the O-line. And I think everybody was in agreement with how they feel the O-line is playing, which is not the best.
No, not the best at all. So I'm curious if you guys were able to avoid. Again, a lot of people on the old. I've said that, but it's been a couple of years. It's absolutely true. People saying, did you give her the old in the loop? Did you give her the old 30 points in the first half?
I only use old whenever I talk about my wife. I kind of go New Orleans, my old lady. So that's the only time I really say it.
Yeah. All right, let's start here. So it happened sort of late in the day on Wednesday. So you may not have heard it. Obviously people knocking off early on Wednesday, going home, doing some Thanksgiving prep. Then, of course, Thanksgiving yesterday. So you really couldn't – you may not have been dug in on the Texans, right? This blew me away, man. I was like, holy crap, Bobby Slowick. And I have the question for you guys. First, let's hear Bobby Slowick cut 3 here, Byron, because this is how he got into it. Well, it's not the first question, but this is how he got into what I think was kind of politicking, speaking of politics, for his own job.
Everyone talks about all the bad, like incredibly special things for really half to three quarters of the game. I mean, we're like fourth in points in the first half, and I don't even think we're good in the red zone in the first half, so there's a whole lot out there still. Like, we do some really good stuff, and we have an immense amount of penalties that last year we weren't, I would say, as undisciplined in that regard, like just being willing at times to understand when I have to let up. And we've had a whole lot of errors that we've continued to try to clean up and has led to a lot of inconsistency. And last year we had some of that, but not as much, I would say, would be the one difference. But beyond that, like I think all of us in the room, when we get together in our offensive room, there's a lot of belief that what we're doing right now and where we're going, like we'll be fine.
He's saying, without directly saying, that he thinks this Texans offense is better than last year.
I mean, I don't see it, man.
What's going on?
Yeah, I don't see. To me, I feel like it sounds like it's a disconnect between the players and the coaching.
Yeah, go ahead.
It seemed like Bobby feel like he's doing everything he can, but it's not translating on the field for some reason.
I'm telling you, this bothered me maybe more than it should have, but maybe not, because he just kept digging and digging and digging about how good a job he's doing. It sounds a lot like a guy that is starting to worry about number one, worry about himself. And cut two here, kind of, I actually, part of me hates, his honesty here, because I think he was being honest, but you can also easily interpret this as throwing the line under the bus.
This last game, just far too often, we weren't blocking linebackers. Nobody's going to be able to run the ball well when we consistently have three linebackers. So that's it. Really just starts from there. I know head coaches reference it. It's the same message all the way through the team. Like, right now we're hyper focused on doing our job to the best of our ability, to the smallest detail, and that's what has shown up when we've had issues.
Look, like he's basically saying the line ain't doing their job. The line ain't doing their job. It's not on me. And this is really something like he just sounds like a guy that can feel kind of can feel the walls closing in on him, and he's making sure that he doesn't look bad.
Yeah, it sounds like he's really trying to show everybody that, hey, it's not only me. Like, they got to do their job too. Maybe I'm not calling the best game and all that, but they got to do their job too, and they got to block these linebackers. They got to, pick up this coverage and all that stuff. So it honestly seems like that's why I'm kind of hesitant to feel like that Bobby got to go.
Yeah.
Like right out the gate, he got to go, because I feel like it's just deeper than rap. I feel like it's way more problems than just the play calling. And to me, it seemed like that kind of showed it that yes, he's not having the best, but also the offensive line is not having the best year either.
Yeah.
So I think he is trying to save himself a little bit now.
All right, let's hear a little more from Bobby Slowick, because to me that's kind of the story here as we go into the Jacksonville game. And of course, this is one that you absolutely positively should win, coming off of just a miserable performance against Tennessee. This is Slowick cut for Byron from Bobby Slowick.
CJ's doing a really good job. He's growing. Like I can't. I know the games have gone certain ways in certain moments that, maybe it doesn't seem that way, but the stuff he's doing on the practice field for multiple weeks now, some of the plays he's making in the games, really, if he could take, I wouldn't even say two, if there was like one play he could take back from last game. Other than that, he played pretty spot on, and that's all you could ask for from your leader. He's going to challenge himself to be better all the time. We got to be better around him. I got to do a better job with some of the play calls for him. But what he's doing on the practice field these last few weeks is it's a matter of time. It's going to show.
Yeah, look, and the first part of that, I think, he's being very complimentary of a guy who really is trying to do the most that he can. The only problem with that is, what we're seeing from CJ Stroud is not that guy. Like he said, it was one play. We're seeing a guy that gets rattled. We're seeing a guy that misses throws that he makes in his sleep normally. And we're seeing a guy that so good for him for defending his quarterback. But that's not exactly what the world is – I can't believe they're seeing that in the building either.
Yeah, I think I think everybody got some blame to share around. And, look, CJ obviously ain't having the same year he had last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think it's just – to me, I just think it's some of everything, man. Like, I do think it's some of the play calling. I think it's some of the O-line. I think with the O-line being so shaky, I think that got CJ a little shaky and doing stuff that he would never have done before. And it's kind of wild, man. It's kind of wild because I want to point the finger at somebody. That's kind of a natural thing to do. But you might be pointing the finger at like 3 or 4 different things.
Well, you can, but I think ultimately people always have been, and we've been talking about it, obviously, coming back to Bobby Slowick. And I just feel like, he's feeling that. He's seeing that. Maybe there's some internal pressure. Maybe there's some internal discussions. We've talked about changing the play caller. I think Reggie was right when he was talking about this week that, if you do change play callers, that's pretty much it for Bobby Slowick. You can't go back again, especially if there's any measure of success. But here's another one from Bobby Slowick that just sort of makes you turn your head and raise your eyebrows a little bit.
We've been talking about this for the whole season, I feel like, at this point. We've tried all kinds of different things. We will continue trying a lot of different approaches in a lot of different areas until something fits. But at the end of the day, what happened in the second half was we had an immense amount of penalties. We were bad on third down, and we couldn't run the ball. And it doesn't matter if you play second half, first half. You play at noon or you play at 7 p.m. like that, that's going to be bad football. And that's really what it is when you go back and you look at it. Every second half hasn't been bad. The ones that have been bad, we play bad football. And they've been doing really what we expect them to do. And that where I think early on kind of led to frustration that I'm sure everybody felt from just us as an offense. And now it's really like we're into December football mode. And we know what we've been doing in practice. We know what we've been doing in the meeting rooms. We know where we feel like we're going and how close we are at any given moment. I mean, how close we were to even just winning that game if you take a penalty away. So, we're right now it's just a matter of we have a lot of belief in each other, and we're excited to play December football and showcase that to everybody.
Yeah, this is the one that kind of set me off because, like, he said it. He said, like, we've tried everything. We've tried everything. We've made all these adjustments, and we still believe. But hey, by the way, we're in December football mode. Tomorrow's December 1st.
He said we close.
He said they're close, and then he said, "Well,
if it wasn't for what he
it
said,
wasn't for penalties and blocking and running game. Well, running game and blocking was together, and some of the second halves that they had. Well, dude, that's been going on every game this year.
Yeah, and Tennessee is not a great team, so." Like the simple fact that they were in that game as much as they was and end up winning that game, that's saying a lot, man.
Yeah. 713-572-4610. Look, Bobby Slowick right now. We've got Jacksonville on Sunday. He just said it. There's nothing, everything that they've done has gone wrong. They've tried everything. What else is there to try? What else could they possibly do? Are the penalties going to get better? They had a few weeks of maybe slightly better and then completely went back to you lose the game because you got penalties coming basically every quarter. You have penalties that are debilitating. They remain the second most penalized team in the entire NFL, and Laremy Tunsil is the most penalized player in the entire NFL. How does it get better with tomorrow, December 1st?
I don't know if it could get better, man. It seems like the issues they do have, you can't really just up and change it like that. I mean, I know we want we want to change the play caller, and maybe that could work. I'm not sure, but as far as like the players on that line, like I don't know if you could change anything that will, give them a spark.
Yeah,
because some of their biggest pieces are the issues.
No doubt. And on the text board, a lot of people coming in, feeling the same way I am regarding Bobby Slowick and sort of circling the wagons, looking out for number one, choose your favorite cliche. A couple people, though, one said he's stating facts is all he's doing. No, he's not. He's saying, it ain't me. We're not getting the blocking. He's saying, that we're doing everything right. It's just not, it's just penalties and all this other stuff. Look, those he's protecting himself, and that is bothersome as you're heading into like I said, tomorrow's December 1st, heading into the home stretch here. Obviously, with me, I've had his back. Excuse me. Tomorrow's December 30th. You know, Sunday is December 1st. Thank you to the 832. I don't know why I was ahead of myself there, but we're getting into December football, as he said. Tell me, is there any hope that he could be right, that they're going to flip a switch?
It's like you said, it's about to be December, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've been waiting on that switch. I don't think they got that benefit of the doubt to be labeled as the team that just flipped the switch, man. This ain't the Astros.
No, yeah, that's a great way to put it, because the Astros, you have confidence that they can
and they
flip
showed
the switch.
They showed it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this team haven't showed a really, really good offense that we thought they was going to have.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure. I said it. I want to say a couple weeks ago. Maybe this is the offense. Maybe this is as good as it's going to get. It ain't going. I mean, I thought it was going to be a lot of fireworks and blowouts and stuff like that. But maybe this is it. Maybe maybe this team is being carried by the defense. Maybe that's the identity.
Well, and we're going to get to the defense in about 40 minutes, because DeMeco Ryans was talking about that. But no, this is a problem. It's a big problem for the Texans that this is happening right now. Nothing. And everybody in the NFL is saying, you know, this is the point of the season where you know what you are, and you're just trying to get a little bit better as you go toward the playoffs. The Texans, specifically Bobby Slowick, meanwhile, is saying, oh, we're going to flip the switch. We're going to flip the switch. We're at Home Run Dugout. I got to come out here, man. This place is outstanding, like truly outstanding. You're going to have a blast here. We got some giveaways, a couple of $25 gift cards to Academy. That'll help your Black Friday for sure. And, of course, we're going to be able to you can come out, hang out, maybe take a break from all your Black Friday shopping, which we'll get to that today as well. But coming up next is the question of the day. And speaking of Black Friday, let's make it part of the question of the day. If you could get anything you wanted for the Texans on a Black Friday deal, what would it be? We'll get to that next. D&M Leasing right now with D&M Leasing. D&M.
Up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right. Happy Black Friday. Happy craziness. You know what was weird? This is John Lopez with Figgy Fig here at Home Run Dugout in Katy. Come on through if you're out and about with the craziness for Black Friday. But you know what's kind of weird? I know you experienced this. There was no traffic.
Yeah.
There was no traffic coming out here from downtown. And it got me wondering, Everybody's just in on the online Black Friday stuff now, but I think some people still like the thrill of the hunt.
Yeah, when I was driving in, it took me about 35 minutes with no traffic to get here. But I did go across some some plazas and all that.
Yeah.
It was a lot of cars.
A lot of cars in there?
But no, it used to be crazy a couple years ago, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it used to be jam-packed. It used to be a lot of traffic around this time.
Yeah.
But I think the hype kind of dying down a little bit. Not as far as like sales and stuff like that, but I guess the hype of getting out there, trying to hustle and get something.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that kind of died down a little bit. People just kind of looking on their phones on Amazon for deals and stuff like that.
Yeah. I don't ever. Maybe once in a while for stocking stuffers and stuff, I'll go out and pick up a couple things. But
have you ever had a successful, I guess, Black Friday type of thing
experience, like shopping?
I never had a good one.
I have when I was shopping for the kids when they were little, and I had my share. I had my share getting up at 5 a.m, going to Toys R Us, going to wherever, and getting in line to get whatever. I remember one specifically, the Power Rangers outfits, and then what was that? Those wrestling dummy things, those wrestling buddies or something like that. They were like big stuffed, like whatever, Hulk Hogan or whomever. They were all about that. On the text board, a lot of people getting a lot on Bobby Slowick based on our last conversation of the day, though, Figgy. It is Black Friday. If you could get anything you want on let's say 50% off on a Black Friday deal for the Houston Texans, what would it be? A lot of people are already saying a new offensive coordinator, but I started thinking okay, let's talk a little bit outside the box here. I was thinking those H-Town blue uniforms as a dominant color on the home jerseys. I would do that. Of course, 713-572-4610 if you want to get in with your Black Friday deal, what you really want for the Houston Texans. You got anything?
Yeah, I'm going to go obvious answer, man. I would have to get a offensive lineman, man. And it's one of those situations. Have you ever been in a situation where you just paid for something nice and it don't work out, and you like, man, I'm gonna have to get another one from another brand.
Yeah.
So you might get an all-brand TV, and that TV don't show as good. So you like, man, I'm gonna have to go get the same TV but a Samsung.
Yeah.
Because it's a better. I need to get a Samsung type of offensive lineman, man.
So
this one ain't it.
So I always look at the reviews, whether it's Amazon or wherever, and sometimes you got to kind of, muddle through those a little bit to see which ones seem legit. Like sometimes there's like 18 5-star reviews and 1-star review. It seems like that one person. What would the reviews be right now for the offensive line and Bobby Slowick?
Don't get it.
A little question of the day within a question of the day.
My favorite thing is when you look at the reviews. People be like, this ain't work at all for me.
A lot of times,
a waste of money.
A lot of times they'll say like this and this didn't work, and then you read more of the review and they didn't do it right. Like they screwed it up from the start on whatever it might have been. Another one, what about if you could get a Black Friday deal on a stadium renovation?
Oh, I would do that.
Yeah,
I would do that.
We talked about that on Wednesday. It's bad over there right now, and it's a very comfortable stadium. Nothing wrong with watching a game there, but dude, they were recommended to have the roof replaced in 2019. In 2019, they said 2 to 4 years you got to replace the roof. It's 5 years ago.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say it's bad. Like if you go in there, I ain't gonna look at it like, wow, what a bleep hole.
Yeah.
But I felt like I guess the homeowners that took really good care of a house that's very old.
Yeah.
And
you can see it if you look close.
Yeah, if you was to sell it to somebody, then you would see some of the issues, but to the naked eye, you can be like, oh, this actually a nice place.
Yeah.
Like they kept up.
The bones are good.
Yeah, but it's about that time.
Kind of like buying a house that's been 20, 30 years old. The bones are good. They kept up with it. It just needs a couple things.
You need some a big couple things that they haven't replaced since they had the place.
Let me ask you this: on a Black Friday deal, would you be willing to spend to get a new linebacker linebacking core, Toto? Because Christian Harris is off the table until further notice.
Yeah, I don't even know if he exists. But I will probably say no. I will probably look at the defensive backs before I look at the linebacker right now. I'm not saying that the linebacker is good to go and you don't need to look here, but I will probably look elsewhere before I look at the linebacker.
Yeah, 11:20. We're going to be hearing from DeMeco Ryans about that. But if you could get anything you wanted for the Texans on a Black Friday deal, what would it be? As I'm listening to this, reading some texts, etc. 713-572-4610. A lot of people are talking about the architect behind the play caller. Well, that I think what they're really talking about is DeMeco Ryans not making a move, because the architect works. That's the Shanahan-Kubiak offense of this offense. He's just not implementing it the right way. So, maybe some people are already kind of tired of DeMeco Ryans getting, defending his guy in Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, another thing. That's a little disrespectful to him. And I'm just like, man, get you two.
Yeah.
We saw it on Thanksgiving, man.
Look at that.
Get you two.
Look at what they did there.
Yeah, and I don't want to hear about, they got offensive line. It's just like, man, get you two running backs, man.
No, we're going to get to that game here, because that was pretty incredible.
Hey, I'm tired of the workhorse running backs, man. Let's get two great running backs. So I wouldn't mind getting one.
Yeah. Reading a review on a shotgun, and almost all of them were 5-star except for a couple, and they were talking about how it didn't even phase the buck when they shot it with their shotgun. You don't shoot bucks with shotguns. That's part of the reason right there. 713-572-4610. If you get any Black Friday deal for the Texans, what would it be? I'll tell you one thing. On the offensive side, we said offensive coordinator, we said offensive line. Would you get like what are they called? Like a confidence rebuild or a couple of sessions with a therapist for CJ Stroud?
I probably would.
Right?
I probably would for CJ only, yeah.
That's what bothered me about Slowick's comments, talking about how good CJ is and how he's playing better. Well, maybe some things he's doing better, but that ain't the same guy.
Yeah, nah, it's not the same, man. And we kind of talked about it like at the beginning of the season. We were talking about possible MVP candidate and all that stuff. Now some people don't even have him in the top 15 quarterbacks. And I just don't think he's playing the same.
And then there's this. How about a new offensive line coach? Somebody said Rick Dennison, Mike Munchak. Offensive line. Is it the offensive line coach? I don't think so.
It's hard to tell, man. I think everybody got a little blame to go around, but I don't know if they fire this offensive line coach and then everything be great by then. Like I said, I think it's a little deeper than that. I think they're going to have to look at everything at the end of the season.
Yeah, no, they're going to have to look at everything. But right now, I'll tell you one thing, Black Friday deal on a nice road win. That would be the most obvious one for me because you simply, the way it's playing out, you got Miami coming in, and they looked awful early but good late. They got a lot more confidence. Tua's playing pretty well. You got Miami, then Kansas City, then Baltimore. You can't really count on a whole lot on those three games. Maybe one, you could be lucky, but you can't split is what I'm saying. The other two games, which are Jacksonville and at Jacksonville and then at Tennessee.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
If you could get anything at 50% discount, killer instinct for the team. I don't know if – yes, the answer is yes. But is it the team or is it just particular elements of the team like the offensive line and maybe some other places?
I think they could have that killer instinct because we kind of seen it last season a little bit. But for some reason, it seemed like it could be the coaching too that they trying to play it safe, a little too safe. It's just like, man, nah, let's. I hate to keep bringing up Detroit, but nah, man, let's run them off the field. Let's not play it safe. Run them off the field.
Yeah. Y'all can keep sending those in, 713-572-4610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Home Run Dugout. Come on through. They're already getting everything ready for you here. We got two $25 gift cards to Academy we're going to be giving away. We're talking about the Ultimate Football Tailgate Package. You can register here. And, oh, by the way, that is for the Ravens game, the Beyonce game. So you can register for that here. Those tickets are very, very popular. Christmas Day, Ravens and Texans and Beyonce right there at NRG Stadium.
How crazy would it be if we get a whole bunch of beehivers?
Oh, we will. Here no, we absolutely will.
Camp out, yeah.
I mean, even
because the Beehive, they are not football fans.
No. Well, by and large, no. But even like when Taylor Swift just shows up, she doesn't perform. But last year, especially when she first started it, when she just showed up at games, all the Taylor the Swifties were showing up for that. Imagine Beyonce here. That's why the tickets are going so high.
Yeah.
Pretty good move by the Texans to get her to come here. All right. Coming up next, I'm gonna keep this short and sweet. Do you want to see a dead body? We're gonna show you that next.
Ready. The Texans are headed to Jacksonville in need.
Up the energy with every game. 5-hour energy introduces a Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. FiggyFig.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Home Run Dugout in Katy, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That was me clearing my voice right as Byron said, Mike is hot. Yeah, that's how we do it here. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Byron Matthews back at the studio. Home Run Dugout is where we are. And doors are kind of swinging open. They're officially swinging open in about 17 minutes. But come on through. We have people already kind of meandering in. Alvin came in. He said that I am on his bucket list, to which my first thought was he needs a better bucket list. But that's where we are, and that's how it goes. But just come on through. So let me ask you just flat out, Figgy. I said it during the tease. Do you want to see a dead body?
Again?
Again? Another one? Well, what happened on the first one?
I think I've seen maybe 2 dead bodies in my life. Like out and about.
713-572-4610.
I saw somebody get shot outside of a club.
Dead.
And he right there.
And on that note, we'll cheer your dead.
We talking about fake dead bodies.
We are talking about fake dead bodies. When I was a young pup working at the Brazosport Fax in the early 80s as an intern, they put me on what they call Cop Shop, which is the police beat. And you listen to the scanner, and you go out there and see what's happening. First day on the job, I went out for a double murder, a murder-suicide.
Oh, man.
I got there before the police did.
Oh, man.
And I saw both bodies. That's the last time I literally saw a dead body.
The last time I saw one was at my old place. Remember I told you?
Oh, yeah, in the parking lot.
Yeah, apparently they having a gunfight.
Yeah.
And I went outside. I just saw the shoes.
Oh.
And I saw the white sheet.
Oh.
I'm like, oh, man.
All right, let's lift this up a little bit. Let's lighten this up a little bit. A figurative dead body. A figurative dead body. So there we are, minding our own business, having a great time, eating Thanksgiving, having a couple of drinks, the whole 9 yards yesterday. And sure enough, Lions and Bears is on, and the Lions were pouring it on early. They settled for a couple of field goals and fumbled on the 3-yard line, I think. Otherwise, that would have been 23-30-0 at the half. Well, it wasn't. It was 16-0. And then here come the Chicago Bears, and they actually had. I mean, kudos to Caleb Williams, man. He brought them back in Detroit, big time atmosphere. And then Matthews, like, to me, this was it's hard to say, like, okay, that's a fireable offense, because there's usually so many different things that are in play, like what built up to that last sort of tipping point moment, and a lot has been building up around Matt Eberflus and the Chicago Bears, but almost standalone, this moment was kind of a don't bother getting back on the airplane moment.
Yeah.
If you believe in that.
Yeah, I would have told I'm like, you got to find your way home, man.
It was ridiculous.
Like, Chicago is not that far from Detroit.
Yeah.
Hey, just go to
hitch.
Yeah,
go planes, trains, and automobiles.
Go rent a car.
Yeah.
That was bad.
So if you didn't get to see the game, the Bears come all the way back. They get inside the 40-yard line, I believe. Then they get sacked, so they're outside the 40. They have a timeout in their back pocket. Matt Eberflus has a timeout in his back pocket. Didn't use it, and this is what it sounded like.
Well, this is supposed to be a quarterback draw. They have a light box.
Clock is running with 15 seconds, and it's 3rd and 26. They have one timeout left.
This is like the light box. You could have gotten numbers, but just didn't.
You better hurry.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is disaster in the making here. You're going to have to do something when it comes down to this play. Incomplete, and the game is over. Completely botched at the end by the Bears.
I can't believe they didn't take a timeout. You just assume.
Sometimes, they say can't take timeouts home with you.
Yeah.
Well, Matt Eberflus wanted to.
Yeah, when you get sacked like that, you got to take a timeout.
You have to. There's 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I don't care if that's your last one.
That could have been a job-saving moment for Eberflus. Yeah. Maybe.
And the way he got sacked, there's no way in hell you could just get right back up and then try to maneuver another play like that.
And then he changed the play at the line of scrimmage. When he starts changing the play, you call timeout.
Yeah.
And you do that. And so, obviously the Bears lose. He keeps that timeout in his back pocket. And we're going to get to what Matt Eberflus said, but this was Jimmy Johnson after the game.
In 70 years of coaching at all three levels, I've never seen dysfunction that cost a team an opportunity to win the game. Wow. Obviously, he's got a rookie quarterback, and different teams do it a different way. I handle clock management and timeouts. Sometimes the quarterback and the coach does it. Sometimes the coach has a coach in the box talking to him about clock management. But when Eberflus saw that they were off track and there was dysfunction, he should have called timeout. He says he wanted to communicate to the rookie quarterback to throw an out route, stop the clock, then call the timeout. They did not throw that was never communicated.
The communication was off.
Regardless of what the chain of command was, Eberflus has the ability to say, call timeout.
Call timeout.
Of course, that was Howie Long and Terry Bradshaw as well. But 70 years, first of all, that's pretty. 70. That's pretty wild.
Look what I had to go see how old he was. 70 years.
81 years old when he was 11. But either way, maybe it was 60. Give him a break.
Yeah.
But no, he's absolutely right. This, I hate to say, one moment is a fireable offense. I don't know. Is it?
I think that should be the final straw right there.
Maybe that's the best way to put it.
Like if it was the first time he did something like that, I wouldn't fire somebody like that. But this offense been bad, and Eberflus should be on his way out. And this was bad right here. This was really bad. And you fired your offensive coordinator.
And you already fired your offensive coordinator. And if that wasn't the final straw, Matt Eberflus in the post game. This should have been the final straw.
There were 32 seconds left when Caleb got sacked. How do you come away with only one desperation shot in the end zone that didn't really have a single catch?
Yeah, just like I explained. We wanted to re-rack that. Like I said, get a play in bounce and then call timeout. And that's where it was. It was 3rd and 4th going there. So.
Just a play, because it ends up being a deep shot to Rome that lands harmless.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about specific plays, but it was a play that was going inside, and then because we had the timeout, and we would have been in field goal range then. It would have been all set.
What went wrong on the sack where Larry kind of got caught out there with 2 rushes?
Yeah, I have to look at the exact play. I got to look at the play right there. Again, I got to get to the bottom of that. I didn't see it. I saw the guy come free, and I know what the play was, but yeah, I got to look at it.
Why wasn't the ball snapped at 18 seconds?
We just got to get it. We just got to do our job together to re-rack that play, get it off, and then call timeout.
Dude.
Yeah.
He said we're good. He said he'd do it. Basically said we'd do it again. We did it right. He said the words "we did it right" when everything was wrong.
You had 28 seconds left with one timeout, and you got one play off.
And he was changing the play, and he's getting destroyed right now. One more here for you because, here's the other thing that I think about this play. As it happened, I was telling my sons that might be the most visible, stupid decision by an NFL head coach since Marshawn Lynch in the Super Bowl. Think about it. This is Thanksgiving, man. This is everyone watching. And maybe they know a little bit about, the Bears' struggles and the offensive coordinator and Matt Eberflus and all that. but this is with the world watching, certainly the nation watching, and he does that.
Yeah, and that's a division rival, right?
And a division rival, and a team that that hasn't won on Thanksgiving in what was it, 11 years, 7 straight years, or whatever it was.
You had them on the ropes.
Yes, they had you just dead to rights, and you come all the way back, and that's how you end it.
You had enough time to score a touchdown.
Yeah,
if not get a field goal.
It was
you blew it.
It was ridiculous. This was Matt Ryan, and then at the end you'll hear Nate Burleson on that moment.
To go in overtime. There's no question. That timeout, 30 seconds. Yeah. The next play is going to take somewhere between 5 and 7 seconds. You're going to have 25 seconds to run your field goal unit out onto the field. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. This is unacceptable. Yeah. From the head coach position, your responsibility is to not panic in critical situations, to put your team in the best opportunity to win games. That's a massive, massive fail by Matt Eberflus.
And the players aren't without fault. They also made mistakes, pulling themselves back with those penalties. But yeah, on the coach's side, this was a time management collapse. I don't call for anybody's job, but these are the type of late game decisions, or lack thereof, that gets people fired.
A lot of times, and you heard him, that was Nate Burleson there at the end, but a lot of times when something like this happens and it's that egregious and it's that dumb and it's that impactful and it's that seen, as I mentioned a second ago, by itself, I don't think it's necessarily, you got to fire him for that decision. But I think he's going to get fired because that decision is a symptom of like so many things that have gone wrong with this organization. Like if he did that, I don't know if I can trust him.
Yeah, and like I said, they had Detroit on the ropes, man. Detroit, I think they had like a pass interference call that kind of gave the Bears some life. So you had them right there, man. You could have kept that streak going. Detroit losing, 8? That would have been 8 in a row on Thanksgiving. And you totally blew it just getting, first of all, getting a sack, having a timeout, and not using that timeout and only getting that one play off.
Egregious and ridiculous. And, if that happened here and things like that have happened here, I mean, what would this show be like right now? Our guys just saying,
we'd be lighting everybody up, man.
But he's got, and somebody was saying, talking about, calling for someone's job. We don't do that. We'll give you our criticism, our thoughts, and sort of the analysis of this looks like something that would get a guy fired. I'm not asking for him to get fired. What I'm saying is, I think this is what gets him fired.
Yeah, no, that type of stuff. Yeah, like, would you be surprised if he got fired after this game?
Yeah,
like that type of stuff. It just don't work out well for people when they do stuff like that.
Yeah. All right, doors are swinging open here in about 5 minutes at Home Run Dugout. Got a terrific atmosphere here. A little chill in the air, but the sun is shining. They got the baseball field over to our left. They got the batting. I guess those are batting cages. Over there to our right. And 3 big rooms. Got a stage going. I'm sure they'll have some entertainment. And, of course, you can come and register for the Ultimate Football Tailgate Package, the Beyonce game on Christmas Day. Now, that's going to be drawn on December 13th, but you can come in and you will be notified. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including the Cowboys. They're back, baby. They're back.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I want to see that these guys.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Reggie's visiting his mama in Austin, so good for him. John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Doors are open here at the Home Run Dugout, and we already have people in the batting cages here, the simulated batting cages. And as I'm watching these guys take their hacks, Figgy, it's probably been, I used to like a lot of people, like to go to the batting cages and all that stuff and see what's what. It's probably been 20 years, 25 years since I swung a bat hard. No, take that back. The Astros had a media thing about 10, 12 years ago that I was taking some hacks. But either way, I'm wondering how many exactly muscles I would pull and ligaments I would tear if I went full bore in those batting cages right now.
Oh, no, you're going to be sore in the morning.
Oh, my God.
If you take it serious.
Yeah.
And this one, I think this place is so cool because you got the visual.
Yeah, like Minute Maid Park.
Yeah, it's not like the old school batting cage like that. But this is actually, it looked pretty fun.
Yeah.
But, man, you will be sore in the morning. I'm still sore from carrying those turkeys. Like, I still got a little soreness in my shoulders, like I was working shoulders at the gym.
Yeah. So, come on through, man. It's a great place to come have lunch and say hey. Register for some great giveaways, two $25 gift cards for Academy. Of course, the ultimate tailgate, football tailgate package for the Beyonce game on Christmas Day. But let's go around the NFL right now, of course, brought to you by Quick Assist. Last-minute change of plans you might have on this long weekend. You can download Quick Assist from your app store today and take care of the process for you and find the best price on the market. There's a couple of big games this weekend, really, really big game. Tomorrow in College Station, just go to Quick Assist. That's QUICKASYST. Your ticket everywhere. All right, let's start right here. So, obviously, really, really good football yesterday. Really big football day. We were talking about the one game there for the Bears and the Lions, but the other one was the Giants. And Tom Brady, this was an interesting moment, and we had just finished eating. Figgy was over at the house yesterday, and we had a really good meal. Everything was fantastic. So I kind of just settled into the chair, watching this game, and I'm like, did Tom Brady say what I think he just said? Well, he did, and this is what he said.
Safety essentially in practice.
Yeah, I don't know how the whole situation went down, but to think that you would ask for a release from a team that committed a lot to you is maybe different than I would have handled that. I always felt I wanted to get the trust and respect of my teammates regardless situation, knowing that I was trying to do the best I could for the team because that was the most important thing.
Block almost gets crushed that time by Parsons, and he got away from it. It's incomplete.
There's just some different things that happen in the NFL, and everyone makes individual choices. And I think we're all at points in our career face different challenges. I faced them in college, and some things didn't go the way I wanted, but the people that mattered most to me were the guys in the locker room. I showed up every day. I don't care if they asked me to be scout team safety, be scout team quarterback. I was going to do whatever I could to help the team win.
I get it. Look, I get it. They committed $140 million to him. Brady is saying, you know what, don't ask to be, let go or whatever. But here's where
Is that what happened?
That's exactly it. To me, go ahead.
Because I don't want to let the Giants off the hook with this. I don't think Daniel Jones was crying his way out of New York.
Right.
I felt like it was. I mean, I call it because they had the injury thing in the contract, and I just felt like they didn't want to pay that or take a chance. And you see how one of the quarterbacks got injured.
Yeah.
So it probably would have been sometime this year he probably would have hit the field again.
Yeah.
So I think they both I know you hate this, but mutually parted ways.
Yeah, see, I never think there is such a thing as mutually parting ways, either one side or the other. And I'm glad you said that because it kind of fits here. Either one side or the other has the inclination and the thought of, I need to go, or we need to let him go. And then ultimately they say, you know what, I'm not happy here either, and that's how they come up with the mutually. Somebody started this, and that's where I'm going with this. He said he never wanted to abandon his team. Did Daniel Jones abandon his team? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I did. I don't think he abandoned his team. He wasn't playing good, and they made a move to bench him, and the rest is history.
And did he ask to be let go, or were they like, thinking to themselves, this is never going to work out? not here.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
I think they seen the writing on the wall. The whole injury clause in his contract and all that stuff. I think they made that deal for the football team and financially.
Yeah.
To just go on and release him.
So I mean, I get what Tom Brady said. I just don't think it fits right here. Around the NFL here on Sports Radio 610, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Of course, brought to you by Quick Assist. That's QUICKASYST. Get your tickets there on the app. Look pretty good in that game against the Giants. I mean, against the Giants.
America better watch out.
Yeah, look out. Here we come.
America's team is here.
Yeah, and that's why I said that coming into the segment, because Micah Parsons thinks so. Micah Parsons was saying, like, afterwards, and we don't have any audio here, but to paraphrase, he was saying, why not us? He said the Cowboys are about to make a run. Dude, they're 5-7. They're 5-7, and they beat an awful, awful team right there. I think the Cowboys are fooling themselves, but it did get me thinking about what Jerry Jones, he just gets in your head, man. What Jerry Jones said about, there's a chance. There's a chance we could bring Mike McCarthy back. I don't think so.
And see, that's the scary thing, too, because let's say they do go on this winning streak, and they ended up, 8-9 or something like that.
No way.
I feel like it's an argument to be made. Well, he got this team going, and no Dak Prescott, and I feel like that will give him more reason to bring him back.
Man,
which I hate that's the one thing I hate when like a star quarterback or a star to get injured and out for the year.
Yep.
And then your team go on a little run. It's like, once we get that back, then we could get back to the play. It's like, nah, man.
That's called fool's gold.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is.
That's called fool's gold. That's what that is. But, nah, man, Cowboys aren't doing anything. And I still think McCarthy's going to be gone, but it did get me thinking about old Jerry. But also around the NFL yesterday, it started out really kind of bad. The Packers, they've won 7 of 8 now. They were putting it on them pretty good. Dolphins lost their 11th straight game when the temperature was under 40 degrees. And I think in Miami's case, that's a real thing.
Yeah. I never want to say, like, I used to hate using that excuse, like, Miami, they ain't good in cold weather. Because a lot of those players ain't from Miami.
Yeah,
like, it's some
but
players
they've trained there.
Yeah,
training camp there.
That might be a real thing, man.
Yeah,
that's crazy that they can't play in cold weather like that at all.
At all, 11 straight. Under with the temperature under 40 degrees isn't even too bad. I mean, it is for me because I'm a weakling, but
football weather.
For most players, that's not that big a thing. And there's a game today, man. Chiefs and Raiders. And by the way, a little programming note for you here, straight from this show. We will be broadcasting Raiders at Chiefs right here on Sports Radio 610. Antonio Pierce. I did like what he said, though, leading up to this game yesterday. He said, let's call it a spade a spade. The best team in football against the worst team in football. so he called his own team the worst team in football. But then he said this. He goes, let's make it scrappy. It's Black Friday. What does Black Friday have to do, other than their color? Is that what he was talking about? What does Black Friday have to do with playing well?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like to perform well, Black Friday.
Yeah, it's Black Friday. Let's go ahead and have a good game. Yeah, I don't know about that. And then there's my guy, Jameis Winston, who, Jameis, and this is where I wanted to bring you in because, you got to Houston as fast as you could, but you were born and raised in Cleveland. You still have a lot of people in Cleveland. So they love Jameis Winston in Cleveland. I mean, they absolutely love him. But let's listen to him first, and then I have a question for you.
Back here next year.
Man, of course, in terms of my family, right? When I think about my family, I think about, moving my kids, my wife having to find new friends. I think anytime where you're able to solidify a role in a place and play good at that place, you like to be home. But, however, that's out of my control. Again, my focus is on, one play at a time, Jeff, and just stacking it up day after day after day.
So have you found a home here? Are you comfortable in the Cleveland area? I've never been up north before.
Well, Jeff, I'm comfortable everywhere I go. Every room I step in, I'm comfortable. But no, I've truly embraced this city. I love the hard nose. I love the beautiful trees. And 3 months out the year. It's truly everywhere I go. I always talk about when I have my introduction. I talk about I'm grateful. And it's as simple as that, man. I'm grateful for, the fans challenging me. I'm grateful for the fans lifting me up. I'm grateful for you all challenging me, lifting me up. I really take to heart, man, because I feel like all of us are in this together, and that's just how I approach it.
All right, so here's the question, and it does have something of a Texans tie to it, and that is like they love him in Cleveland. What are your people telling you?
They love him.
Yeah.
They do. He's entertaining. He's pretty much the total opposite of what Deshaun Watson is.
Yeah.
I feel like Deshaun Watson had a hard time connecting with the people there, and I think a lot of people noticed that immediately, and it really stick out when you ain't playing good either. But Jameis Winston feel like he's one of, I guess, the people.
Yeah.
And he kind of
the trees.
Yeah, he bring a bright spot to the city. Well, he bring a bright spot to the team.
Yeah. I'm telling you what, the question I have, though, is if you do bring Jameis Winston back, and they love him, like you just said, if you do bring him back, Deshaun Watson has no chance of succeeding, right? Because you're going to compare and contrast. And the first time Deshaun makes a mistake.
And that was the issue last year.
Yeah.
That's the reason why they didn't bring back Joe Flacco.
Exactly.
And I think that was the right call because I don't know how much magic he had left in the tank, but that's the reason why they didn't bring him back because they didn't want that controversy.
Yeah.
And whenever Deshaun Watson throw a pick, then you looking over your shoulder.
Exactly.
Everybody want that Flacco fever. So I think that's off the table now. I don't think I think they definitely. I don't know if they're gonna bring back Jameis Winston, but they definitely gonna bring some competition back. It ain't gonna be no Deshaun Watson, and that's it.
So what do you see? That's the thing. If I'm a Browns fan, I'm not, but still, if I'm a Browns fan or something like that was happening here, and Deshaun Watson fell off the map and was doing all the crazy things that he's been doing, like. You got to have a capable backup because on the one hand, you can't trust Deshaun Watson. He has fallen off. He has become just a pariah, in so many ways. People don't like his attitude, the way he handles himself. All right, so you're not going to get a capable backup like Jameis Winston just because of that?
No, you got to now. You got to now. I think last season, I guess you could make the argument that they didn't have to. Maybe they could just bring a Jameis Winston that probably won't see the field at all.
Yeah, but look what he's doing.
Yeah, but now, I feel like Deshaun Watson is in that place of, always hurt, always injured, and his play is not really good. So you got to have somebody reliable, man. This is the second year in a row where the other quarterback came in and played better.
But then if you do bring back Jameis, you're setting up, not that it matters, but I'm saying Deshaun Watson has no shot. Shot. Unless he's like MVP from the first play until the last play, because the first time he struggles, they're going to want, or first time he does something weird or has some other off-field issue, which we found out this year, they're still coming. They're going to be wanting Jameis Winston back. It's pretty bizarre.
I'm kind of curious going to because they still have an okay roster, and it ain't like a thing where they're gonna tank and try to.
They got the defensive player of the year.
Yeah, so they gotta be in win now mode. And I'm wondering if they actually gonna try to go out and get a better quarterback. I don't know who's gonna be out there, but if they're gonna try to get a better quarterback, if they gonna look in the draft to try to draft somebody, maybe trade up or something like that, because they got their first round picks back finally. And I feel like quarterback is a need at this point, man.
It is, and you got one right there. It's pretty bizarre. All right, Around the NFL brought to you by Quick Assist. A lot of folks already in here hitting the pitching machines. Man, somebody named Jason was just hammering the ball out of the park over here on the right. So
it looked like you could pick your own stadium, too.
Yeah, you can pick your own stadium. They got great stuff out here. Beautiful day to be out. And, of course, Home Run Dugout has a couple of giveaways as well. We mentioned that we have the 2 Academy gift cards, $25 gift cards. We got the Ultimate Football Tailgate Package, the Beyonce game. You can register for tickets there. Home Run Dugout even has 2 gift packages. One they're going to give away here in about 40 minutes at noon. Another one about 1 p.m. So come on out. It's a good thing to get away from the Black Friday craziness, and you'll have a good time. It looks like and by the way, somebody else also said I need to try the brisket flatbread. That sounds like a good recommendation. Man. That sounds like a good recommendation right there.
Sign me up.
Exactly. All right, so DeMeco Ryans doesn't seem too worried about this defense despite all the changes and the problems they've had and the injury. The question is also a simple one. Are you or do you believe in this Texans defense? So we're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans next.
In the Loop.
I want this to sting all week.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
To experience Houston's sports leader. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Home Run Dugout in Katy, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to order that glizzy, baby.
Yeah.
I'm going to order that glizzy. you know that we're at Home Run Dugout. I need help. I think everybody here needs help, right? I'm going to order the big unit here at Home Run Dugout. Big old.
Big who?
The big unit.
Okay.
I'm going to put that big unit right in this mouth.
It's
a foot long. It's a foot long dinger sauce, whatever that is. Brisket, chili, spicy slaw, jack cheese.
You're going crazy.
I'm going to get with Brian and order that. But we are at Home Run Dugout. What did I say?
You know what you said.
what did I say?
You wilding right now, man.
All right, so it is. We are here, and we're having an off. There's some pretty significant news with the Texans, and we're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans here in just a second. But some news coming out of Jacksonville, the next opponent. Trevor Lawrence, according to Doug Pederson, will play. Now, that's not necessarily according to Adam Schefter, Jaguars head coach Doug Pederson said Trevor Lawrence missed the past 2 games with a left shoulder injury, is expected to play on Sunday. Now, that's not exactly surprising, but it is official. Trevor Lawrence is going to play on Sunday. But a couple of other things that we're going to get to here, I'm hoping to confirm, because some big news as well around the NFL coming from Josina Anderson. Let me get another confirmation on that, and then I'll share it. But we mentioned Trevor Lawrence. DeMeco Ryans. Okay, so he also spoke, and for those who, it happened late Wednesday, so we're already in Thanksgiving mode and maybe already at home and not paying real close attention. Then, of course, yesterday was Thanksgiving, and kind of slipping through the cracks a little bit, like the Bobby Slowick defending himself news. So DeMeco Ryans was asked a lot about the defense. You got injuries. Jaylen Pitre, who knows? It'll be several weeks, I'm guessing, with the torn pec muscle. You've got obviously some moving and shaking on the defensive side. Some other injuries. Doesn't seem too worried about his defense and all the changes, problems they've had. I'm going to ask you about that, Figgy, and ask our listeners. You can weigh in on YouTube, on Twitch. You can text in 713-572-4610. But actually, DeMeco Ryans spoke about Trevor Lawrence here.
Yeah, we're excited to go against whoever lines up at quarterback for him. This week really isn't about the Jags. It's all about the Texans. So whoever goes out there really has no bearing on what we're doing. We're just trying to go out and execute, play our brand of football, play the best that we can play. That's it.
It has a little bearing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so, especially after you got beat by Will Levis.
Mm-hmm.
I think, to me, and look, I was never a Trevor Lawrence fan like that. I thought he was a little bit overrated, but I can't say anything about him now because the Houston Texans lost to Will Levis.
Yeah.
So I can't sit here and, I can talk about the contract all day, all night, but – hey, I think it's safe to say Trevor Lawrence is better than Will Levis.
And look what he did here.
Yeah.
When the Texans were humming, and there was still a little confidence, with that we didn't. I should say, you didn't see a lack of confidence or any, CJ Stroud being rattled or anything. And Trevor Lawrence gave them all they could handle here.
Yeah, so I mean, I understand what DeMeco is saying, and I think he's kind of right. I think he do got to focus on the Houston Texans, man, because a lot of times they do shoot themselves in the foot with the penalties and stuff like that. But hey, man, I can't just look at you like, oh, that's just another person. We just got to go with our game plan. No, you need to plan around Trevor Lawrence, man.
Yeah. And that breaking news that I mentioned at the top of the segment now seems official. Adam Schefter and Josina Anderson reporting that Matt Eberflus has been fired.
Okay.
Dude, we talked about it like that had all the markings of
that play did.
Well,
him his job,
that play, and our Chicago native here, or Chicago from Loyola, the real big dog, Loyola, is giving a thumbs up with his drink. But it had all the markings of a fireable offense. I don't think that was the only thing, but it was definitely the final straw.
And I think what made it more possible for him to get fired like that was it was on national TV, man. Everybody around Thanksgiving, around eating their dinner, saw that play, including us.
Yeah.
We all saw it. Everybody seen it. And, it was no way he can come to work on Monday.
I think that was the most visible coaching blunder since Marshawn Lynch in the Super Bowl, not giving him the ball on the goal line, of course, turned into an interception because, the entire world was watching. The entire NFL world was watching, every fan.
We all saw it. Everybody pretty much agreed that it was such a blunder. And you can't go out on national TV and embarrass me.
Yeah.
We didn't have a chance anyway, but we actually did have a chance, and you embarrassed me in front of all these people.
Exactly.
That's
when feelings get involved.
Yeah.
That's when feelings get involved.
My mom always told me, don't you embarrass me in front of all these people. And that's exactly what they did.
That's right. First time in the 100-year history of the Chicago Bears that they have fired a coach in season.
Really?
First time. Unbelievable.
Man.
That's how bad it was.
Dang.
All right, so a couple things here, and we're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans. Aaron Glenn? Aaron Glenn to get pluck a guy from your division rival to Chicago. That would be interesting. Aaron Glenn's going to have some options. Or, what about the offense coordinator for the Rams?
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson. That would be something as well. All right, so let's talk about the Texans defense here, because we brought this up, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday. We know what we're getting from the Texans offense. It's not good. No matter what Bobby Slowick said on Wednesday, about, hey, we're about to turn the corner, and I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of what he said. It ain't going to happen. If it does, it's going to be, just minimal at best because they are what they are. But defensively, you have slid back. You got gashed in the run game this past week by the Tennessee Titans, and you suffered some injuries, none bigger than Jaylen Pitre, and this is what DeMeco Ryans had to say about Jaylen Pitre.
Jaylen is a very unique player. Jaylen did a lot for us defensively, and again, we'll deploy our guys however we need to put them out there, so it doesn't change everything. You miss a dynamic playmaking ability that Jaylen had because he was just such an impactful player.
So he started out saying it's really not about Trevor Lawrence. Well, Trevor Lawrence is going to start, and I think it's going to be a factor, as we just talked about. He said it's about us. And you just heard him talking about Jaylen Pitre. He's basically saying he's not real worried about all the changes and the problems and the injuries. Are you?
Honestly, I'm a little worried about losing Jaylen Pitre. And I know he wasn't having that season we really thought he was going to have. He start coming around the last couple weeks. But I'm a little worried about losing Jaylen Pitre. I don't know who you could put right there to replace that.
Well, funny you say that. I think Pitre was coming on, and you could argue outside of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson is probably the best player on the defense.
Yeah.
I think, at least in the last month, he's been the best player on the defense. So Jimmy Ward gets there. And see, that's where it gets interesting. You have to play Jimmy Ward there. He's got experience in the slot. He doesn't want to play it. He told us that in training camp. He didn't want to play it. He told us that before. But he's got to. So now you have no Jaylen Pitre. Your safeties are lesser because Jimmy Ward, and instead you're going to have Eric Murray back there with Kalen Bullock. Ooh. And Jimmy Ward is going to be coming in to play the slot. This is what DeMeco Ryans said about that.
Jimmy has played a lot of spots for us. Jimmy is a versatile player. He's played in the back end. He can play all over the back end. So we'll see, where Jimmy on Sunday. And he's been a good playmaker for us. And wherever he lines up, it'll be dynamic, and he'll make some plays. He flies around. He has a swarming mentality. So wherever we put him, that's what he'll do.
Now, he got the pick six, and you got to give him a world of credit for that. Gave him a chance. Probably should have won the game because of that. It's not his best position. It's not their best position. And that position was already getting picked on in the passing game because of Pitre. And now it's probably going to be picked on again, and your safeties are weaker. And, oh, by the way, Brian Thomas is coming into his own and had probably his come-out game, his big game, against the Texans here.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a little scary, man, and I'm a little nervous about it. Mm-hmm. Now, I will say from the last game, they did get dashed up a lot, but I feel like they was just unprepared in that game, man. Mm-hmm. I felt like that Cowboys game,
short week.
Yeah, that Cowboys game took all their juice, and they went into this Tennessee game thinking they got it, and they didn't. They got dashed up. So I think the defense will be better this week, but I'm still a little worried, man.
And you should be. And this from the 713. I don't believe in the Texans anymore. I mean, as much belief as we've had, as much belief as the city has had, went on to say they don't fix things. They just talk a lot about doing things, but that doesn't happen. There's a lot there, especially on the offensive side.
I can't. Yeah. Yeah, I argue with that, man. Mm-hmm. I can't even argue with that.
All right, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here with the whole gang out at Home Run Dugout. You can come on through. The doors are open now. We're going to be ordering our food here in just a minute and eating it like bandits during the breaks. But Matt set us up. We got Byron Matthews back holding down the fort to seat us here. And Mickey from Home Run Dugout. And Annie's behind the bar. And Briley's helping us and all that stuff. So come on out. We'll have a big old time. And of course, on Black Friday, it's a good thing to get away. Maybe drop her off or him off. And come on down to Home Run Dugout. We got the giveaways. Home Run Dugout has a couple of giveaways we're giving away at noon and 1 o'clock. We have a couple of giveaways, and it's just a fun place. Coming up, we're going to tell you what's popping. And there's a deal on the table for a big-time baseball free agent. It's not Alex Bregman, but it definitely is going to affect Bregman's offer, and we're going to tell you why next.
Ready? The Texans are headed to Jacksonville in need.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
then it's time for Tune-Up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
We got some stories, man. I think one of them is going to definitely impact the Houston Astros. We'll get to that in just a second, but some news breaking here. Figgy Fig, John Lopez here with you. Byron Matthews back at the ranch holding it down. We are at Home Run Dugout in Katy, right off the Grand Parkway, right in front of you. I think it's exit 743, if my memory is serving correctly. Come on out. Nice little crowd starting here. Good things to do. Going to giveaways. One coming up in the noon hour. Two coming up in the noon hour, actually. And two coming up in the 1 p.m. hour. But we got stuff popping. Let's go with the news first, all right? Trevor Lawrence, according to Adam Schefter, will start on Sunday against the Houston Texans. We touched on that a little bit, but in case you didn't hear, definite impact. I know they'd rather have Trevor Lawrence. You say what you will about him and what your expectations were. They'd rather have him than not.
Yeah. He's not a bad quarterback, but I feel like he could get got.
Yeah,
and he's probably middle of the pack to me.
Yeah. Other big news around the NFL, just breaking in the last 15, 20 minutes. Matt Eberflus, Chicago Bears head coach, has been fired. Final straw, man. That was the final straw yesterday. If you didn't see it,
Thomas Brown taking over.
Oh, Thomas Brown's taking over. Yep. Okay, but that's going to be a very attractive job.
Yeah,
like that's going to be. And we didn't talk about this a second ago. An offensive-minded coach. I was talking about Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, clearly on the table. Ben Johnson should be considered the leader because, you've got Caleb Williams, man, on a rookie contract. And the first thing that a potential head coach looks at, outside of, if you're assuming you're going to get an offer, you're assuming you're going to get, $4, $5, $6 million or whatever it is as a head coach, is the roster. And that starts with Caleb Williams. He looked damn good yesterday.
Yeah. He looked better. Probably one of his, I don't want to say better, one of his better games, but he looked like he's coming around now.
Yeah. And so I think that's where that's where you would maybe start to look at an in-division sort of plucking of Ben Johnson away from the Detroit Lions to Chicago. I'm sure it's already out there. I haven't really looked at some of the names mentioned, et cetera. But this got my attention here, Figgy. Let's talk a little bit about a little bit baseball, a little bit of Houston Astros here. So Juan Soto has been getting offers from Juan Soto. Depending on who you're talking to, it's either Soto or Soto. He's been getting some offers. Well, it was reported yesterday that the Red Sox have already offered 13 years, $625 million,
Damn.
Which is ridiculous. 13 years, $625 million for Juan Soto. That was out there. To which the Yankees, the Red Sox big rival, reportedly have increased their offer to Juan Soto. Now, I don't know if they're in that same ballpark or just more money, fewer years, or whatever it may be. And so clearly that's just a headline in baseball in general. But I think that affects the Houston Astros. And the way it affects the Houston Astros is the Toronto Blue Jays were the other team that were in on Juan Soto and we're also in on Alex Bregman. Well, they're off. I think they're out. I think they're out on Soto. It's going to be Red Sox or Yankees.
Yeah.
So their other option is Alex Bregman. And so Bregman has been reported, we talked with Adam Spillane about it on Wednesday, 6 years, what was it, 156 or something like that.
Yeah.
And they were $50 million off, according to Bob Nightingale, to what Alex Bregman really wanted. So I think that puts the Toronto Blue Jays square in the mix for a 7-year contract, an 8-year contract, $200 million, whatever it may be, for Alex Bregman. This is bad news. The Soto deal is bad news if you're an Astros fan.
Yeah, and I think it kind of makes sense too because I feel like it was a couple Astros that went to the Blue Jays. Springer went to the, and I can see Bregman saying, "Hey, I don't mind going here too."
Mm-hmm.
I can see it, man.
Yeah. So keep an eye on that. I think Bregman. And the more I thought about what Spillane was saying, because I thought the 6-year 156 for Bregman was actually like, if he wants to stay here, probably enough, probably good enough on the table, and maybe, you get not a hometown discount, but he's just loyal and wants to be here with the window open and all that. But the more I look at this and, $50 million, that'll change my mind.
Yeah.
About loyalty to the hometown team. You already got a couple World Series here, man. That's $50 million or more.
Yeah, and then are they still in that World Series window?
Yeah.
Like, that would say a lot. It'd be one thing, like, if they just lost the World Series and they can make it, and the band is coming back, then I would be down for losing out on that $50 million. But it don't look like that's happening anytime soon.
Yeah.
And I need to get that $50 million because I might not be able to get it again.
And if they don't sign Bregman, and like I said, I think Toronto's definitely going to be a team to watch there. I mean, are you holding open the window with a 2x4 or a toothpick? Because if you don't keep Bregman, you don't have anything at third base. You still need outfield help. You still need, a lot of help offensively. You still have You still have to wonder about the pitching staff. You got guys coming off of Tommy John surgery. I mean, it could be like a mark for when the window starts to close for real.
Yeah. And I don't think they're gonna close it before the season start. Let's say Bregman do walk. I don't think they're gonna close it before the season start. But that trade deadline, they will be shopping.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, that's when you'll see the Kyle Tuckers and maybe Josh Hader, somebody that they might try to just offload all of these guys to try to get some prospects back. Yeah,
Fromber and Tucker are the two big ones that are going to be coming due after next season.
Yeah.
So you'd have to figure now. Toronto does sign Bregman. I think it's their second pick that you get in return, but that's a pick. That's not going to help you anytime soon. Kyrie Irving, am I pronouncing it right? Caserio?
Kai Cenat.
Yep. He was on his podcast, and this was kind of funny to me, and I just wanted to play it because it is popping on the internet right now. Sort of an inspirational moment on Thanksgiving. He actually put Kyrie Irving on the spot, and he said, "Give us a motivational speech as we're in Thanksgiving for people in general." And I got to tell you, I was a little bit surprised by this.
Wherever you are in the world, whatever you're going through, I just want to let you know I see you, I feel you, and I understand that life sometimes can get a little chaotic. You got a lot of questions on what's going on around you, but that's when you have to really root yourself in who God is and getting to know that you are able to do all things. It's in you. Don't let anybody tell you that the greatness of God, the greatness of who you want to become is not in you already. You just got to awaken that beast. You got to awaken that person inside you. You got to awaken that love inside you. You got to love on yourself. Because the world out here can be cruel. And don't let and doubters get in the way of you achieving what you really want to achieve. So I thank you guys for giving me the motivation and inspiration, but it starts in here. So to all the kids out there, I salute you. Listen to your parents as much as you can. Go way beyond their dreams and accomplish your own. You never know where you'll end up.
Dang, man, he did that on the spot.
Yeah, and I think that's a thing Kai Cenat does on his live streams a lot too, because I just seen one with Chris Brown, the R&B singer.
Yeah,
and kind of gave some motivation.
I got to give it to Kyrie, man. That was really, really good. Good for him. So he's all over the internet now. People are like, I want Kyrie in my life, and surprised that a guy who's had his weirdness himself.
Yeah. It's crazy how much of a 180 he changed since he got into the league. Because I remember when he was like a rookie with the Cavs, and it was people around town saying how much of a a-hole he was.
Yeah.
And maybe he could still be one. I don't know. Sometimes that don't change anything.
Yeah.
But just the 180 he made to kind of be that person and just that wise guy. Now.
Yeah.
it's remarkable.
It's pretty cool. Also, what's popping today is Black Friday, man. I mean, this is not breaking news. Everybody knows it. It smacks you in the face as soon as you wake up. In fact, as soon as I got up this morning, I'm not gonna lie, I was on Amazon. I was on some of these. You're looking for a new TV, man?
I need to get one. Yeah.
Today's the day.
Yeah, I need to start. I did a horrible job, man. I was trying to look last night, and I ain't really see any good deals. And I totally forgot this morning.
The funny thing to me, interesting, funny, did you see what Target is doing with Taylor Swift? First of all, I don't know what they're paying her, but apparently Target, her new book, Taylor Swift book, and the vinyl is only exclusive to Target right now. And I'm looking at some videos and stuff. Like most of the Black Friday stuff you can do on your phone, you can do on your laptop or whatever. Dude, the line at Targets across the country is ridiculous. She's just a monster, and I've been saying it for a couple of years now. You know, probably the biggest pop star, maybe as big and soon to be bigger than Michael Jackson even, which I know sounds.
Why you got to bring?
No, look, like she. I think it was Rolling Stones magazine called her the second most popular pop star in the 21st century. I mean, since the 21st century began. The most popular since and the second most ever, right up there with Michael Jackson. So first of all, I was right, and secondly, what they pay Target? What did Target pay her?
A lot of money
to make it exclusive.
Yeah,
the only place you can get the book and the vinyl is Target.
Yeah, a lot of money. That's a lot of money, and I don't know how much money it is, but whatever it is, it's worth it.
It's going to be worth it.
It is worth every penny.
Based on some of these, look at these lines, man. Like it's the people camping out at Target. That's like old school Black Friday stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, I want people to love me like they love Taylor Swift.
Look at this, all over the country. Like they're, and I know you can't see it, but trust me, the lines are blocks and blocks long.
And what kind of book is this?
It's the Taylor Swift book, I think, and the vinyl. I believe it's called. I'm looking at it right now. Exclusive releases for right now: the Taylor Swift Eras Tour book, and the vinyl that accompanies that.
Man, that's crazy. There better be some juicy gossip waiting in line for that, man.
How much money does one person need?
Tell me about all them boyfriends. Let me know what really happened.
Yeah. Hey, Chiefs Raiders today. Right after our show, we're going to go directly to the network and get that. But yeah, man. So a couple of other things for you here in the next 10 minutes or so. We're going to have our first giveaways from Home Run Dugout and Sports Radio 610, $25 gift card to Academy. And you can, of course, register for the Ultimate Football Tailgate Pack. And Home Run Dugout is going to have a gift package for you as well here. But, no, look, everybody sort of bristles at that whole Taylor Swift take. Where is it wrong?
Yeah, to me, it's just so – I feel like the music game is so watered down now where anybody – I mean, Bad Bunny was considered one of the hottest artists that selling out all this stuff too, and then could just go – now, I'm not saying Taylor Swift is that.
Yeah.
But it's to me, it's hard to compare somebody from – somebody like a Michael Jackson from the 80s where people would actually had to stand in line to get an album, or it was like real genuine sales and stuff, like real impact, instead of this like internet era.
Yeah.
Where that's where it's so hard to compare them.
No, it's generational. I'm just saying the magnitude of her star compares.
She's definitely the biggest star probably in this generation.
Yeah.
Like as far as like her impact and stuff like that. But it's just hard when
it's hard to say. Look, it's hard for me to say.
Yeah,
I grew up with Michael Jackson.
Yeah, it's just so to me.
I mean, not literally.
Shout out to Gary, Indiana.
That's right.
But it's just hard to say because like we kind of lived through the Michael Jackson thing, and we saw it without all of these social media stuff and without these record labels and how high tech it is. It was just like so genuine where everybody you know Michael Jackson. it just seemed like I don't know a lot of people that love Taylor Swift like they did with Michael Jackson.
Yeah,
it seemed
I think they do.
It's just like a
you know Swifties, man.
Yeah, I know some, but like we could go around here right now and say, hey, name me 5 Taylor Swift songs.
I think a lot of people would.
I don't think so, man.
A lot of people would.
I don't think so, man. And I think that kind of I think fans kind of messed this up too a little bit with the stan culture.
Yeah.
Where like we are immediately out of Taylor Swift business because of how people fan so hard for them.
Mm-hmm.
Because have you ever seen somebody that, like, to me, perfect example is like Cowboys fans.
Yeah.
Like, I hate the Cowboys, not because of the Cowboys, but because of the fans.
Cowboys fans. No, that's out there.
Yeah, so I think that kind of have a big effect of it too.
Yeah, but I just think it's undeniable. And like I said, it's hard for me because Mike Jackson was my guy.
Yeah,
that was my guy.
And see, a lot of people now ain't doing that.
Yeah.
Like,
and how about Usher? 3 shows in Houston this week.
Yeah.
I guess he had Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday.
Yeah.
Usher's in town. So there's going to be a lot of white women doing the woo-woo dance, over at wherever it is. You went Wednesday, right, Matt? Were a lot of white women doing the woo-woo dance? Yeah, of course, of course. The woo-woo dance, of course. So, Usher, come on through. Home Run Dugout.
Yeah,
We're here for you.
He put on a good show, too.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
I went to a show of his probably like 10 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm thinking like, he ain't going to put on. Man, he turned his butt off.
He's been called the best performer as a dancer since Michael Jackson.
Yeah, that's probably like one of the last R&B acts that can actually dance and perform like that.
Yeah.
And just straight up polished.
Yeah. All right, so we're here at Home Run Dugout, as I mentioned. Come on by. I'm about to hit that big unit as soon as I can here, get it ordered. But a lot of people coming through. We got the giveaways here, another one at 1 o'clock. But coming up next, is there a bit of self-preservation that is surfacing at NRG, and how far will it go? How bad will it get if things don't go well for this offense this week? We're going to talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I want to see that these guys have been held accountable, that these guys are going to be disciplined and not get 9 penalties for 83 yards in the second half of a game that you should have skull drugged the Tennessee Titans, right? The same issues that we were having 2 months ago, we're having with the Texans right now.
Ride home with Clint and Ron, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Home Run Dugout in Katy, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, that's where we are right here at Home Run Dugout. It's starting to pop a little bit here, man. Looking pretty dang good. Got a real good group here, as well as great stuff, great food. I was asking for recommendations on what to eat. They said it's all good, no kidding. And
you got that glizzy.
Yeah, I did. I got the glizzy. You know where that came from? I actually looked it up. They're calling hot dogs glizzies now. And I actually had to, go old school, just look it up on the Google machine. Apparently, because a glizzy's a Glock, right? That's kind of a term, a slang term for a Glock handgun. Well, that's it. They just started calling hot dogs the same thing, like a Glock. So there you go.
It's funny because it's a rapper named Shy Glizzy.
Shy Glizzy?
Shy Glizzy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think last time I checked, he was in jail or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe he just fell off. But, yeah, Shy Glizzy. I don't think he's talking about a hot dog.
Well, I am.
Shy hot dog.
I am. All right, so I asked the question about is there self-preservation at work starting to happen with the Houston Texans. I think we'll get our answer depending on what happens this weekend in Jacksonville. A couple of updates, though. Trevor Lawrence is going to start, according to Doug Pederson. Matt Eberflus has been fired after that just debacle yesterday that the entire NFL world saw. But this is where it's a cold world, man. I know they get paid a lot of money, but it is a cold world. They trotted his ass out there this morning for a Friday day after press conference. This was Matt Eberflus, like 15 minutes before he got fired.
Like I said, I'm just going to be working on, finishing up this game, doing a good job of evaluating that, our after-action report like we always do, and then I'm going to be working into San Francisco. Again, those are conversations we'll have, and again, I'm confident that I'll be working San Francisco and getting ready for that game.
Ouch. Ouch.
Yeah.
Dude, you know they hate you? Because they knew they were going to fire him.
Yeah, 100%. They ain't just they ain't just think about it 15 minutes later.
Yeah. Going out there and do the press conference and then come to my office and close the door.
That remind me of the scene from the Goodfellas.
Oh, yeah.
Where they to Joe Pesci.
Yeah.
Like, come on in.
You're going to be a made man. You're going to be a made man. That's exactly what it was. Man, that's cold. They sent his ass out there.
Yeah, once he got in that office, right in the back of the head.
He went straight from there to getting fired. All right, so I want you all to listen to this. We were talking a bit about this earlier. If you're just out and about, doing your Black Friday errands or coming out here or whatever it may be, you might have missed this Wednesday and Thursday, but it got me thinking, like when a person gets into self-preservation mode publicly, like start saying things, well, like Bobby Slowick said on Wednesday afternoon. Let's hear the first question about, the first significant one about the offense being better this year than last year. I am serious.
Everyone talks about all the bad. Like, we do some incredibly special things for really half to three-quarters of the game. We're like fourth in points in the first half, and I don't even think we're good in the red zone in the first half, so there's a whole lot out there still. We do some really good stuff, and we have an immense amount of penalties that last year, I would say, is undisciplined in that regard, like just being willing at times to understand when I have to let up. And we've had a whole lot of errors that we've continued to try to clean up and has led to a lot of inconsistency. And last year, we had some of that, but not as much, I would say, would be the one difference. But beyond that, I think all of us in the room, when we get together in our offensive room, there's a lot of belief that what we're doing right now and where we're going, we'll be fine.
All right, so he thinks that he's trying to tell us that, it's a lot of red zone mistakes, penalties, a whole lot of errors, and yet they're somehow better?
Yeah, I don't see it, man. I don't see it. Maybe they're better in some ways that they wasn't last season. Mm-hmm. But the offense overall is not better than the offense last season, man. Last season, it actually surprised me how good they were in certain spots. But, it was – I think I don't know what he's looking at, man.
So is it self-preservation? Are we going public? And I'm saying that because you're going to hear something else here in a minute. But do you feel like the Texans are or Bobby Slowick, not the Texans, are kind of in that – really kind of like a mini-me of Eberflus after the game. I mean, we just talked about how Eberflus got fired. After the game, he's like, nah, that was a good call. We knew what we were doing.
Yeah.
Self-preservation.
Yeah, I think he's I think he
not
is,
to that extreme by any stretch.
I think he is a little bit, though. I think he is trying to cover himself by saying, hey, they got to block better. They got to do this stuff better, too.
Yeah.
Like, we're making the right calls, but everybody got to everybody got to help too.
Yeah,
like it's just not the play caller.
Well, I just said it. Like he kind of intimated it's not me. Well, it was more than intimation here when he was asked about the run blocking.
This last game, just far too often, we weren't blocking linebackers. Nobody's going to be able to run the ball well when we consistently have three linebackers. So that's it. Really just starts from there. I know head coaches reference it. It's the same message all the way through the team. Like right now, we're hyper focused on doing our job to the best of our ability, to the smallest detail, and that's what has shown up when we've had issues.
We're telling him. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. So to me, that's kind of covering himself too.
Yeah,
because we see that
we're telling him what to do.
Yeah,
it ain't our fault.
Yeah, I've been through a situation like that before, just working in this field where I trained somebody and that person didn't do what I trained them to do.
Yeah,
And the big boss come to me like, hey, did you tell? I'm like, I told him everything.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of up to them. So that's me covering myself.
Mm-hmm. It's a natural thing to do.
Yeah, so I think he's at that point where he was like, hey, I'm doing what I can do.
Yeah.
They got to do it too.
And literally not blocking backers. Now, maybe he's right.
Yeah.
You know, and from what we've seen, like, this line is not playing well. You know, and this line went from really, really bad to just kind of bad, and then really bad in moments. And the penalties, have gotten worse. Well, certainly were worse last weekend against the Titans. But I don't know. I don't quite know what to make of this, because on the one hand, I kind of appreciate his honesty, and I do think the line is not good. But, man, he's just like, hey, it ain't me.
Yeah, see, and I understand him from that point of view. I think he's right on that part. I don't think it's just him.
Mm-hmm.
But also, don't sit there and say, oh, we're playing better.
Yeah.
Or the offense is better this year or anything like that, because I don't think that's true.
Well, the other part and the reason this is standing out to me is it goes against the philosophy of DeMeco Ryans, and really the philosophy of what Slowick and other coaches have been doing. I mean, they protect players at all costs. How many times have we heard? We all got to play better. It's on all of us. It's not just CJ. It's not just Kenyon Green. It's not just Titus Howard. DeMeco Ryans has consistently said, avoided trying to get, any semblance of putting it on players. Slowick just did the exact opposite.
Yeah.
He put it on players.
Yeah, and I think he kind of feels some of the heat too. And this is one thing I hate that coaches and all that stuff say, where we don't pay attention to the outside noise. Y'all pay attention.
Oh, he's paying attention.
Y'all hear that outside noise. It's loud.
Oh,
so I think Bobby Slowick is hearing that noise, and he's, I'm not saying throwing this team under the bus, but he is saying, hey, we got to block the linebackers. He's pointing out different things they got to do better.
Well,
because he hear everyone saying Bobby got to go.
No, he is hearing.
He's hearing that, Bobby's the issue. So I think he's trying to cover up for that a little bit.
Well, you say he's not throwing any the players under the bus. He kind of is, but I don't necessarily think it's automatically means that the players, like he's being unfair to the players, because I think it's a fair. It's a fair critique. It just goes against what they've been.
Yeah, and no players probably agree with him. They probably will get up there and say, yeah, we do got to block. We got to get our blocking assignments and block the linebacker and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But he's definitely covering up. He's trying to say, hey, this is not a Bobby Slowick problem.
So let's say things go, even if the Texans win, but they have another sort of disjointed offensive performance like we've seen multiple times this year. Like, there's still some penalties. There's still some second-half woes. They can't score in the second half, and we know that. But somehow they sort of manipulate another win. I don't know if it gets any better, because the noise is not going to get any better.
Yeah, no, it's not going to get – it's going to die down a little bit because they got to win.
Mm-hmm.
But – this is the Jags, man. This is not a great team.
Mm-hmm.
And if you squeak out another win against them, barely, offense is not really being the offense, that's not good. That's not a good feeling, man. And I won't feel good that Monday morning.
Exactly.
Thinking like we got it.
Yeah.
We got it figured out.
All right, so let's talk about that second half. Byron, let's go to 5 here because I thought this is the one that's, he was just talking about and we've just been talking about.
We've been talking about this for the whole season, I feel like, at this point. We've tried all kinds of different things. We will continue trying a lot of different approaches in a lot of different areas until something fits. But at the end of the day, what happened in the second half was we had an immense amount of penalties. We were bad on third down, and we couldn't run the ball. And it doesn't matter if you play second half, first half, you play at noon or you play at 7 p.m. like that, that's going to be bad football. And that's really what it is when you go back and you look at it. Every second half hasn't been bad. The ones that have been bad, we played bad football. And they've been doing really what we expect them to do. And that where I think early on kind of led to frustration that I'm sure everybody felt from just us as an offense. And now it's really like we're into December football mode. And we know what we've been doing in practice. We know what we've been doing in the meeting rooms. We know where we feel like we're going and how close we are at any given moment. I mean, how close we were to even just winning that game if you take a penalty away. So, we're right now, it's just a matter of we have a lot of belief in each other, and we're excited to play December football and showcase that to everybody.
Man, this is getting more and more interesting. They really need a start to finish performance offensively. Big time.
Yeah, man. They I don't know if we're going to see it, man. I think some of the bright spots on this offense is, I would say, Joe Mixon.
Mm-hmm.
I can see Joe Mixon having another good game or a great game. Nico. I can see Nico doing what Nico always do. But outside of that, man, it's just saying like the offense is a no-show, man. And we at a point where the defense have to carry this team. Like, I don't know what that means. I don't know if you just got to treat this team like you got Trent Dilfer. Like, you just got to just the offense that's not as good, and you just got to lean on the defense, or what? Or if you CJ Stroud, you just got to play to not make a lot of big mistakes.
Yeah.
Maybe you got to play like that, but we get to a point where you got to lean on the defense, and I don't even know if you can do that.
Well, that's the other part of it, and certainly we're going to be talking about that. We'll make our picks. We'll talk about this game at around 1:40. Got some other interesting things coming in as well. By the way, the Swifties are weighing in. We got Swifties that listen to us.
Hey, we might have to put Taylor Swift on the list. Where we can't discuss her on the airways no more.
Hey, but our listeners are Swifties. We got a bunch of them.
Hey, man. Hey, we cannot discuss Taylor Swift no more, man.
Swiftie reporting in from the 832 is just one of them. The book and the vinyl are two separate things. Book is $40 on its own. Compilation of photos, $50. They were in line at 4:30 this morning at Target, and things are already selling out.
That is crazy.
That's wild.
That is crazy. I salute to you. Salute to you. But, man, I'm not staying in line for anything.
Not at 4:30. Not these days.
Yeah. I don't even know if I stand in line that early for $1 million.
Well, yeah, you would. Yeah, you would.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. All right, Sports Radio 610 here in the Loop. John Lopez, Figgy Fig at Home Run Dugout. About to dig in myself here in just a minute. But you guys coming up next, we got our confessions, including one that I was frankly just not familiar with this cat, and I think he's blowing up. Maybe not to Taylor Swift levels, but he's blowing up. Shows you what a halftime performance can do. That's next.
In the Loop.
I want this to
fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
In about, I'd say about 15 minutes when we do the Sappy College football headline. So pretty interesting news there on the A&M and Texas game coming up. But we have confessions right now. I got to tell you, this is why we call it confessions. I had no idea who Shabuzi was. Like zero. Like nothing. Like like they said Shabuzi coming up at halftime. I went, all right, who's Shabuzi? But I got to tell you, if you don't think this stuff matters, like, being a halftime perform, I'm not a country guy anyway. Would you call it country? No,
it's definitely country.
It's definitely country, right?
And he got snubbed at the Country Music Awards.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
So I'm not a big country guy, as I've talked about on the show anyway. So I'm gonna fall on that right now. I think I can defend myself because I'm not a country guy, other than the big old classics and some of the big time.
The real country.
The old school monster.
I like the old school country.
Rodeo worthy. If they're rodeo worthy, I'll go see them because and that's how I get to know. No idea who Shabuzi was. But we're watching that, and you were at my house yesterday, and I'm like, this guy's damn good. Yeah. And this is where I'm going. I got in the truck this morning, driving out here, about 25-minute drive to Katy. I listened to 2 Shabuzi songs. It works, man.
So you never heard a song? Really? Okay, because the one popular song he got is the Tipsy song. He kind of
one of the day.
Yeah, so that's how I knew who he was. Mm-hmm. It wasn't until I forgot how long ago it was, but I didn't realize he was black.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I thought some white guy just remade the song Tipsy. But I'm like, oh, that's a brother. Okay. Like, I see you, man. No, he's actually pretty good though. He's super talented, and I think he got snubbed at the Country Music Awards.
All right.
Because he was nominated. I want to say he was nominated for a lot of awards, and I don't think he won not one.
He was damn good.
Yeah. He was good, man. He going to be around for a little bit.
Yeah, he is.
I got to confess. I enjoyed being around the Lopez family.
How about that?
Man.
How about that?
I wasn't nervous at all to come over or anything like that. but I wasn't sure how big this event was going to be.
It's usually bigger. We kind of scaled it back because one of the families that comes was out of state with their other.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Because usually when you the only person that go to somebody's house because you know that one person or a couple of people, it's usually a whole house full of people. You have no idea.
Well,
who
you
this
know
person
most
is.
of them anyway.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I knew everybody except for maybe like one person.
Yeah.
And it was cool, man. I'm like, dang, I like this. And y'all are down to earth.
Well,
I feel like
good.
everybody down to earth. I felt like I was in the middle of a Modern Family show where everybody just kind of doing their own thing and everybody got their own little jokes and all that stuff. It was enjoy being around. I enjoy watching your grandbabies, man.
Oh,
they
that was
get
the
big,
best.
man.
We got a 2-year-old and a 9-month-old. One was crawling everywhere. The other one was walking everywhere.
Yeah.
And by the way, when you left, she did say Figgy.
Did she?
Always.
Oh,
so our
man.
2-year-old, our 2-year-old, you know, we were sitting on the front porch, sitting watching TV and eating and all that, and she knew, you know, obviously she knew you, and we kept saying, can you say Figgy? Figgy, say Figgy, say Figgy. About an hour after you left, Figgy. She goes,
hey, that's my girl. That's
Figgy.
my girl.
That's usually how it works with the 2-year-old.
But I had a good time.
All right, this one's so sports related, and it comes up with the college football playoff. And again, we're going to have our college football talk here in about 10 minutes. But so there's been all kinds of stories and posts, and you know, the latest standings for the college football playoff, second to last one, I believe, no, third to last one, was released on Tuesday. And I saw a couple of stories about, well, they still 12-team playoff. And they still didn't solve anything. There's still people arguing from the outside in that they should be in the 12, they should not be in the 12. And I'm going to say what I said before this thing even started. When they went to a 12-team playoff, I said, if you try to argue, like let's say you're ranked 13th or 14th, and like, oh, we should have been in the playoffs, win another damn game. Win another game. Because like if you're at the bottom, if you're like 11, 12, 13, the rankings, you probably have 2 losses, maybe 3 losses. Win another damn game. Well, I mean, you know, where are you going to stop? Because 2 and 3 losses, you had a chance to be in the top 8, and you didn't get it.
Yeah, I hate when people cry about stuff like that, man, because you could have easily just won those games.
Win another damn game. Just win one more.
It wouldn't even been a conversation. You would have been in.
Yeah.
But I feel sorry for the people that remember back in the day when you used to go undefeated, but you don't get that national championship game. Like I feel more bad for people like that or teams like that. It's just like, hey, we went undefeated. This person didn't.
Yeah.
So like I feel like they have more of an argument, but no, you lost all these games.
Well,
man.
yeah, and let me give you an example. I think Texas is probably going to be in even if they lose to A&M. But let's say they're not. Should have beat A&M.
Yeah.
Win another damn game.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you got 2 losses, you got 3 losses. All these people are wringing their hands and, oh, you know, so-and-so, let's say Alabama, you know, whomever, Ole Miss, with 3 losses, should have won another damn game.
They making it easy for y'all.
Yeah.
Like, remember, if you lose 1 game, your season was over.
Yes.
Like, so you whining about losing 3 games?
Exactly.
Like, man, they making it easy for everybody.
It's ridiculous.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I watched probably one of the worst shows ever. Yes, it was. I started a couple days ago. I just watched. So it's a little embarrassing to say too. It's a Tyler Perry show. It's a Tyler Perry production. It's a show called Beauty in Black.
Okay.
This show, Black.
No, I'm saying, but it's bad.
It's bad, man. It's awful acting, and I just got pulled into the storyline. And I ended up binging that show all, I want to say, Wednesday. My wife left. I watched this whole show. I just went all the way. And the worst part about it, it ended so bad that I guess they got a season 2 coming up in 2025. And I'm like, y'all just going to end the show, the season like this? So I just wasted all that time to watch this awful show with the worst acting I ever seen.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, Tyler Perry done got me, man.
He's just cashing checks now.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, if you ain't got nothing else to do, check the show out. But this show was so bad, man. I got sucked into it, man.
It happens. All right, this has nothing to do with anything, especially anyone here. But if your girlfriend or boyfriend moves out of state after you've been together for at least 10 years, or at least, been kind of together for at least 10 years, you're obligated to move too, right? Unless
you talking to me.
Unless your job, okay, we're getting a split vote here. We got it's over, and we got somebody wants to kill me, and we got Figgy saying you're talking to me. This came up before the show, and I'm going to say it fast. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so that happened to me when I was so I've been with my lady since 2009. We was boyfriend, girlfriend since 2009.
Yeah.
Fast forward to 2016, she got a job down in Houston.
Yeah.
And so in my brain, I'm like, you ain't going down there without me.
Yeah.
Like, I would leave my job. I figure it out, but we going together. So, I'm not but, I ain't had the best job in the world, so I was cool with just dipping out. But if you together that long, we making this work. Like, it ain't no long distance. Yeah, like, we making this work.
I think it depends on the job that you have.
I think so, too, yeah.
Watch this.
I thought I timed that perfect.
You did. You did. I got to confess, man, that Titans loss took a lot of air out of the Texans game for me this week.
It sure did. Go ahead.
Like, I've been excited about every game this year. And after that Titans loss, I'm just kind of like, Like, it's a game on Sunday. I felt like you would think the season was over, man. You would think they were like 2-9, but it just sucked all the energy out that last game, man. And I don't know why. I've been fired up all season.
Well, that was the worst loss of the season. I think there might have been more painful ones here and there, or at least confusing. Or whatever, but I don't think there's any doubt that was the worst loss of the year.
Like even when they got blown out by the Titans, but the Vikings.
Yeah.
The next week, I'm like, all right, we're going to bounce back.
Yeah.
And all the other losses, I'm like, all right, we're going to bounce back. This one, I'm just like, man, it's like I'm not in the mood now.
Yeah.
I think they really got to win. They really got to win big this weekend.
Yeah.
To actually, because I ain't jump off the bandwagon. I know they still okay. They probably going to make the playoffs, but it just sucked all the energy out of me, man.
I get it.
It just put me in a bad mood. That was an awful loss.
I get it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is another one kind of related to the Houston Texans, man. I think getting rid of Bobby Slowick ain't gonna do a damn thing for this offense, man.
Really?
I just don't see it, man. I feel like this is a small little bug inside of a roach-infested house.
Oh wow!
I think it's a lot. I think it's a lot more going on. I don't give a damn who you got calling plays. It could be Gerard Johnson. It could be who was that other guy? Ben McDaniels.
Yep.
I just think it's going to be the same.
Bill Lazor.
Yeah, Bill Lazor. I forgot about him.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be the same old, man. I think this is something they just got to take on the chin until they get to the offseason, and they're going to have to rework everything.
Coaching staff, offensive line. You're not alone.
Yeah.
And in fact, I can co-sign that.
And I'm fine if you want to make a change just to try to get a little spark or something like that.
Yeah.
But I just think this – I don't think – that's going to do anything for this offense, man. I think this is what we got this year, and maybe they could get a little spark like they did last playoffs against the Browns or something like that. But I think this is the offense. I think they're going to have to look at every single thing, not just the play caller. They're going to have to look at the offense. They're going to have to look at the offensive line.
Yeah.
They're going to have to look at all that stuff, man.
All right. You said a mouthful. That's confessions coming up. First of all, we're going to have the first of our two giveaways right now. During this break, we're going to have.
What are we giving away?
We got Home Run Dugout is going to raffle away this right here. All kinds of goodies in here. Nice hat. A little tumbler from Yeti. How about that? And, of course, we also have a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. That's coming up right now. And then another one in the 1 o'clock hour. And, of course, don't forget to come by and register for the Ultimate Football Tailgate Package. The Beyonce game on Christmas Day. You can get 2 tickets for that if you register right here. But coming up next, I do it every week on Fridays at 12:40. The Sappy College Football headline, the Sappy College Football theme. We got a big one. We got a bunch of big ones this weekend. That's coming up next.
Ready? The Texans are headed to Jacksonville in the
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. FiveHourEnergy.com.
Home Run Dugout and Katie, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, man. Got a couple giveaways already under our belt and a couple more coming up. And we got outdoor baseball going on. Beautiful day. A little crisp, but they're playing outside as well. Got the stage going, got the food going.
Baseball weather.
A little baseball weather. All right, so the sappy college football headline of the week. For most people, last regular season game, we're going to be out in Washington, D.C. in a couple of weeks for the Army-Navy game.
Can't wait for that one.
It's going to be sweet.
I've never been to D.C.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was actually looking up some places to go. I'm like, man, I would love to go see the White House because I've never, obviously never been there, and they do the tours and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But the way our schedule is, we ain't going to have no time.
I'm sure they'll have something, though. It's a great place to visit. It really is. But Army-Navy will be out there. But most college football is ending this weekend. And I mentioned this in the last segment. We're going to start with Texas at Texas A&M. Excuse me. It's been 11 years, man.
Yeah.
Really bad pass interference call led to the Longhorns winning that game. And,
like you still
no,
fighting
I mean,
over it? You still struggling with it?
I'm not struggling with it. I am right. I am correct on that. But it doesn't really feel, and one of the reasons I brought that up is because you're catching the vibe with talk about families, split families, and all that stuff. And my son and daughter-in-law, one went to UT. One went to Texas. She was just texting me, I'm not sure I can watch the game at your house. That's how bad it's getting.
Oh, it get that intense?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
My neighbor across the street, you saw it. She's got her – I think she did that just for our sake. She put her UT flag out last week.
Oh, really? Oh, man.
Now I got to stop and get my my A&M flag out of the storage to throw it back in her face a little bit. But it just had 11 years, and it hasn't changed.
Yeah. It seems like it's good for the city, too, man.
Oh, big time.
It's bringing all of that friendly rivalry that I wouldn't say Texans Cowboys thing, but this
no, it's more intense.
Yeah,
it's
way
more intense.
Yeah, no, this is way more intense.
But here's where it gets interesting. Actually, let me give you the news first that I teased. I don't want to leave people hanging here. But according to one report here, Quinn Ewers, the University of Texas quarterback, I don't know how this is going to play out. So apparently he's not progressing. He had a little bit of an ankle injury in the last game against Kentucky. And apparently, he's practicing. Well, I'll just read it from Horns 247. One source close to the situation said Ewers' ankle sprain was not progressing as quickly as initially hoped. There's still time for the ankle to respond to treatment before Saturday, but Tuesday and Wednesday were the more physical practices, and Ewers' ankle was still in a stiff brace. Quinn took the first snaps with the first-team offense, but he was definitely limited. As an Aggie fan, I hope he does play. I'd rather have Quinn Ewers on a bad ankle than Arch Manning on a good ankle because they're game planning largely for Ewers.
Okay.
I think this could be like. I'd rather see Ewers play on half an ankle than replace him with someone who's clearly very, very good but hadn't played as much.
Yeah, so how confident are you that he will play, that Ewers will play?
I think he'll play. A game like this that hadn't been done in 11 years, as we've talked about, I think he'll play. I thought you were going to ask me how confident I am in the game. I'm wearing my A&M hoodie right now.
Yeah.
But I'm not that confident. I think Texas is really good. Now they're vulnerable. They have some areas where they're vulnerable. But and I think maybe A&M's defense can take advantage of those. Their defensive front is so good and all. But yeah, I in fact, I texted back my daughter-in-law. She goes, I don't know if I can watch it at y'all's house. I said, you're probably the one that's going to be talking the most smack.
Yeah.
to be honest. But here's the other part of this game that I find very, very interesting. People like you and me, your generation and up, maybe even a little behind you, they know what this is all about. Players, who have been in this game know it's a different world.
Yeah.
These guys, they were in elementary school. They've never experienced this.
Yeah.
Ever.
And that's saying a lot, too, man, especially for the people that was, born in Texas. And you know how big football is here. And to get these two big colleges playing for the first time in what you say 11 years?
Yeah.
Nah, it's gonna be juiced up, man.
I think it's gonna be.
I'm gonna be glued to this game.
Oh, for sure. It could get ugly, like I said. I mean, you never know. I mean, I'm gonna be cheering for them. I'm gonna be hoping for the best, and maybe their defense can make some things happen. But regardless, you know, there are things in this game, particularly for Texas, because they're the visiting team. They've never seen it. They've never even walked into, outside of being a fan, maybe as a kid, walked into Kyle Field as a player.
Yeah.
And so and same goes with the Aggies, although they have a little bit of an advantage being at home. But those players have never. They were in elementary school the last time they any players, or they've never grown up with it. They've never seen the game as a recruit. It's wild to see how they all respond.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild. I don't know how you think the game gonna play out, but I'm gonna go old cliche. I just think rivalry games.
Throw out the stats, baby.
Yeah, throw out the records.
Throw out the stats, baby.
Throw out the records. Throw out the stats. I think it's gonna be pretty close. I think it's gonna be intense just off of this, man. Like these teams know what it is. These schools know what it is. So they gonna throw everything out there on the field. Another cliche.
All right, well, I'm glad you said that because we got a bunch of big rivalry games this weekend, including Michigan in your place, your school, Ohio State, Michigan at Ohio State. Okay, so this should be – is this one of those throw out the stat games, or are the Buckeyes just too good?
Yes.
Really?
I think so. Yeah, I know Michigan haven't been good at all this year like that, but to me, I just don't trust Ohio State like that right now, where they could just run them over. They lost the last couple games against Michigan.
Yeah.
And Ohio State was actually pretty good the last couple years.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe I got trust issues.
Well, it is a rivalry game.
Yeah. So I think they come to play, man.
Do you think it's going to be close too, or at least scary?
I think it's going to be a little interesting. Maybe it could. Maybe they can probably pull away last minute or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be a complete blowout.
And a couple of other games that are kind of along that same vein. I mean, Notre Dame should just roll past USC, Southern California. But that I've been really, really high on Notre Dame just in general this year, as much as I dislike them. But I do feel like, maybe the rivalry game there, kind of comes into play.
Yeah, no, I think. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a close game at all, man. I think Notre Dame probably going to roll with no issues.
And then some others, a big rivalry all over the place. Tennessee, Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's damn good. Tennessee's number 8 in the country. So that's going to be another one. And I don't know, that's going to have more bowl implications than playoff implications. But that's another one there. And then, of course, I've always liked this game. And anybody from the South knows it's kind of like a mini-me of A&M and Texas. Really, really intense. Lots and lots of families split, right down the middle. And that's South Carolina, number 14 South Carolina now. They've been on a roll.
They've been all right.
Yeah,
man.
They've been on a big time roll. Number 14 South Carolina at number 12 Clemson. That's going to be a really good game. Now, Lenora Sellers is the U.S. They are USC, but people get confused. South Carolina quarterback. He's been really rolling. Raheem Sanders, their running back, he torched A&M in that game. So South Carolina at Clemson should be a real good one as well.
Yeah, we got some good lineups, man. I'm gonna be glued to the couch. This is probably the perfect time for my wife to be out of the town. I could just post up on the couch. I was thinking about just going to a bar or something like that, but I might just post up on the couch in my drawers and just watch football all day, man.
Yeah. And right on cue from the text board. Clearly a Longhorn fan trying to troll. Hey, do you all think the Aggies will ever win enough to make the UT Aggie game as big as OU UT? See, this is one of those things that it just intrigues me. It makes me laugh. They know better. Aggies know better, but they do it anyway. Oh, OU is our real rival. Yes, OU is a huge UT rival. Huge. Huge. They just They refuse to acknowledge they would rather beat the Aggies than anyone.
Yeah.
They can say it all. Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. Oh, you's our rival. You are lying. You are flat lying. If for no other reason than when what we've talked about.
Yeah. I mean, who do you think had the more expensive tickets between what?
This is the most expensive ticket ever.
Yeah, the Aggies versus. Yeah. Now, I think that says it all.
Yeah. This is awesome. I mean, that's just that right there. When people say stuff like that, I just kind of like smile because I know they're just trying to like sort of little brother you or whatever. But they would rather beat the Aggies. 713-572-4610. Be honest. Your name is not on the text board. It's just your phone number. Be honest. Now we're going to clearly get a bunch of trolls.
Yeah.
But if I want to hear. You would rather beat the Aggies than OU? Yes or no?
I think so. I think so.
Of course they would.
And honestly, like, it's been a long time since they played each other.
Yeah.
But just being out in the city, you see people mean-mugging each other. Yeah. If you see a UT fan and an Aggie fan in the same place, you see them mean-mugging each other. Like, it's deeper than rap, man.
I'm not like that. You know me. I'll be cheering like crazy, pulling for them like crazy, but I don't let it get to me. I'm more intrigued and entertained by stuff like this because it's just so funny that people, people think that other people will actually believe you, but they won't. It's going to be wild, man. I mean, that scene, they put in some extra. Oh, by the way, I saw this online too. Hey, the Aggies put in some extra speakers on the sideline so they can pipe in noise. No, they didn't. They've got extra seats on the field that they're putting in, and those speakers are for them. The Aggies have never piped in noise. I'm about to say,
do they need to pipe in noise?
They've never piped in noise.
And look, I'm not like a diehard Aggie fan or anything like that, but I know for damn sure they don't need to pipe in anything.
110,000.
Yeah, nah, man, they don't need to pipe in any type of noise.
Yeah,
it's a reason why they probably top 5 hardest places to play or hardest stadiums to play in.
Yeah, it's so good. Hey, we got some honest people here. Aggies are more important than OU. I'm a Longhorns fan. It's more about Kyle Field and the fans than the Aggies. I don't really care about either team, but I think I'll pull for the Longhorns, and that's they're like, look, we got some honest people here.
Yeah,
it just cracks me up. Oh no, A&M's not our big right. Get the hell out of here. Yes, no, OU's a huge Texas rival, but you're not. Your son and daughter are not, married each other and went big fans of both schools as much at OU.
These are two teams in the state of Texas.
Yes,
that it's either, to me, like I mean maybe I'm wrong, but you don't see a lot. I don't run into a lot of people, OU fans like willy nilly.
Well, like split families.
Yeah,
and that stuff.
I do see a lot of people rocking Aggie stuff, and I see a lot of people rocking UT stuff.
Yeah. So, how do you think it's going to go?
I think UT probably going to win.
I do too.
But I think
I don't want it to happen.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super close though.
Yeah.
Man. I don't think it's going to be a blowout.
Yeah.
I think it's going to come down to the wire, and UT is probably the better team right now.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to pull off the win.
Man, I have never hoped I'm wrong more, but I think you're right. Hey, man, I'm proud of our listeners. So getting a bunch of them. I'm a UT guy. But you're right, Lopez. I would much rather beat the Aggies in Oklahoma. Another one from the 832, different number. Absolutely would rather beat the Aggies. Thank you. Thank you for being honest about that. I'm not saying you don't hate OU and OU sucks and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But they would much rather beat the Aggies, and I appreciate that. And they're coming in on YouTube and Twitch as well. So, hey, that's encouraging. These people are finally coming clean on all. Right, so Figgy was talking about during Confessions about it being deeper than just Bobby Slowick and play calling, and it gave me an idea here for this topic. I think it ties in with this topic that's coming up. And another straightforward question: do you trust the Texans? Do you trust the Texans this year and moving forward? That's next on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I want to.
Stand the Van limited edition Van Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition Van Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition Van Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Home Run Dugout in Katy, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, Reggie's in Austin visiting with his mama. Good for him. John Lopez, Figgy. You never know who you're going to see at Home Run Dugout. How about that? And we are here, and we are getting into the 1 o'clock hour. At 2 o'clock, the reason I said that is we're going to go straight to the NFL game, obviously the Las Vegas Raiders and Kansas City Chiefs. So you'll go straight hear that on Westwood 1 right here on Sports Radio 610. And thank goodness we got some listeners. I love our listeners because they're actually, they get it. They're not trying to troll for the most part. They're not trying to be, pandering or whatever you want to call it. All these people, because I said in the last segment, if you weren't listening, the thing that's always intriguing and frankly entertaining to me is, talking about the A&M Texas game. When UT fans say, oh, no, the Aggies aren't our real rival. Our big rival is OU. Liars. And, I mean, they absolutely are. Yes. And a lot of our listeners, hey, I'm another Longhorn alumni. We respect OU more than A&M. Okay, liar. Well, you know what? They may respect them. But another couple
we got some Aggie fans in here.
Yeah, damn straight we do. That is Briley, right? And Caroline. I wrote it down, too. So
I thought they were just giving us a thumbs up.
No,
like, good show.
Heck
Okay,
no.
I got you.
But I appreciate our UT listeners saying, yeah, you're right. We'd rather beat the Aggies than OU.
That's like Texans fans saying, oh, yeah, the Cowboys ain't our real – it's the Colts.
Yeah, sure.
It's just like, all right,
sure,
man.
Liars. Liars. It's going to be a fun night. I'm going to put it on the TV, and I'm going to cook some big old fat sirloin steaks, and we're going to have a big time. We do have it's going to be fun watching.
You got to get your daughter-in-law over there, man.
She'll be there.
I want to see some drama.
She is a big UT fan, went to UT, and my son, obviously big Aggie fan. It might get ugly, man. It might get
just protect that big old TV you got.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
We don't need one of those viral moments where somebody
like you see on those are all posed as well.
Yeah.
Those are all.
If somebody punched my TV, somebody's getting punched.
Somebody's getting a new TV for me. All right, so you brought this up during confessions. Lay it up again, your last confession. And I think it fits directly with this topic that we're talking about.
So my last confession was the Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
So I think getting rid of Bobby Slowick, I feel like they ain't going to do a damn thing for the offense, man. I think it's deeper than just the play calling.
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel like if it was truly just the play calling, we would have seen that, man. We would have seen we could actually watch the game and be like, hey, why did he call this play here?
Yeah.
Or why does he keep running the ball here? Like, we are saying that, but I think it's just more than just him making the right type of
even
play
just
call.
Changing play callers.
Yeah.
Like let's say in the bye week or something like that.
Yeah, I just don't think it's going to do a damn thing for the offense, man. Because it's one thing, like it'd be one thing if he was calling the game like Bill O'Brien, run pass, and it's not working out, and then you let him go, and now you airing it out. You airing that sucker out now. It's like, okay, that's the difference now. But I feel like he's kind of doing that, but I think it's just more than just the play calling.
All right, so that ties in with this topic that we wanted to do here. Do you trust the Texans? I think it ties in this way, because let's say the Texans do whatever, not perform the way they want to, the way they expected on Sunday, even if they win, but it's just another one of those games, and they do decide, you know what, we're gonna mix it up. Going into the postseason, got a bye week here. We're gonna try to get the play calling bolstered, get the offensive line going, and they change play callers. All right. So you're saying you don't trust that might not be it?
Yeah, I don't think that's it, man. And I think that's a big risk, getting rid of an offensive coordinator like that and throwing, let's say, Gerard Johnson in there.
Yeah.
and that's not it. That you can't go back to Bobby Slowick.
That'll be it for him.
Yeah, it's over with. So I don't think that's it. That's why I'm a little hesitant to just make that change right now.
But here's where I am going with the do you trust the Texans? Do you trust the way that DeMeco Ryans is loyal, sometimes to a fault, to players, to coaches, to the way he talks about this team, et cetera? Sort of not defensive, maybe a little bit defensive, but just sort of protective of everybody, and it's all about us, and we all got to get better and all that. Do you trust that they're going to actually make changes, let's say even going into the offseason?
I kind of don't trust it, man, because I know DeMeco Ryans is, that will be his third year here, but just looking at the organization, man, they are known for holding on to people too long, man. That's the one thing I realized. I think they held on to Bill O'Brien a little too long. Some people might have said Rick Smith held on for a little too longer than he should. I feel like that's kind of a organization thing where they don't, they do give people a chance, which I kind of appreciate at times, but I don't trust them making the move that quick like that. And I'm using quick loosely because it's been 2 years. But I don't trust them making like a big move like that.
Well, the other part of it is, do you trust them to make a big move, from the Nick Caserio perspective? Because Nick Caserio gave Titus that big contract. He didn't bring in Titus Howard, but, Titus Howard got paid again. And there seems to be a growing sentiment that, Titus Howard is obviously a very great pass blocker, but it's bad for the room. And I believe that. Like, the guy that kind of slouches in his chair and does just enough to get by.
Is that Titus or Tunsil?
Laramie.
Laramie
Tunsil. So if that's the case, they need to make changes there.
Yeah, I would think so. I think if it was me, I would probably try to look to make changes there. But we kind of seen how they do when it comes to certain players underperforming a little bit. We talked about Dameon Pierce. I feel like any other person probably would have got another running back, and he probably would have been traded or cut.
That's what I'm saying. Do you trust him? Not just short term, long term.
Yeah, I don't. Man.
I'm telling you,
I feel like they gonna give you every chance you can until it's a little too.
My feelings and yours too. I think I can speak for you here. My feelings on the Texans over the last 2 or 3 years have changed completely. Like, I went from they're dysfunctional, come on Cal, don't be hiding, to I really, really like the leadership here. I really, really think Cal and especially Hannah are great for this organization. Obviously, DeMeco, speaks for himself what kind of guy and person and coach he is. But there's that one thread of loyalty. Like, do you trust that they're going to basically do what Cal and Hannah did, or at least Cal? I don't know how the dynamic worked, but like when it came time to hire a head coach, and they had all these candidates that were tied with Nick Caserio, they kind of came in and said, no, we really need to talk to DeMeco, and ultimately they all got on the same page and hired DeMeco, which we're glad about. But can they do that again when it comes to offensive line? Bobby Slowick, offensive line coach. Some of these personnel moves with Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard that are going to be hard to take, and just go down the list.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and I don't think Cal and Hannah are making those type of decisions, or I don't see them stepping in as much. I think they trust DeMeco and Nick Caserio for that, but I'm not sure if Nick Caserio and DeMeco will make a move like that, because if they really like Bobby Slowick and they feel like he's not the issue, I don't think they just gonna make that move. I think they're gonna try to run it back again.
Yeah.
If he's still here. But as far as the players, man, it kind of show you, how they treated Dameon Pierce, because I've been saying all throughout training camp, they treat him like he the number one running back.
Well, man. That's part of the exam. That's part of why we bring this up.
I feel like he should have been fighting for his job.
Yeah.
He had a good first year. The second year wasn't good. I feel like this was the reason for him to kind of give him that competition and fight for his job, because it wasn't like he was a first-round pick. He was a fourth-round pick. So I think, I don't think it should have been a lock for him making the squad, and they treated him like that.
Here's how I think it's going to play out. I do think Cal and Hannah are really upset with how this season has gone, and they should be. As
source for that?
As many, no, just my gut is my source, and I think a lot of us are in that same vein. It's less than we expected. They're really upset with it. I think DeMeco's in the same way. No matter what they say, I think DeMeco realizes, something needs to happen here. But I do think they're going to make these types of changes. Maybe not this season, which will kind of be like, maybe not waste, but sort of well short of expectations. But I do think they're the type of people that are extremely loyal, that it has to get to a point of no return. It has to get to a real tipping point. That's what happened with Easterby. Easterby was here. They were loyal to Easterby. Whether it was Cal or maybe, it was Janice or whomever, they were loyal to Easterby for far too long. But there did come a tipping point. Yeah. Same thing with, the whole head coach search. It was going to be this guy or that guy, whomever, that had some ties. Gerard Mayo was talked about, and all this other stuff. But there came a tipping point for Cal when he kind of gauged the temperature of the fans and the whole organization and said, nah. So is this going to be a tipping point kind of thing where, they're loyal, but ultimately at the end of the year, maybe Cal and Hannah come in?
Yeah, but what would they come in to kind of want to change? Like, would they come in and say, hey, you need another offensive coordinator?
Offensive line?
Or,
offensive coordinator? Now, maybe they're...
See, that's the part I don't know if they doing all that. I don't know if they're going to come in like, hey, we need to change this offensive line. I think they probably trust Nick Caserio on that more.
Yeah.
Now, if Nick Caserio...
No, but maybe just say, hey... What are we doing here?
Yeah, that's my thing. If Nick Caserio decide to run it back with the same offensive line and not really address it, now if I'm Cal and Hannah, I'm like, yo, Nick.
Yeah.
What's up, man? This didn't work last year.
Yeah.
And we're paying a lot of money for this offensive line. We spent a lot of resources on it. Like, what's going on? Like,
that's what I'm talking about.
Back again?
Like, think about this. We're kind of criticizing Bobby Slowick for talking about, it's going to change, and it's kind of silly to even think that going into Week 13. Well, same thing with Laramie Tunsil, and I'm saying him specifically. It might also include Titus Howard, but Laramie, do you think he's going to change next year? All of a sudden he's going to be a dog? The guy's a dog when it comes to that came out wrong because I don't want him to kill me, but he's a dog when it comes to pass blocking.
Yeah.
But in being that nasty pro, setting the example, demanding people in the offensive line room do things the right way. See, do you think he's going to change?
Nah, this is what he is. This is what he is, and he's been showing this ever since he was here. He been the same type of player that, he been kind of consistent, not meaning a great thing, but what you see from him is what you get.
Yeah.
It's always going to be, it's not like he's going to take it up a notch or on the other side, he going to fail a lot or just go down a lot.
Yeah.
He know, and maybe that's a talent where he just kind of.
No, it is a talent.
Yeah.
No, he knows just what to do to be really high paid and great at pass blocking.
You ever met somebody that just know how to do their job just enough to not get fired?
Yeah.
He know what to do just enough to get paid.
The thing that did it for me was the Lions game. Penei Sewell, and yesterday we saw some of that too. That dude is what Laramie sees in the mirror. That is. He is a bad dude that commands respect, demands everybody to play at his level, or at least with his effort, and he'll go down. He'll obviously do more than just one thing, pass blocking. Like Laramie Tunsil thinks he's that. He's not. And I don't think he's ever going to be that. He's a great pass blocker. He's a big dude that is getting paid a lot of money that can do some very good things, but he's not going to do the extra things. Is that going to change? Do you think? And that's how kind of started this whole thing. Do you trust the Texans to realize that?
Yeah, that's the thing. And I ain't gonna lie, it's a tough position because he is good.
Yeah,
he's good. I'm not sitting there saying he's a scrub or nothing, but he's good. But he's just good enough where it will be hard to get rid of him and find somebody that could just.
But you probably need to.
Yeah. So it's like I'm not mad if they get rid of him and maybe go with somebody else.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you're gonna find that replacement right off the bat.
Yeah.
He's like really good, but not good enough where, you got to pay him whatever or else.
Yeah, well, there is that. You still got to replace him at some point. But
yeah.
All right, so, hey, we're going to have another giveaway here right now here at Home Run Dugout. Another gift bag and another gift card. A couple happy listeners sitting around here with us right now that picked up their last ones. So we'll give that away. But coming up next is Figgy's mixtape. You know that's going to still happen.
Yeah, man. So a court hearing goes off the rails as a man has some choice words for a judge and things from the 90s and the 2000s that will blow kids' minds in 2024. And that was inspired by a tweet I saw.
All right. That's coming up next right now. Texas Star Grill Shop. Just tell somebody right here.
The van who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition van fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your van only at 5hourenergy.com. up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Stream, a new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Interlude Sports Radio 610's Figgy Fig holding it down live at Home Run Dugout in Katy. On a Friday, happy Friday, on a Black Friday. Hopefully you guys are finishing up your shopping and all that stuff. I don't know how long you should shop on a Black Friday.
Depends on how long I'm behind my laptop.
Yeah. Yeah, if you ain't doing nothing, come on out, man. We still got a couple more giveaways to give out. And, yeah, man, happy Black Friday to everyone out there. I want to bring this up, man. Some fun with this on the show before. But remember what happened in court with this guy?
Senator Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present in Zoom.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving, and he didn't have a license.
That is what the charge is, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended, and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond.
Remember that guy?
How could I forget that? The best part, and it's audio, but if you see the video, the look on his face like, oh. Oh, no.
No, my favorite part was, I'm pulling in right now. I'm parking right.
Like he's being all safe and everything?
Yeah. Like, brother, you ain't have a license, man. What you doing driving? So the judge that was tripped out over that is the Honorable, he go by the Honorable Judge Cedric Simpson.
Okay.
And he's from Detroit, Michigan. Here, court hearing that went totally left. And guess who was the judge?
Get out.
Yep, the honorable Judge Cedric Simpson. And real quick backstory before you play this audio. So he's in court. It's a defendant in court going through some stuff.
Yeah.
And, when you do these hearings, you got like a line, pretty much a line behind you.
Oh, yeah.
So you got other people that's coming in for the same thing. And you had somebody that was in on Zoom. So they was waiting to after this one was finished. But here is the Honorable Judge Cedric Simpson talking to this guy, and it just went totally left.
Your attorney hasn't been able to talk to you about the cases at all. Okay. So I'm trying to give I mean, I can set it for 2 weeks out.
Yeah,
but the problem.
I'm tired of the state. I'm ready to leave this state as soon as possible. It's trespassing. I could technically leave, and you guys could issue a warrant as long as I don't return. You can kiss my ass. This is.
You know what? No. I'm gonna tell you what. You don't come in here. You don't. Okay, that's contempt. That's 93. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's 6 93s consecutive. What's the case? People versus Keith Jenkins.
He's on to the other case now.
Mr. Jenkins does not want to unmute.
I just seen how you doing, Your Honor? How you doing, sir? Man.
I'm doing great.
So just imagine if you right behind this guy.
Yeah.
And
he said, firing them off like
that. And so he said, next case.
I don't want to be the next case.
So the guy didn't want to unmute.
Yeah.
He was just, if you watch the video, he was just sitting there shocked. Like, his mouth was wide open.
Like I'm next.
He said, I don't want no smoke, man. I don't want none of this smoke you giving out. But that guy, look, so it was 6 consecutive 93 days.
Yeah.
Which is 558 days in jail for pretty much saying bleep you.
How dumb do you have to be?
Man.
I mean, criminals aren't smart. I don't know what he was charged with, but in general, criminals are very dumb people.
Yeah, he just went off the rails. That's another 93.
And another one.
And another one.
And you, you're done.
I would love to talk to this judge just to see all the crazy stories and situations that happen in the courtroom, man, because he keep getting them.
Yeah. That poor dude, it's like, I'm sure his eyes were just like, I don't want to be next. He's in a mood.
Yeah. But salute to the judge, man, because it seemed like he kind of laughed about it afterwards, like, hey, what's up, man? I'm doing great, man.
Don't worry about
because some of them
I'll be fair.
Hey, some of them judges be in a bad mood.
Yeah, you don't want to get in there.
They will take it out on the next person.
That's so good.
All right. So I saw a tweet. It was probably like a couple weeks ago, and I thought it was so cool, man. So somebody tweeted this. Logging into my MySpace after school and having new comments, new pictures, new picture comments, new friend requests was a joy and excitement we will never get back.
It's probably true, huh?
Yeah, that kind of made me go down memory lane because I remember we didn't have everything on our phone.
Yeah.
So we had to actually go to a computer.
Home or the library. Yeah.
And then when you log in, you see all this action. You're like, ooh, I'm popping right now. So it kind of, and I feel like kids now won't ever understand that. Like they don't understand that excitement of like getting home to check your comments.
Log on.
Let me see how many messages I got.
Yeah.
So I got a list of things that I guess kids in 2024 probably would never understand. I'm going to go down the list. So we're going to start with the tech and gadgets. Dial-up internet.
I don't miss that.
No, I'm saying
but you'll never experience
it. They would never understand like how we had to wait.
Remember, you used to have to tell other people, don't pick up the phone, man. Don't pick up the other line. Don't pick up the phone. I'm online.
Or the worst part was whenever you on the computer and your mama tried to use the phone. Who on the internet? Who is that on the internet? I'm trying to use the phone.
That screechy sound.
Yeah. I'm waiting on a call.
Well.
Yeah. What about burning CDs? My mother a couple weeks ago asked me if I could burn her a CD.
Wait, a couple decades ago?
A couple weeks ago. No, a couple weeks ago. She asked.
Can you still burn CDs?
I haven't. Like laptops and computers don't even have a place for a disk drive at this point.
No.
Like my
just
laptop,
the USB or the.
Yeah. So it was an album, a gospel album she wanted. And it wasn't on Amazon. She was actually trying to buy the CD.
I used to burn the heck out of CDs.
Me too, man.
I mean, I used to do that.
You know how many CDs I had that said...
and you write on them with the Sharpie?
Bootman's Mixtape number 1.
Yeah.
Bootman's Mixtape number 2.
Yeah. And with the Sharpie, you're writing on it.
Yeah. What about flip phones?
Man, I had a flip phone. I never got into the BlackBerry stuff.
Really?
I went straight from flip phones to smartphones. I loved my flip phone because you could text easier on it. It had the clicking numbers, you know?
Yeah, I think that one thing people won't really understand with the flip phones is whenever you get into it with somebody, you can just bang on them. You can just
close it.
Yeah, you can really hang up.
Close
now
it.
you just got to hit a button. It don't hit the same. But before, get off my line.
Okay, you slap it closed?
Yeah, so you can't. You don't have that feeling anymore.
I liked flip phones, man. For the time, obviously, you prefer this.
Yeah.
But I liked it over Blackberries.
Really? Yeah, I had a BlackBerry and then ended up going to an iPhone. But what about the big box TVs?
Oh, man.
Remember
Moving?
Yeah, when you go over your grandma's house.
Oh, those big box.
Yeah.
Like the ones with the speakers on the side and all that stuff. Yeah.
And when that TV go out, you do not get it fixed.
Yeah.
You just get another TV to put on top of that TV.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so now it's officially a TV stand.
Mm-hmm.
What about going around GPS?
You know what?
Kids would not understand that, man.
I don't think they could survive with maps.
Nah.
Like, kids don't even know what how to use an actual telephone. You think they know how to use a map?
Yeah. Nah, that was tough. I remember you just got to go off a word. Like, sometimes we used to be playing in the street and somebody would be like, hey, you know how to get to Union and Kinsman over
And then you'd give them what you thought was right advice, and then when they drove away, you're like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's not how you get there.
Oh, no. To that McDonald's, you going to go down here, you're going to bust a left.
Yeah.
You're going to keep straight down. You're going to pass like 4 or 5 lights.
Yeah.
And then you're going to bust a right.
Yeah.
And then you're going to make that quick turn over there. No, that was our GPS.
And you were talking about MapQuest. Well, MapQuest used to load so slow sometimes, or you'd print it.
Yeah.
And you'd have the pieces of paper in your car trying to figure out, okay, I got to turn left. Oh, I missed the turn.
Yeah, we had to go to the library to print off a MapQuest.
Yeah.
Like whenever we go out of town.
Yeah.
So run the library so you print this off. So it was wild times. So what about this? Obviously, blockbusters. They won't ever get that feeling again. Saturday morning cartoons. I don't think they will ever understand how legendary that was, because that was the only time you could really watch cartoons.
I set my schedule on that stuff.
Yeah.
Like when I was a kid. And you mentioned Blockbuster. I don't want to gloss over that too much either. I kind of feel bad for kids not being able to experience Blockbuster. Friday night, you get there, you're trying to figure out, which movies are in, which are not. You're going up and down the aisles, trying to figure it all out. And then Saturday morning cartoons. I mean, I was Looney Tunes, Bugs Bunny and all that stuff. Man, that was the best.
Yeah, no, that was awesome, because it wasn't like no 24-hour Cartoon Network or nothing like that. So you had to, if you miss it, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's paid programming you got to watch. What about watching TV on a schedule? When was the last time you actually watched something live that came on that wasn't DVR?
Other than sports.
Yeah, other than sports. That wasn't DVR'd or anything like that.
I don't think I do any. I wait a lot of times, and maybe this is just me, being weird. I wait for 2 or 3 episodes to post so I can run through them.
Yeah,
on like, hey, Friday we're going to watch blah blah the first 3 episodes of whatever. But live, and then if you miss something, they would be talking about it at school the next day, and you're like, man, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, see, that's the word. And honestly, you'll probably never see that episode again unless it rerun on another TV station.
Yeah.
But that was a time. I remember people like, man, I got to get home. Martin, come on.
Yeah.
Like, people used to actually try to plan their life around a TV show.
Yeah.
Make sure I get home at 7:30 when this show come on. So that was a time. What about stuff in school? Do classrooms still have the overhead projectors? Remember the overhead projectors?
I would doubt so. But we used to have like kids that had to take a little class to run them.
Oh, really? Oh.
And the kids would run the movie projectors or the overhead projector.
Yeah.
They don't have those anymore, right?
I think they probably just have smart boards and stuff like that. But I remember the teacher having the marker and a little clear piece of
and you're writing it down.
Yep.
Doing algebra or whatever it is.
Yep. Hit the lights. Be in there taking notes and all that stuff. What about pencils with actual lead?
You mean they don't have those anymore?
I guess. I don't know. It's been a minute. I don't know if they still actually use
It's not lead anymore? Somebody help me out.
I don't know.
It's not?
Yeah.
Graphite.
Oh, really? I didn't. That part I did not know that.
I still got a piece of lead. Oh, it's in this arm. In my arm.
Oh, wow.
From like middle school.
Somebody stabbed you or
something?
something?
Somebody stabbed me with a pencil. And I still have the lead in there.
He probably like, damn, he's still alive.
Yeah. He made it.
Yeah. What about, I'm sure everybody probably took this class, but the learning the keyboarding with Mavis Beacon?
Oh, yeah, on the typewriter you're talking about, like a keyboard.
Yeah, keyboard, yeah.
Yeah, we had class for that.
Yeah.
And just trying to get it done.
Yeah, but that tweet kind of got me going down memory lane, just thinking about all that stuff. Carrying a couple more carrying change for a payphone
all the time.
Yeah,
I would have some in my lunchbox. Mom would put back then it was a dime, then it became a quarter in a little plastic bag in case I ever needed to call. If anything happened on the way home from school.
Yeah.
I had a quarter in a little Ziploc.
Yeah. What about hearing the song? You got to wait to hear this song on the radio. Otherwise,
you would.
Yeah, you would wait around to hell. You'll call in and be like, "Hey, can you play this?"
Yeah, and play this came about because back then people couldn't just dial it up on their smartphone on Spotify or whatever. There used to be this thing when I was growing up, the top 5 at 9. And so you always knew you would hear that song at 9 because it was probably in the top 5.
Yeah.
But other than that, that's the only at 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. every night. When I was in school, I'd listen to the top 5 at 9, because I knew I was going to hear those badass songs.
Yeah, man, those were the days, man. Those were the days. That's all I got, man.
All right, that is Figgy's mixtape here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, we're going to hand it off to Not the Boys. We're going to go to Raiders and Chiefs right here. So you'll be able to listen to the radio on the Westwood One Network right here on Sports Radio 610. But before that, we're going to draft the weekend like we always do. But also it's Black Friday, man. And you're looking for that gift for that special someone. What would you get your favorite or maybe least favorite Sports Radio 610 host on Black Friday? If you could find a deal for something that we need, what would you get them? That's next.
The Texans are headed to Jacksonville in need of a bounce-back win. Hear the AFC South battle right here on Sunday with pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
I'm Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with BetQL, the final week of the regular upon in college football, and plenty of great rivalry games here to bet on, including South Carolina facing Clemson, each team holding on to some slim CFP hopes. The Gamecocks on the road, but the BetQL model still likes their chances. It's a 5-star best bet, grabbing South Carolina and the points at Clemson. I'm Chris Mack. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Mark Malusis with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Texans quarterback CJ Stroud has taken a step back this year after his meteoric rise in his rookie season. Don't worry, he's going to have a great career, but there are growing pains. He's behind a bad offensive line. The league has adjusted the hamstring injury to his top target, Nico Collins, and the torn ACL for Steph Diggs has hurt his growth. Houston sprung onto the scene a year ago. They're in the playoff picture in the AFC, and Stroud will grow, learn, and get better from his struggles so far this season. Talent is talent, and Stroud has a lot of it. I'm Mark Malusis.
Hey, it's Ron Hughley to tell you about the Men's Clinic. If you're struggling with ED, the Men's Clinic is the spot for you. They're different, unique, and they have a 95% success rate. If you've tried the pills, the yellow ones, the blue ones, whichever, the Men's Clinic has the real deal. You can see results within 5 to 10. And look, those pills, the side effects can be harmful. You don't have to worry about that with the treatment from the Men's Clinic. Go make the decision right now. You got nothing to lose. You can make the call 713-828-1476 or visit themensclinic.com.
Suit Mart's biggest suit sale of the year. Buy one suit, get 2 suits free. That's 3 suits for the price of 1. Shop one of the largest selections of suits in slim fit, modern, and classic fits, in sizes up to 60 regulars. Buy 1 suit, get 2 suits free is for a limited time. Friday, November 29th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. After 2 p.m., you can buy 1 suit and get 1 suit suit free. 3 locations to shop. Suit Mart South Main, Suit Mart Murphy Road, and Suit Mart North Freeway. Come in to get 3 suits for the price of 1.
Measure equal parts of hydrophosphorus with an alkaline balancer.
Gardening doesn't have to be dull or difficult.
This is a call in and chat with us.
We believe gardening should be fun.
Or just listen to us chat.
Welcome to Home Show Garden Pros, making gardening fun again. Saturday mornings 7 till 9.
I want to get my butterfly garden going again.
Aww. We answer.
Other things that you could look
Advice and tips that put easy and fun into your lawn and landscaping.
Getting a little crazy in here.
Saturday mornings on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Texans fans, as the official whiskey of the NFL, it's not a kickoff without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. And that's why we've built the Crown Royal Rig. It's an absurdly awesome 18-wheeler delivering generous spirit to stadiums and tailgates across the country. Follow the Royal Rig on its journey from city to city, bringing together local cuisines, NFL legends, and the opportunity to pack a purple bag for charity and win tickets to Super Bowl 59. So visit Crown.com for rules and more. Please drink responsibly.
You know, over the years, I've met some great people and great businesses, and one of those teams is the crew over at Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you're ever in a situation where you need a personal injury attorney, this is who you want to call. Not only have they been serving the Houston community for over 25 years, but you can count on them to come out swinging against all the problems that a car crash brings. They always go the distance to get you the compensation and medical attention you deserve so you can focus on taking care of your family. So whether it's a car accident, slip and fall, or any personal injury, Mokaram Injury Lawyers has your back. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at 281-222-2222. If you or a loved one suffered a serious injury, don't waste time. Call the winning team at Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. The first consultation is free. You pay absolutely nothing unless they win your case. Call 281-222-2222 or visit MokaramLawFirm.com. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on your every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-762-6565. 800-762-6565.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $33.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max used for adults only.
It's a Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Home Run Dugout in Katy, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, sir, man. Thanks to everybody here, too. Real here at Home Run Dugout. We're going to draft the weekend. We're going to see what Black Friday deals you might have for your humble Sports Radio 610 host. But, of course, shout out to everybody here at Home Run Dugout. I think Annie is behind the bar, Briley, Caroline, everybody here getting it done for us. Really good food, really good drink. Come on out, hang out. It's beautiful outside. and it's beautiful inside as well. All right, so we're going to head straight to the Las Vegas Raiders and Kansas City Chiefs game straight from here. But before we get there, Figgy, I was thinking about this. Like, first thing I did this morning was go to Amazon and some other online sites trying to find the Black Friday deals.
Did you get something?
I've got a couple things in the cart. A couple things in the cart. By the way, OGSauce.com has the 4-pack and the Christmas gift box for Black Friday as well.
Oh, nice. Okay.
$40 and $35. So
nice.
we're in on that as well. But what would you get? This was a hard one. What would you get your Sports Radio 610 hosts? What do they need if you could find like a 50% off Black Friday deal? Now, yours was easy.
Okay.
TV.
Yeah.
I mean, that's sort of like on a personal level TV, but like in terms of like radio purposes, that was a little harder. Like, I'm wondering, like, I'd like to, I still can't come up with anything real good for you. Reggie was a little easier. Reggie, he's so good and so talented and such a good dude. And sometimes he's like apologetic, like about, like he has a good, strong take. And I'm like, let's talk about it. He's like, well, but on the other hand, I'm like, nah, man, let's go. Nah, man, let's just go. Just say what you believe and run with it. So I'd get him that. What about you for some of our hosts here?
Ooh, that's a great question.
It's a little tough, isn't it?
Yeah. So are we talking about like actual physical things?
Actual things or things you would wish for them to get? 713-572 4610 is the number. It's interesting. It's an interesting.
I mean, so I will go to you. I will say, since I was at your house yesterday, you showed me your little your setup.
Oh yeah, my little studio in the back.
Studio. I will probably get you some type of roadcaster or some type of
board.
Some type of board or interface.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can have that crispy. Yeah, had that crispy. Matter of fact, I might do that.
No, you are not.
Maybe save it for Christmas.
Those are too expensive.
I'll save it for Christmas.
Those are too expensive.
I got you, man. You did enough for me, so it will be worth it, man.
All right, so y'all can send those in, 713-572-4610, and also, of course, on YouTube and Twitch, what you would get. Like, let's say Ron. What would we get Ron for if we could find a Black Friday deal on it?
One thing I realized about Ron is he's big on making drinks. Like, he's a drink type of person.
Like exotic drink. Not exotic, but like real drinks.
Yeah, one time I went to his house, and he was, like, making some drinks. He made him an old-fashioned.
Nice.
He had all the piecing. And I'm just like, he's really into that. Like, the type of drink. Because I'm not really into it like that. If I go to the bar, I just say, give me a vodka and cranberry.
Yeah.
I kind of keep it simple, but he have all the pieces to make whatever drink he wants.
Yeah.
And he'll put a little soda in there. He'll put a
That's nice.
Yeah, I would probably get him some type of setup like that.
Yeah, that's real nice.
Some type of bartender setup where
and you could use a grill too.
Oh yeah, I would love it. I can't wait to get that. And we was talking off the air how I wanted to put some turf in my backyard.
Yeah.
And if anybody out there that do turf that could give me a good deal, let me know. But once I get turf back there, I'm next thing I'm getting is a grill.
Yeah.
Because I love, I couldn't really grill at the apartment. Like,
I know somebody.
Yeah.
I know somebody.
Oh, really? Who?
Texas Star Grill Shop.
Oh, okay.
Dang right.
I see what you did there.
Dang right.
Yeah, but I'm definitely going to go there as soon as I get my backyard together.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go full-blown home improvement, man. Start putting everything together at the crib.
Yeah. All right, so let's draft the weekend. Boy, that includes today. We got some games going on right now. I would not draft Colorado and Oklahoma State. Colorado, last I checked, was up 38-0 on Oklahoma State.
Oh, yeah.
So, other than that, I'm going to let you go first.
Yeah, I'm going to pick the obvious, and I think you're going to pick the obvious, too. I got to go with Michigan and Ohio State.
Oh, you left it for me.
Yeah, I left it for you, man.
You left it for – well, you're a big Ohio State fan, so it makes sense.
Yeah, so, I ain't going to do that to you, man. I am going to watch both. I'm going to watch both of them. Don't get me wrong, but, obviously I'm going to leave. I'm leaving that alley hoop to you, man.
Yeah, man. I'm going to take it, and I'm going to flush it. And that's going to be Texas at Texas A&M, 6:30 p.m. Tomorrow night. Nice big sirloin steaks, I think. Got to have some beef if you're going to play Texas, right? So I think that's what we're going to do tomorrow. Texas at Texas A&M. Other big college games, but there's some great NFL games as well. Where would you go next?
I'm gonna shock you right here, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go with some little NBA action, man.
All right.
On Sunday, I'm going with the Thunder and the Rockets. I think that's going to be a good test for this Rockets team, man. I think, and look, this is safe to say. I feel like the Rockets are the best team in the city right now, man.
I mean,
they the hottest team in the city right now.
They are, and they're actually making a lot of noise.
14-6
in the NBA, just in general.
Yeah, 14-6. The Thunder are 14-4.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a real good test for them. And I think they are for real. But it's going to be a big test to see if they can pull off a win against OKC.
You know, the NFL schedule it's always good, but there's no like true. Maybe I'm missing one that I'm not thinking of. No true big time. You know, I'm not going to draft Steelers Bengals. That's going to be on the list somewhere. But I'm going to go college football again, man. One of the best rivalries in college sports is going to be on as well tomorrow, and that is South Carolina, Clemson, both ranked, both real good. You're going to be watching a lot of college football tomorrow. Anyway, I'm going to go with that.
Okay. And I'm looking through here now. I'm kind of interested in Tennessee Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
I'll probably check in on that. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go with.
Yeah. NFL schedule, just for you, so you know. This coming weekend should be good outside of the Texans. We can't draft Texans and Jaguars. We'll get to that in just a second here before we toss it. But it's a pretty light schedule. All right, Texans, Jaguars before we get to Raiders and Chiefs. Call your shot, man. This is a huge – we didn't think this would be a huge game, but it's a huge game. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I got the Texans winning 28-27.
Oh,
I think it's going to be very close,
and
I think the Texans going to squeak off another win against the Jazz again.
All right. Yeah, I can't pick against as frustrating as they are, as maddening as they are. I think the Texans will somehow find a way, maybe like those games that have frustrated us, where it looks by all rights that they're going to be having some tough times. But they do go ahead and pull out the game. I think it's going to be a little higher scoring. I'm going to say 31-27. You guys, appreciate you joining us. Raiders and Chiefs is next. Thanks to everybody here at Home Run Dugout. Of course, Patrick and, of course, Figgy, the whole gang here at Home Run Dugout. We'll talk to you guys on Monday. Enjoy.
The Drive with Hughley.
I want to see that these guys have been held accountable, that these guys are going to be disciplined and not get 9 penalties for 83 yards in the second half of a game that you should have